Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Students, please take up your seats now. A very good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, very learned invited speakers, delegate from the corporates and academic world, respected faculty members, and my dear students. With the blessings of the Almighty and the continuous valuable guidance of our most respected Founder President Sir, Chancellor Sir, Chairperson Madam, Vice Chancellor Madam, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor Sir, I, Dr. Smita Bugai, Professor Amity School of Fashion Technology.
I, Soumya Thakur, a fashion design student at Amity School of Fashion Technology.
I, Kritika Banerjee, a student of Fashion Communication Program at Amity School of Fashion Technology,
Feel deeply honored to extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you on behalf of Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts. I'm deeply honored to stand before you at the inaugural session of the International Conference on Innovations in Technical Textiles for Viksit Bharat. It is my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, faculty members, researchers, and students to this platform. This conference is dedicated to exploring emerging innovations in technical textiles and their role in building a Viksit Bharat, bringing together academicians, researchers, industry experts, and young researchers on a common platform to exchange knowledge and ideas on technical textiles. We are truly privileged to have with us at the inaugural session Mr. Ashok Kumar Malhotra, Mission Director of the National Technical Textiles Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, who's also our guest of honor today. Mr. Anuj Kukreja, Founder and CEO, Motor Garuda. Dr. Arindam Basu, Founder, Natex Solutions Private Limited, former Director General, Nitra Ghaziabad. Mr. Munish Tyagi, Global Textile and Apparel Industry Consultant. Dr. Prabir Jana, Professor at National Institute of Fashion Technology, Delhi. Dr. Suraj P. Khanna, Chief Scientist and Honorary Professor at CSIR, National Physical Laboratory, Delhi. Dr. V.K. Kothari, Emeritus Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. To formally commence the inaugural session, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean, Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts, Visual Arts, Amity University, and Conference Chair to deliver the welcome address and opening remarks. Sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Loud voice. Good morning. First, give a big round of clap to our esteemed speakers who had come all the way with a traffic of more than 2 hours or so in early morning hour for you people. I always start with it because I always want to re-emphasize that the esteemed speakers from the government organizations, from the industry, have taken out time to speak for 15 to 20 minutes. It means they feel it's important to stay connected with the academic institutions. So they need a lot of appreciation from our side also. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to International Conference on Innovations in Technical Textiles for Viksit Bharat, being organized by the Amity School of Fashion Technology, Noida campus. We had the first conference last year, and this is the second conference of the technical textiles which we are organizing. Just to brief our esteemed speakers, the Amity Group has established an impressive network of 12 universities across the India, along with numerous higher education institutions, schools and campuses, both within the country and abroad. Today, over 2 lakh students pursue their education journey within Amity's nurturing environment. Amity School of Fashion Technology has around 800 students today in the Noida campus, and these programs are also being offered at many of our campuses outside the NCR also. So put together, the faculty of the Fine Arts, Applied Art, Performing Art, Visual Art has more than 3,000 to 4,000 students studying the Fashion and Fine Arts program. I would also like to mention to all of you as students, you are aware that we started this conference last year because we have been a part, now we are now a part of the National Technical Textile Mission, which is a very important and ambitious scheme of the Government of India, where we have got a funding of the rupees 3.1 crore. And as you are aware that we are in the process of setting up the 2 labs for the technical textiles, and we have introduced, sir, just wanted to inform the courses in the technical textiles also at our undergraduate as well as the PG programs also. So we have integrated technical textiles in our teaching and learning process, which is the thing I wanted to highlight. I would like to welcome our eminent invited speakers, Mr. Ashok Kumar Malhotra ji, Mr. Anuj Kokreja ji, Dr. Arindam Basu, Mr. Munish Tyagi, who's just going to join, Dr. Praveer Jana, Dr. Suraj P. Khanna, Dr. B.K. Kothari. We have got the speakers online from the next session. We are going to have the Dr. Apurva Das from the IIT Delhi, and then we have got Dr. Ash from the Nottingham Trent University, UK. Dr. Arvind Prince is going to join from the Center of Finland. Dr. Nimesh from he's the Director Textiles and Material Research from New Zealand. Dr. Parikshit Goswami is the Director Technical Textiles Research Center, University of the Huddersfield. Dr. Prabhuraj Venkataraman is from the Manchester Metropolitan University. So these are the speakers who are going to be there. But another thing which is very important, I wanted to mention to our esteemed guests of the day, that this conference is not only with the speakers. We have floated the theme, and then we got the research papers and the posters which are going to be presented during this conference. We have got the papers from Amity University, Noida, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, FDGI, Noida, Government Women's Polytechnic, Jaipur, Maharaja Ranjit Singh Punjab Technical University, Batinda, Maharaja Suhail Dev University, Azamgarh, Modi University, Rajasthan, National Institute of Technology, Jalandhar, National Institute of Fashion Technology, Kangra, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat, Sage University, Indore, Sharda University, Greater Noida. Give a big round of clap to all the researchers and the presenters who are going to do the presentation. I think so whenever we do such conference in academic institutions, idea is that to promote and the research and the innovation, and to identify the future research directions and market-driven application in the technical textiles, and to provide a platform for the academicians and the researchers to exchange the ideas also. Sometimes we say it's always a networking opportunity for us also. When we are having the industry members from technical textiles, so they will also come to know here that what are we doing or how can we collaborate or associate with them so as to enable us to do the training in the right or the required field. Like I was mentioning to the Anuj in the morning. When we talk briefly, I'll just come to 2 minutes about the theme. When we talk about the textiles and apparel sector, we always say that it's most dynamic manufacturing sector where the eternal demand for the change keeps industry alive. And Indian textile industry is always supposed to be one of the rich with the heritage value. And we always say it is a symbol of the sustainability in recent time. I think so I'm not the right person to talk about it. Our esteemed guest of the honor, Mr. Ashok Kumar Malhotra ji, is the right person to talk about it. But yes, I think so that many of the institutes have been motivated to be a part of it. And I think so, which was a very good move that the institutions like us who were doing earlier the only fashion and textile design have moved into the newer area, which is supposed to be the era of the, I think so that where the future lies for the industry, particularly of the textiles. We see in the technical textile industry, the Indian market is supposed to be 5th largest in the world. If we talk about the Indian technical textile industry, it is valued at around $29 billion in 2024 and projected to grow to 45 billion in 2026 and 123 billion by 2035. Today, technical textiles are being used in many of the fields. You will come to know from our esteemed speakers, and they are going to share with you the know-how. But yes, I must say that when many of you must have observed who are in the 4th year now, that we have introduced in between the courses which are related to technical textiles. Textiles was always being taught by us right from first semester to last semester. But yes, once we have moved into technical textiles field, we have introduced few courses, modified them, and offered them, knowingly that in the days to come, technical textiles is going to take a very important place, and we should be part of it. And for a mission of our Honorable Prime Minister of the Atmanirbhar Bharat, that we should be able to train the people in those desired areas. So the idea behind this conference is to further deliberate and know what are these areas where we need to work upon as the academic institution. So we have got our esteemed speakers, representatives from the industry, from the government, as well as from the academia. So I look forward to hear from all of them. And I must tell to all of you again at the end that these are the rare opportunities once in a year or twice a year when we do such big events. Idea is to get the industry or the government policymakers closer to you. And you should be able to interact with them and ask the relevant questions if you have got any. Then the basic purpose of these conferences gets completed. So again, at the end, give a big round of clap to all of our speakers. I'm really thankful that in the morning hour that they had come all the way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words and for setting a thoughtful tone for this conference today. Moving ahead, the most anticipated session of the inaugural session, the keynote address. It is my great pleasure to invite Mr. Ashok Kumar Malhotra, Mission Director of the National Technical Textiles Mission, Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, who's also our guest of honor today. He aims to position India as a global leader in technical textiles. With advanced degrees in data science, finance, marketing, and textile technology, he brings over 33 years of leadership experience from organizations like Reliance Industries and SRF Limited. His expertise includes policy formulation, product development, and sustainable manufacturing, with a strong focus on Industry 4 and circular economy principles. A recognized leader in innovation and digital transformation, he has authored numerous articles and was recently acknowledged as a change agent by Manufacturing Today India. Sir has played a significant role in shaping the future of technical textiles in India, and we are truly privileged to hear from him today. Sir, may I request you to kindly deliver the keynote address?
Respected guests on the dais, researchers, industry partners, my dear students and professors. If I left anyone, I don't know, but I try to put the group together. Welcome to this session. First of all, I congratulate MIT to take a very noble topic. Technical textile itself is an innovative, and they are talking about now innovation in technical textile, one step ahead. So to me, actually innovation, when it comes to a common person, they start thinking making a NASA space shuttle. That this is expected from me, that I will be doing big thing which will be called innovation. Frankly speaking, innovation is not all about doing big things. Innovation is thinking differently. You think differently, you do the thing differently. Don't follow the standard laid procedure. Anybody who is deviating the procedure for reducing the cost or making the product more innovative or adding a functionality to the function, it becomes an innovative product. What was textile? We were wearing the cloth just to cover ourselves for fashion. That was a few years back. Then the innovation come in the form of technical textile. Technical textile itself is an innovation where we started thinking differently. Can textile be used beyond aesthetic looks? Can we make the cloth which can protect us also from the bulletproof jackets? Can we make the cloth which can protect us from the peak summer, cooling cloths, warming cloths for the winter? Because nobody want to wear 3.5 kg jacket. They want 350 gram jacket, which can still protect you from the cool weather. minus 15 degrees centigrade at 350 gram of jacket, which has been already developed in India. So this is the innovation. People thought, yes, I can produce. First of all, innovation starts from thinking only. You have to think that, yes, we can do it. It cannot be that somebody will give you a project, you will be doing it, and then you will be trying, some result will come. Whether it can happen or not, there is always a question mark. It has to be a attitude, positive attitude from where we will start. Yes, I can do an innovation. I can do work. I can work differently. Let's say a girl sitting in front of me, she is wearing a t-shirt. Suddenly came to her mind, why this t-shirt cannot change the color as per the weather? This is an innovation. Don't think that it is not possible, and don't think it is possible also. You have to start with, yes, it is possible. How it will be done, that is all about doing the research and making it happen. So it has to start from, yes, I can make a shirt which can change the colors. So this is the beginning of the innovation. So I will just take you through what Government of India is thinking, how we are going forward, what are our vision, how you people can contribute. I'll take a little less time. So let's say, first of all, I talk about the vision of the Government of India. Government of India is promoting textile because India has been strategically dependent on technical textile on other countries. We have not been making too much technical textile in India, except in COVID we have shown we are exceptionally good in making the mask and other things. That was forced by nature to us, and we have proved that yes, we can make mask. Mask is technical textiles. Then it came to the government. When we can make mask, why we cannot make protective textile? Why we cannot enter? At that time, the technical textile was coined as a separate segment from textile. Totally, it was envisaged it has to be a different segment which will be supported separately, which will be having separate policies, separate protection mechanism for the industry, separate incentive schemes for the industry. So we have made technical textile as a big segment. Then the second thing came, we have done recently, we are doing also, many countries, we have FTAs in place. When we are talking to these countries, they talk in terms of sustainability, recyclability, biodegradability. At that time, suddenly it came to us, our mind, we have not thought of this. One of the segment in technical textile is sustainability. You can do anything which is biodegradable, which is sustainable. I am giving some examples which are happening by support of Government of India. Some of the research example, you should be knowing that also. One of the example is India is dependent on carbon fiber on foreign countries. We don't make carbon fiber of our own, except a very small production, which is also a very, very, very low grade. Carbon fiber is known for its high strength. Only thing is weight to strength ratio matters. As the weight to strength ratio decreases, our carbon grade goes on going up, going up, going up. So nowadays, elsewhere in the world, it is graded as T800, T900. T900 carbon fiber is being made, and we are making T300, which can go to a very low end use, cannot go to bullet trains, cannot go to space, cannot go to atomic reactors. So with this vision, what we started doing, we started developing. Let's be not dependent on some countries. We make our own carbon fiber. So we have supported that one. So we have a total outlay of 1,000 crore, which we are giving for the research to the people. University like yours, IITs, NITs, anybody can take benefit of that. Only thing is, we also learned through this process. In the beginning, we were giving, as the research was coming to us, we were giving the grant and people were doing the research. And from the beginning, there was one thing necessary, that you should have an industry partner who will be giving you input, that research is to be done in this direction, so that we don't make something आलू से सोना नहीं बनाएंगे हम, उसका कोई फायदा नहीं होगा. So then gradually, what we thought of, we have found out there was a strange gap. Research was completed in a period of 2 to 3 years. But when we talked to the industry partner, commercialize it, he was withdrawing. No, sir, it's too costly to take this research. So we say, why you have made this research to happen then? Sir, you told we have to give input. We were giving input. They have done the good research, but we cannot commercialize it. So it was a setback to us. We also learned from the feedback. So what we started doing now, we changed the methodology, totally reversed the methodology. Now first we reach to the industry. They define their problem. For information of all, our website is open for posting your problems. Any industry, any researcher can post an industry problem that this industry is getting, let's say, this problem, and we want to solve it. We will be sponsoring that research also, and we'll make that industry as a co-partner into that. If they want to invest, most welcome. If they be silent partner, that's also okay, no problem. So I give you one example. What kind of problem came to us, how it turned to research, that what we have changed now. We have reached to the Indore segment in MP. They are basically all into PECTEX segment of technical textiles. So I asked them, okay, post your problems. A strange problem came, sir, we are making the jute bags or HDP bags, but the problem is they are not, when they keep in the sun, they are not lasting long. So life of the bag is going very low. So I just asked them on the same platform, what you people have done so far. They say, sir, we have made it of black color, which is UV resistance. But immediately Food Corporation of India has rejected that bag because it was smelling very, very bad. Food cannot be stored into the smelling bags. Sir, we need a solution. We want to make a UV protective bag, but it should not be smelling. So it is a research problem now. We have given it to IIT Delhi and 1 or 2 institutes we have given. You make the, now you do the research, which chemicals can be added so that you can make a UV protected bag, but it should not be smelling. They are on the way. Now this research, once completed, for sure this industry will take it. So the whole theory got reversed. Not from research to academia, we have gone industry to academia and then back to the industry. So this loop is getting completed. So that's the way we are supporting the research. Today, 184 projects across India are going on at an advanced stage. 560 crore has been spent. We still have 400 crore, more than half is still pending. We want people to come forward. You bring the industry problem, you solve yourself. You talk to the industry, what is your problem? Post to our website. Tell I want to do the research. We are ready to sponsor that research. So that is the first component of our ecosystem. We will be sponsoring the research. The second component comes startup, which are very close to my heart. We love to create the people who will have their own industry, who will make their idea to practical solutions. So 31 startups are going across India now, and there are much more in pipeline which are under approval, various stages. One of the startup is our Vasu sir. He has also done a startup under NTTM. So why I gave his example? To tell you that age is not a bar. You can start your startup at any age. Minimum age is there, 21 years. After that, we don't say you are 80 years old also, you are eligible for startup. You should be graduate only. We give 50 lakh rupees to you. We don't want back from you. You will spend 5 lakh rupees into that. And then based on the mutual consent, you will be incubated. Here also a learning came to us. We have seen that startups were coming to us, but they were all of technical expertise. People are like you people are engineers, you know textile well. You will be doing a startup, you know all the technical aspect, whatever you are doing. But where you are failing, startup are failing because you are not knowing the business models. You don't know the management aspect of it, risk mitigation. You don't know how to do that. Sensitivity models, go market study. All these are buzzwords for the graduates. So what we did, we thought of that why can't I get a support from business schools like IIMs to support my startups. So we have opened this one also. Now we have a tie-up with IIM Bangalore and one more. They will be taking the class of the people who will be doing startup with us, and they will be teaching us how you should mitigate the risk, how you should make the business model. All this kind we have involved. There are live classes, hand-holding kind of thing is there, so that your startup get a success and you are soon becoming an unicorn, I will say. So that kind of sport NTTM started, which is innovative way of working. Then the new thing came to us. Okay, graduate, we are giving the startup. Yet when the school children don't understand what is technical textile, how they will be taking this subject in future. From this perspective, this idea came from the coding. See how the coding is being taught now, the 5th class student. Now when he goes, he will opt for IT. I'm right? Because he knows coding, he's familiar with it. So he like to go in BTech into the familiar field. So what we started doing now, we started going to the schools, telling them what is technical textile, showing them short video on technical textile, taking them to the industry. There we take them, show them how technical textile is made and what are the future perspective of technical textile, what are the various countries are doing in technical textile. That is being taught to students now in the school level. At 11th and 12th we have introduced. We will be slowly coming to 9th and 10th also. If you people have knowing any school who want to organize this kind of camp, we are ready. We are taking them to NIFT also. We are taking them to various other industry where they can learn and see when they see the cloth making, they understand, okay, this is the way the fabric is made. This is the way filters are made. So that's the another initiative Government of India has taken, that each person in India, first of all, should know what is technical textile. Today also, I can tell you 50% of the population don't know what is technical textile. Sometimes I talk to some people, they say, textile is textile here. What is technical in that? They don't understand. Still there are people. So we want to bridge this gap so that everybody from the school level itself, they know what is technical textile. When they will knowing, they will take it forward. So that's the startup what I was talking you. We are hand holding. The second hand holding what we are doing, let's say you people have done a startup with us. We will be taking you to various, we will be providing you the platform where you can showcase your product, what you are making in startup. We will be connecting you with international customers. All kind of, I ensure each of my startup and under NTTM goes at least for 3 conference. Out of this, 1 should be international. So he get a chance to interact with the international customers. He get a chance to showcase the product. That's what we are doing, and we are trying that all these, at least minimum 3 conferences that person is allowed to be participated, and handhold is being done for them. And he present his showcase. We allow him to present the study, what he is doing in front of the industry so that they can take it out. I give you one example. One of the recent startup is flushable sanitary napkin. Nobody has thought of that sanitary napkin can be dissolved in water. One girl from IIT Delhi has taken this and she has proceeded further. She made it. She don't want to disclose me what is the raw material for it. You put into the water, within 30 seconds it will dissolve. That means it's a flushable, completely biodegradable, completely made of natural fibers. And she was ex-employee of PNG. PNG is badly after her and me that technology should be given to us. She told, no sir, I will scale up myself. I don't want to give it to PNG. She is ex-employee of PNG. Sir, I have developed this technology. I want to set up a unit of 1.5 lakh napkins per month. I say, well, beta, what you want, you tell me. So she has expressed interest that I should get a free land in PM Mitra Park. So we are getting tie-up that she will get PM Mitra Park land in Lucknow. We are trying for her because that's the near to the place she wanted. So she will be setting up her own unit of producing flushable sanitary napkin. Then I connected her with European countries because there this kind of concept is selling like anything. They are mad after biodegradability. So she will be exporting to these countries also. Recent FTA which is coming into place, she will be doing that. She has launched her own brand now. Now the brand is there and she is setting up next week a corporate office in Gurgaon. You can well imagine she started with that 50 lakh rupees, how big this startup has become. So similar kind of startups are there. So please come forward. We don't need big qualification. You should be only graduate. That's all. A little bit of idea, materialize, put into black and white. We'll be doing all handholding, business model, technical handholding, pilot running, connecting to the customer. We will be doing for you all. You are just coming as blank with an idea. Please make my idea practical. And ideas you have all. So that's the another component. The third component which comes to NTTM is that we are developing educational institutes which can prepare, which can train the students in technical textiles. So far we have supported 47 educational institutes at 216 crore rupees we have given to them as a grant for establishing lab where the student can do the practical training in technical textiles. Here also what we are doing, we are not leaving up to, okay, you take a course in technical textile, the student is left alone. We are not going up to that. We have launched a portal whereby student profile is shared with the industry. That this is the student who is going to pass in 28. This student is going to pass in 27. This student is going to pass 29. We write this all detail of the student, what he is or she is studying, so that the industry can connect with them and they can come forward to give them a placement. That what we have done. So far 101 students have graduated under NTTM Technical Textiles. Out of that, 66 has been absorbed into technical textile industry. We are not talking about the people who are taking non-core. You are studying something, you go to IT, that is okay. I am ignoring them. Though they have studied technical textile, that's why there were 101, but finally 66 has got absorbed into technical textile industry. So that's a good figure. We were expecting 50% should go into technical textiles. So that another area where we can support. MIT University is one of them. We have supported for this kind of setup. Next comes, now you have got all the things in place, but workers are also required. Here the two different thought process came together. One is, you remember the old school of thought, joint families used to be there. Na? Why joint family was sustaining? Because people were working in their own place. They were getting the job. They need not to travel thousands of kilometers to get the job. They were getting the job in their home state. We want to bring that culture back. Why the person should travel all the way to south when he can get a job in the north itself? Why north industry cannot give the job? The thing is, there is a mismatch in the industry and the skill gap. The north person has been trained, but the industry for that is in Gujarat. The Gujarat person is getting trained, which the industry is in the Punjab. So what we have done, we have started talking to the industry and taking from them the feedback. They are giving us what kind of skill they need. We will be training 50,000 people. Out of that, 2,000 only happened yet. So we will be training 50,000 people based on the industry cluster. If in your area is a weaving industry, there is no use of training somebody on composite in that. We will be training on weaving itself. So courses are getting designed, implementing agencies are being forced that you will be training the local labor so that the people can work near to your own place. Your parents are nearby you. So you need not to travel all the way. We don't stop you, but that's not the right way. That old culture used to be very nice. Sport of all, you could attend all the family functions. You need not to go on long leaves. Generally we come to our home. I myself is like that as a guest I go to my parents. I go there, they say, after how many days you are returning? So I give them the date, after 3 days I am returning. So that kind of era has come. So let's try to bridge the gap wherever is possible. The world is very small. But the thing is, let's try to educate the people in the same area which industry is lying, because now technical textile is going to widespread. It's a promising field. So industry will come across pan-India. Across pan-India, we will train the clusters. We will make the cluster and accordingly we will be training the people. So that is the education and skilling component of us. Then the last component of NTTM is conferences and interaction with the foreign buyers. We are trying to do that. We will hold at least 12 conferences in a year, which will be each conference in every month. each segment in every. We have 12 segment, 12 conferences. That goes straight forward. Apart from that, any other thing comes, that is okay. But what we are doing, all segment will be one by one, we will be completing all, so that every segment get a equal fair chance of getting promoted. That's the another thing. Final thoughts, how the innovation can begin. One is that I told you, think differently. What industry can do to do the innovation? Industry can do, somebody is already making a bed sheet. Why can't he make a fire retardant bed sheet? It become technical textile. That's all. And he will get more price for that. Another thing, day before yesterday we were doing a research, and a surprising fact I want to disclose to you people. Big 3 brands we have studied. Anything costly they don't make in India. They bring directly to the India. Other things, shoe less than 5,000 rupees, apparel up to 7,000 rupees at an average price. They are making in India. All other costly performance fabrics, which are going for the sports gear, which are going for the protective gear, they are all bringing from out of India, and they are importing. We call them for the discussion. We want to change it. Why India cannot produce a shoe of 15,000 or 20,000 rupees? Why the apparels in India cannot be up to that much? Why I cannot make apparel integrated with electronics which can take my vitals myself? So all these things are coming. We are trying to put the companies through whether negotiation or by protective measure or by putting some extra duties. Somehow we will be making in India all kind of innovative product. It should be made in India. We should not be bringing from outside. And a golden chance which is coming nearby is India is going to host lots of sports activities. Commonwealth is coming nearby. Olympiad may come also to India. So what is our target? Let this segment flourish. By the time these people come to India, we are already adopting the global standard. We will making the t-shirt which will be going to Germany. German player will not bring a t-shirt from the Germany and show to us that this is made in Germany. He should tell, I am wearing a shirt made in India. I am carrying 10 shirt to the Germany from here. Because we will adopt the same standard what they want. We will make the same comfort what they want. We'll make the same innovation what they want. That what we are working on that. We encourage all the industries, sport tech industries, come forward, make the things which can be used by the foreign players. I want to sell from India. I don't want to bring into India. So that's the concept we are trying to develop in that. With this, all I think my friends understood the gist of it. Anybody having any question, I love to answer. When there is no question means everybody has understood everything or nobody has understood anything. Yes, sir.
सर आपने एक वो स्कीम बताई थी जो स्टार्टअप में 5 लाख इन्वेस्ट करके कैन 50 लाख अर्न कर सकते हैं. व्हाट इज द प्रोसीजर?
This is all online. You need not to come to anybody. Go to our website NTTM. You just register. There will be showing 4 options. You want to post a problem, you want a research, you want a startup. You open startup, immediately there will be a template which will be asking what is your name, what is your qualification. It will ask you 2-3 documents to upload Aadhaar card as a date of birth proof so that you are, and he will ask you, you are individual or you are a company. Individual is also allowed to do startup. Company less than 5 years of age is also allowed to do startup. You will fill the basic details and then after that it will come to us. We will connect you. No, you need not to meet anybody. You need not to go anywhere. Everything will be done online.
So it is eligible for proprietorship also. जो कंपनी सिंगल proprietorship पे रन हो रही है उसके लिए भी है eligibility.
Age of the company should be less than 5 years. If it's not 5 years, more than 5 years, I will tell put as an individual and form a new company.
Recently we complete first year on 7th March.
That you can go ahead. No problem in that.
Okay, thank you.
You can go ahead. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing and giving such an insightful perspectives on the evolving landscape of technical textiles in India and telling us so much about the opportunities ahead for young entrepreneurs. Also, the extensive opportunities that all of us can utilize under National Technical Textile Mission. Thank you once again, sir. And I would also like to mention that the event has been supported by Bharat Knitting Machines.
We now move forward to the addresses by our esteemed invited speakers, who bring with them a wealth of academic and industry experience. Our very first invited speaker is today Mr. Anuj Kukreja, founder and CEO Motor Garuda. He is a biker, entrepreneur and founder, known for his deep understanding of writer, business and technology. It led him to create India's first riding denim and contribute to a behavioral shift towards safer motorcycling practices by introducing advanced international technologies to the Indian riding gear market. He founded Moto Garuda, continuing his mission to develop innovative riding gear that combines anti-abrasion protection, thermodegradation, etc. Sir, may I kindly request you to address the gathering?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. In our sorry PPT, yes.
You can continue.
Okay. Yes. So thank you so much for having me here. In our motorcycling circles, a lot of us old men, we buy motorcycles to feel young, and it's a very similar feeling to be in this campus. The nostalgia of these corridors, and it's a very similar feeling of feeling young. So thank you so much for having me, Dr. Pratibha. Thank you so much, Professor Pradeep. Thank you.
Sir, it's here. You want this slide on?
Yeah, for now, yes.
Put it on the full screen.
Yes, ma'am. And I can start the video from here only, or do I need to
Yes.
continue?
Yes, you can start it from here.
So, please.
So before I start, I would like to honestly tell you, I do not come from a fashion or a technical background. I happen to be in this industry quite by accident. And, by that, I mean literally and metaphorically. Is everybody keen here on a nice story on how Moto Garuda happened? Yes? Yes? Yes. It seems the young guys are sitting here. So, me and my friend, we were coming back from a place called Chitkul. Has anybody heard of Chitkul here? Yes? Nice. So it's the last village on the Himachal side on the Indo-Tibetan road. So we were coming back from there. I was on my motorcycle and my friend was on his motorcycle, and we were riding back. It was somewhere around 10ish in the night, and somewhere near Solan, I had a fall. So 10 o'clock in night in Solan is probably what Noida feels like at 3ish in the night. Dimly lit, street lights, nobody on the road. So luckily my friend was there. We were riding at a speed higher than we ideally should have. I had a fall. Luckily my friend was there. My bike on top of me, he picked me up. And when a man falls off his motorcycle, which is the first thing that's hurt? Bike? What else? It's actually the ego. मैं कैसे गिर गया? Couldn't be me. And with that hurt ego and a lot of adrenaline rush, my friend asked me, "अरे देख ले चोट तो नहीं लगी?" And I like, "नहीं कुछ नहीं हुआ चल." And we were in a hurry to reach back. The idea was to reach Ambala, but that guy was smart. We were connected on our Bluetooth devices on our helmet, and we kept talking. And my smart friend, he said, "Chai ke liye ruke?" And you can't say no to chai, right? So we stopped for a chai at a dhaba, and in that dimly lit yellow color bulb, I saw that my denim that I was wearing was red, which was out of the blood that was flowing out. So we had to stop for the night. We couldn't ride ahead. We took a small room near Solon, with the limited first aid kit that we had. We did whatever we could. Next day in the morning, we went to the hospital and they had to stitch my knee. The wound was, it was a big wound. So they had to stitch my knee, which actually meant that I could not ride my motorcycle back home. And I had to stay back in Solon for the next 2-3 days. Now, ideally I should have been riding. But now I am sitting here in a room in Solon, doing nothing and just cursing myself. I like, Anuj, yaar, kyun kara? You shouldn't have acted stupid. Could have been watchful. Shouldn't be riding that fast. But now the funny thing is that I had riding gear. I was not wearing it. I had a riding pant, which was basically, I had just put it in a bungee cord on the rear seat of my motorcycle. And I was not wearing it. And, that created even more angst in me. And like, Anush, tere paas tha, tune pehna kyun nahi yaar? You just wasted your time. You just sitting here doing nothing. But it was also during that introspection, I realized that gear to hai. मैंने पैसे देके खरीद भी लिया, बट मेरा पहनने का मन ही नहीं कर रहा. So one thing that I understood as a motorcyclist is that having a gear which is protective was not enough. We really need to make gear for India which people are more willing to wear. Gear which is comfortable. Something that just kind of merges in with the rider and you do not feel like it's an extra part of equipment. And that is what was the seed of what Moto Garuda is today. To make gear which is comfortable and yet protective. And in today's day and age, we are lucky that science makes it possible for us to do. Would you want to see the product that we made? Yes? Can I have a louder yes, please? Yes? Okay. Is there volume to this audio? No problem. No problem. I have all the time. I hope you guys also.
Yes, sir.
थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम अगर बढ़ जाए, थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम बढ़ सकता है. So now, from the motorcycling protective apparel industry perspective, the highest selling product is a helmet. Then we have riding jackets. Then we have riding pants. And in those pants, there's a very small niche industry for riding denims. But the reason we did this as our first product was, any motorcyclists here? People who ride? Yeah? No? Okay. Okay. So what happens is, let's say if I was to come here riding a motorcycle, what do you think I would have done with my helmet? Taken it off? Kept it somewhere. What do you think I would have done with my jacket? Taken it off? Hung it somewhere. What do you think I'll do with my pant? I have to keep on wearing it. So because of this problem, a lot of riders would not end up wearing a pant because you can't take it off. However, if you look at it from the statistics perspective, or even if you remember as a child, if you fell off your bicycle, where did it hurt the most? Knee, foot. And yet imagine nobody wearing a riding pant. And that is where we understood that most of our customers are already wearing a denim. Why not make it protective and usable? So now you have a riding pant which very comfortable, blends in, doesn't make you look like an alien, and it's protective when you need it. You can just pull out the armors and it'll behave like a normal pant. So the product was so happily received that till date, we spend zero money on Google ads or Insta ads or anything. And we're surviving happily, or rather thriving happily as a business. But, and there's a big but here, all that tech that you saw which went into motorcycling, this motorcycling denim, and like Mr. Ashok also told us, most of this technology is actually imported, which is a lot of precious forex wasted. At the same time, when we buy off a foreign technology, we are not learning anything. And third, it ends up being super expensive. While, this product is all premium and, fancy technology and everything, we are only catering to a very creme de la creme kind of an audience with Moto Garuda. And these audience are mostly hobbyists who have chosen to be on the motorcycle. They have chosen to take that risk which is involved with motorcycles. And like I said, in our motorcycling circles, they say there are two kinds of motorcyclists. One who have fallen, one who will fall. There is no third kind. So like I said, we are catering to these hobbyists, but then there's a huge chunk of population for whom picking up a motorcycle is actually not a choice. but a necessity just to move from a point A to a point B. And unfortunately or fortunately, it is also these audience who are the bread earners of their family. And we are not able to cater to them. There be so many times we are like crossing a road in our air conditioned cars, going to our office, college, and we would see a motorcycle who's actually fallen on the side of the road. And we might look at it like, traffic jam kar diya, should have been more careful. But it's actually a bread earner right there, who might not be able to get back to work if he's lucky for the next week or 10 days. So I really feel as a motorcyclist that there is an industry there which is right there to be disrupted if we can do the right things. And this is where, I'm so fortunate today I came across Mr. Ashok, who's there and here to hear me out, that if we are able to, incentivize creating of these technologies right from the yarn form, be it abrasive fabrics, polyurethane protectors, if we can do all of this here in India, we can make this gear far more affordable. Do you know how many motorcycles we add to our country every year? Does somebody want to take a guess? No guesses? Random number? 2 crore motorcycles a year. That's quite a number. Imagine 2 crore motorcycles coming into this. We are actually the biggest two-wheeler industry in the world. And yet, brands like Moto Garuda are only catering to the top 2%. There are a whole 98% of motorcyclists riding without any gear. And the problems mostly lie in 2 areas. One is the mindset, which I feel is an easier problem to solve, which can be done with government regulations, incentives, some innovative scheme from the insurance perspective, and a lot can be done. But a bigger problem is to make an affordable motorcycling gear available to an everyday commuter. And for that, the academia, the government, we will all have to step in together to make this possible. But if we do it, there is a gold mine on the other side, because it's not just only this industry that it will cater to. One, it will help us get expertise in making motorcycling garments. When you're making for, imagine, 2 crore motorcyclists a year, or let's say even if you cater to 10% of it, let's say 20 lakh motorcyclists a year, the kind of experience that it provides you, you making so many gears, so many learnings happening every day, that we will actually be ready for the world. Secondly, it also becomes a very foundation base for a lot of similar industries like military, like industrial use, like space tech, where at the base of is the fibers, the yarns, the fabrics are quite similar. So it, just like if I can use an analogy on what happened with the lithium ion batteries. Lithium ion batteries, they were actually developed for mobile phones. The intent was to use it in mobile, but that also opened up an industry for the electrical vehicles that we have today. And similarly, I feel that motorcycling protective apparels, if done right, is an industry that can actually disrupt, put India there on the global map, and can open so many more, commercial benefits. Imagine even for testing labs, for example. A motorcycling protective apparel is actually a PPE. It's called personal protective equipment, which means it ideally should be regulated. To take an example, I'm wearing this t-shirt. What if I call this a protective apparel? How do you prove it is or it is not? So there has to be a regulation in place. Once you put a regulation in place, there's another industry that opens up, which is basically labs and the testing facilities. So, if we can get the academia together, the government and the industry, I think we have a big win-win situation, which is kind of available to us. We will just have to do it together. Yeah. That's my time here. In case you have any questions, I would love to take them. No? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anuj, for this wonderful.
Yeah, I think it was a wonderful talk, and you opened up a new area for the students. So on the behalf of students, I would like to ask, like, are you taking any interns, and what would a typical intern would do in a day at your facility?
We would be keen on taking interns, and these interns can ideally be from the design side, apparel design, or they can even be from the textile design side. Like, we require a lot of innovative textiles. Like, for example, we were recently looking for a nylon 6/6 and a spandex blend, but we were not able to kind of get it right. So in case a technical intern would like to take that project, nothing like it. Yes, sir.
If anybody is doing the internship in his technical textiles, we will sponsor it.
Wow. We already have a win-win here.
So I was just mentioning that when you said about the testing facilities, like when we have set up the two high-end labs with the support of the ministry, so I think our endeavor is going to be that only to open it to the industry, because once the industry come in, then only research will happen, because we will use it for students, but then to optimum utilization of those equipments will only happen when the industry starts using that also. So we intend to do that, but once we complete all the machines, we are going to go to industry and to understand from them what are they looking for and use our facilities also. I think even that is your objective also. Yeah.
I think it's a good marriage waiting to happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anuj, for this wonderful knowledge sharing session. Now, kindly allow me to introduce our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Prabir Jana, professor at National Institute of Fashion Technology, Delhi, who will now address the gathering. Dr. Prabir, a visionary in development, application, and management of technology in apparel manufacturing, started his professional career with a private garment manufacturing enterprise in 1991. After a brief stint with manufacturing and buying organizations, he joined NIFT. Currently, he is the Shahi Chair Professor Industry 4.0 at NIFT Delhi. During his 28 illustrious years at NIFT, he has served as chairperson of Department of Fashion Technology, head of industrial linkages, head of information technology, and head of research. His special interest includes technology, improvisation, sewing, automation, industrial engineering, ergonomics, 3D printing, and smart garment. He is invited for keynote lectures and panel discussions in various national and international conferences. Dr. Prabir is the graduate in textile technology from Kolkata University, postgraduate in garment manufacturing technology from NIFT New Delhi, and PhD from the Nottingham Trent University, UK. We welcome you, sir.
See, there is a MET. There should be some folder called MET. This folder. Yeah. Yeah. Good morning. I generally, when I address the students, I say if you are not listening or interested to listen, no problem. Look at your mobiles or whatever it is. I think it is our prerogative to keep you interested. I can't force you. Okay. Now, it will be a short presentation. I think when you say technical textiles, probably now this, Dr. Ashok has already explained that how exactly that, very interestingly or innovatively, probably the engagement is happening with the industry. Interestingly, the technical textiles definitions and this 12 categories has started in 1990. And as usual, again, it's Germany took the lead and Messe Frankfurt has devised that. I will touch upon only two areas of that 12 let's say categories. One is Sportec and another is Protec. And I will not tell you something which is available on the net, because today I think, the teachers are ill-equipped in comparison to chat GPTs or whatever. So we should not take risk. If we look at the sports and activewear market, why I'm taking sports? Because I think that's what is probably will make sense, and we will connect with you today. All of you visits Decathlon stores, and now if you look at that market, let's say separately, then it's 430 to 450 billion globally, and as well as in the sportswear, again 550 to 600 billion globally. That's about, that's actually ChatGPT saying, it's not my figure. Now, when you say the market size in this top four, let's say economies, if you see US, Europe, China and India, market size wise, Europe is almost similar to US, but obviously if you look at India, that we are very, very low. If you look at per capita, again, we are the lowest. But if you look at the growth rate, we are the highest. And that's where probably all the buzz is happening or all the actions are happening today. Now, this is one of the most popular players, India projections and India figure. Like that, their total order growth is 162%. Total order to export growth is 1.2 billion. Now 65% of the quantity sold in India are made in India, which is probably Ashok will be very proud to, or our government will be very proud to hear. 57% of their out of the total product are actually from Make in India, and interestingly, the 98% of the bicycles they sell made in India. Can anybody guess who is the player I'm talking about? Which is your favorite sportswear store you go and experience? This is Decathlon's figure. So you can imagine that, what exactly the growth rate, because some of the sports we never thought about, we probably have heard of it. And we earlier used to have only two shoes, one formal, one casual. Then only after getting to the stores, then they'll tell you, okay, ma'am, you are going for hiking or trekking. I don't still understand what the difference between these two, but they have two different shoes and they will explain to you. Now, sports shoes is not sports shoe. Badminton is a different answer. Now, this is actually creating, because why probably it is also taken, because also again, the what level it is serving. Like what Anuj has said, that if probably his product could serve the 98% also, then it could have been so big. But because he cannot make in India. That's the reason it is premium. And also Ashok has said that only the high prices things are all still imported. We could not make it in India. That is what is stopping us in terms of probably scaling. Now, why I'm saying this is, yes, today, are we ready for what is going to happen? Now, what I did is, it's little old figure. Let's say what we did is from 2015 to 2020, that all the brands which are outerwear and sportswear brand, this gives you around 80 brands which are outerwear and sportswear around the world. Okay. Now when you say that, let's say technical textiles, or like what Ashok has also explained, that when you wanted to bring a technicality, like fabric should be breathable, fabric should be. Now, what are those properties? Now, when we actually scan through this brands, and if you look at it's totally for the ready to wear outerwear category, there are as many as there will be few overlapping, interestingly, but as many as 75 different properties are unique properties. People are actually saying that these are required. Somebody is saying breathability, and you know probably this is got a word cloud. That means breathability is the most common feature across the brands. Next probably will be lightweight. Next probably will be durability, dry fit, and so and so, so and so. That means we are talking about 75 different properties can be brought in. Obviously not in one product, but I'm saying these are the different. So your product might have only 2, another product might have only 3 or 4, depending on what exactly you are making. Similarly, when you try to do for the similar exercise, we did it for the underwear category, again, sports and outerwear. Sorry, sports and leisure. Now, the number of brands are less, although there are some common, but the number of, let's say, again, the properties, if you look at, these are 30. Again, here you will see there's a lot of, let's say, overlapping, as I said, that wicking property or moisture regulation, all these are overlapping properties. I'm not saying these are unique, but that's how the brand is sold. Say, okay, this is their unique. So why I'm telling this is, I have a different take on research. Okay. Now, some of it might sound very odd coming from an academician, but a research which could actually be finished in 6 months, when this research goes to an academic institute, it becomes a 3-year duration. Can anybody guess why? PhD. So see, the way we work is very, very different. And I think we need to break those silos. Like, I really liked when Ashok says that other way of doing things. Like, I always feel that all the schemes are fine. This NTTM, or we are encouraging. But I'm saying before NTTM came, or before this technical, there are players who has plunged into making this without a scheme. Identify those guys and handhold them, because the new scheme actually because India is very, very good at tweaking the schemes. Because the moment a scheme comes, a new player actually trying to find out how I can milk the money from that scheme, rather than actually interested in doing that product. So I think we should take that approach, and Ashok has very nicely said that, because now it is coming through industries, like industries telling that this is the problem. And then that is where I feel that let's not say research, because why I say that, if already these 75 properties are existing in the market, what new property you wanted to make? You feel that there are more properties to be made? If no, then copy it. Just copy it and make it, because all these have expired their patent. So there is no problem in copying it. Duplicate it and make it. That's what China did. Why you have to do the same thing again and again? See, what is going to happen, even if in my lab or any academicians or any academics institute's lab, you create a new finish or maybe the same finish. Maybe you will say it will be a cheaper way to make the same finish what has been given in another lab. But can we make it commercially? No. It's not a tub that you will dip and make, because commercially you need to make is a textile machines. How many textile machine manufacturers we have? Only that Lakshmi Mills, and except that there is nobody. So you actually cannot probably manufacture a lot of things in commercial grade. So that is the reason it remains in the lab, because that's where the problem is. Just copy it, and then we need our textile machinery people which can be replicated, then only that things can work. Otherwise, anything will remain in the lab. Now, if you look at accessories, what is, because today, like what Ashok was also saying, in between that QCA of Indian government has created a little bit of ripple in the market, that a lot of sports where it's like shoe upper manufacturer. The issue is, I was just looking at the fiber missions report, which is out for public comments. Interestingly, that we have 4 major fibers very nicely documented: cotton, polyester, silk, and wool. Out of this 4, only I'm not saying polyester, sorry, it's the man-made fiber. So let's say the man-made fiber, cotton, silk, and wool. In all 3, cotton, silk, and wool, we consume more and produce less. And in man-made fiber, we produce more and consume less. But even then, why we need to import? Because what we make is that old generation of polyesters. What we need is the new generation of polyester, all this dry fit and all this properties, what you see, that we do not make. That's the reason still man-made fiber industry is dying to import and clashing with policies. We make, but we don't make that grade. So that is the reason our problem is, I think, identify what is needed, copy it, and then go ahead. And I think the scheme is available. As he said very rightly, that's how I think you should be able to go ahead and doing it. Another very interesting, probably, and a lot of actually Indian startups are also there. And it's a risk for the people who are studying textiles. I am at the end of my career. I think most of us in the dais are end of our career, and all of us probably are textile engineers. But probably what we have learned will not be of any use in future, because the fibers will not be made the same way what we have taught. Because in our classification of, let's say, natural fiber and synthetic fiber and whatever, is going to go away very soon, because this alternate fiber route, because which is becoming very prominent because of sustainability. Now probably because of, let's say, you need a lot of fields for food cultivation, so cotton cultivation fields is going to shrink. And because of so much of waste to fiber technology is going to grow, because we need to make food waste to fiber, agricultural waste to fiber, and all such things. Now that is completely different technology, and which we are not studying, we are not teaching. It's not your fault, obviously, we are not teaching, so you are not studying. Because that's the new field which is going to open up, and who is going to take that plunge? Probably they will be the most sought after. Now, these are just a top 20 alternate fiber manufacturer, and the people are making fibers from what not, from algae, bacteria, whatever it is. And obviously for the food waste and agricultural waste, these are very common because it supports the sustainability front. The issue is that recyclable and alternate route. That is also another challenge which is being created for the textile professionals, because they have studied the way it is, but probably by the time they will become ready for the market, or their saturation point in the market, probably people will not make the polyester the way it is, because everything will be recycled polyester, which is a very, very different technology. And because if you see the importance of this or the popularity of this, in the last only 3 years I've tracked, there are 37 international seminars and conferences only on the alternate fiber field. By 2030, interestingly, most of the fiber to fiber recycling patents will expire.
That means now, during that time, it will be ready to be produced. Because today, all the fiber to fiber recycling patents are on place. So a industry cannot invest unless they pay a hefty royalty fee. India produces the second largest textile graduates in the world. Even then, we have so much of, I will say, let's say shortage, because we study textiles, but we work somewhere else. Because like what Ashoka says, that technical textiles, 101 graduates, still we could retain 66, which is actually an achievement, I would say. Because if you can retain, because we are doing in graduation for the sake of graduation, whether we are studying textiles. So because even after doing so many, because nobody wanted to work in this field, unless you find a passion or unless you find a purpose, it is very, very difficult. I think few of you have just wanted to end with a, because why I said that, when I see here, whether you actually wanted to learn what we are saying or whether you are busy in something, in recently the Sam Altman was here, everybody knows, right? If Sam Altman was here, probably it could have been gate crash. But because we are not Sam Altman, so there is no gate crash. And in the last, I think few of the MIT students also there in that talk in the IIT. And I think one of the best comment of Sam was actually struck me. And he was being asked that what advice you will give to the young students. What was his answer? Don't listen to the teachers and parents. Because they are old guys. What they're saying today may not be very relevant for you guys. So it is the way the things are going, and all the information available in the net, all the information you can Google it. You need to take the plunge, you need to decide what you are going to do. And yes, we will be there as a guidance, but very, very different, let's say, thought process, very, very different area where you are getting into. Thank you very much. Hope there is no questions. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Sorry, I need to. Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with the students and all of us. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next eminent speaker, Dr. Arindam Basu, founder, Netex Solutions Private Limited, former Director General, NITRA, Ghaziabad. Dr. Basu, a chartered engineer, honorary fellow of Textile Association, Institution of Engineers, and the Society for Applied Biotechnology, has obtained his PhD in textile engineering from University of Leeds, England. After retirement as Director General of NITRA, Ghaziabad, and Director of NITRA Technical Campus, an engineering degree college approved by ICITT and affiliated to Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. After 11 plus years tenure, he has co-founded a company named Netex Solutions Private Limited to promote natural, biodegradable, environment-friendly fibers and technology. Before NITRA stunt, he worked as director of Citra, Coimbatore, and CSTRI, Central Silk Board, Bangalore. He has published around 25 books and chapters and published more than 175 research papers in international and national journals. He has published 15 patents as principal contributor and successfully completed 30 plus externally sponsored R&D projects as principal investigators. We welcome you, sir, to the dais and kindly address the students.
Thank you, dignitaries on the dais, students. I think you must be thinking what this old man is doing startup. Let me tell you why. I have been working in textile research institutes for quite some time. We have been doing that. There is always a difference between what they are telling the researchers as well as industries. So I thought, why not build that bridge itself? So I start my company. And during my stint in NITRA, we helped 10 startup companies. Many of them are already doing well. What Ashok has told, that technology was helped by us. That is biodegradable sanitary napkin. And that company was held by us. And I tell you, that lady who wanted to do this, he moved around every institute. 1 year. Everybody told impossible. Then she approached me. Then I told, let us try. I will not tell no. And it clicked. So that's the advantage of thinking. So I thought, let us do something which is really useful. I think Prabir has helped me so that I need not to go through certain things. Now I will start with. Now this is neither sports textiles. I would say both sports textile as well as medical textiles. And easy to do this because at this moment, this is very much required. That is called cosmeto textiles or wellness textiles. What is wellness textiles? I just go to the next one. I think, okay, you are operating. Okay, thank you very much. You can see here, it is broken. You use cosmetics. And cosmetics you cannot use all the time. Maybe even when you go home and all these things. Why to that time only? You wear the clothes, which will give the cosmetics to you automatically. So that is called cosmeto textiles. Basically what happens, when you wear a cloth, actually our skin is the biggest body part, and skin is the first part that gets affected. So what happens if you take care of the skin properly and hairs, automatically you will solve a lot of problem. And it is not all the time. Whenever you are wearing, where you are working, doing sports, these textiles will help. So there is a huge market. I'll go through detail, but this is the first thing. Next, please. Okay, as I told, cosmeto textiles are textiles embedded with cosmetic ingredients designed to release these substances into the wearer's skins, providing benefits such as cleansing, perfuming, health enhancement. Or that defines it. Both are different, definition is different, but meaning is same. That is, you wear that which should help your health. Okay, next please. See, it is nothing new. It is nothing new. Only what I am going to apply newest technologies so that it becomes more sustainable. Earlier also it was there. That is called, this used to call like a Ayurvastra. We have lot of good things in our India itself. For example, tulsi, aloe vera, you just named. These are very good for skin. Because I remember I was in South for I think 18 years. And most of the ladies there I see weekend they use that turmeric. Because turmeric is very good for skin health. So similarly, these things are already there. We wanted to put in a technology so that it is used by the modern generation itself. That can be utilized. So as I told, in 1980s itself, Japanese company Teijin manufactured and sold 2 million of amino gels by incorporating amino acid agent so that skin rejuvenation. So automatically skin will be better. You just wear the jeans, but it's helping the skin. Now I think I will not go big way because already Prabir has shown that this is a huge market for sports textile as well as medical textiles. So if we can just take even 2% or 3% of that will come in billion. So let us, so I think there is a huge market, and the reason of this expenditure, the reason for this expansion is, next please. Yeah, this is the reason. Increased population of aging people. Earlier 60, 65 people used to live, and after that many people died. But now it's 80. So more the age goes, your problem comes more. So it is a more further demand. Increased awareness of healthcare. People know what is healthcare. Deteriorating environment condition. I think 6 months in a year or 4 months in a year, the air condition of Delhi is so poor. that you can't breathe. But it is not only my breathing problem, it is actually helping my skin everywhere. So this has to be rejuvenated. So simply that's the reason the demand of these kind of things are increasing, because people know that. People are going for yoga, aerobics, exercise, everything what you do, you wear this. Simple. You wear this. So when you are doing the exercise, what if this body get heated? And these micro things what we are putting inside, it comes into out. So automatically it is applying on your skin. So it gives a benefit, so that afterwards you need not to take medicine. Automatically it is happening. Next, please. That's right. I was just telling, human skin is biggest organ of human body, and wellness textile provide following effects. Antioxidation of the skin, which is very much required. Anti-aging effect. Anti-aging effect, because aging effect comes due to mainly for this, because skin is dried, it becomes skin. All these things can take out if you apply certain things which will stop this. So anti-aging effect by protecting from UV rays and air pollution. Moisturizing, that is very important to keep the skin perfect. Antimicrobial, self-cleaning, because why you are doing self-cleaning, that you need not to clean very often. Automatically self-cleaning means it doesn't hold any material, so your washing cycle will come down. And if your washing cycle comes down, longevity of these chemicals will be there, chemicals or materials will be there for a longer period. And then last is, aromatherapeutic. In Japan and all these places, it is very popular. You see, in the bed, they put a small perfume, so that when you sleep in that bed, because you are sleeping because of the body, this gets activated. And very small perfume will come, which will help you get sleep. This is aromatherapy. So this can be used in, home textiles also. You put in the bed, you put in this. Whenever you are sleeping a very nice sleep, because of that very fine smell will come. So that itself will help you in good sleep and, mental coolness. Next, please. What is anti-aging effect? As I was just telling, because this is, when I talked with some people, they were very much interested of this part. So this is the interplay between the physical health, emotional well-being, and longevity has become an area of increasing, as I told, because of extended life. Shifting the understanding of aging from a purely chronological process to a multifaceted interaction of biological, psychological, and environment factors. I just simply give examples. Earlier days, if you see somebody is of 60 age, today somebody after 60 age, you can see the difference. That psychological changes has taken place. And there is an increasing demand of holistic approaches, so that overall, through integrated mind-body intervention into skin care, hair care, and oral care. So all together will, improve your aesthetic and functional benefits. Next, please. Now, how we are planning this? You see, there are different ways. So first I am telling, first simply you make for production yarn, and then weaving, manufacturing garment, application of finishes. Now these finishes are important. What you are going to put in the finish, because finish can be put in yarn, fabric, or any other places, but its best is at the end you put it. And now how you are putting that, I will come to this. Now, one advantage is when you are, playing with your human body, you have to be very careful that the things you are applying, it is not hurting also. So there should be all these protective tests as what I have given, that it should not be allergic, it should not cause any skin rash to others, because we can just put something and then many people are sensitive to many other things. It is not a uniform thing. So best can be done. Then optimization of finishes. Now, next please. Now how we want to put this? This is called micro encapsulation or nano encapsulation. This micro encapsulation means what material you want to give, you put in a micro encapsule and put in the fiber, that is fabric, which whatever it will go inside the structure and it will remain there. What advantage of this is that earlier if you put a coating, what will happen is by washing and abrasion it will go up. But when you put inside the fiber, automatically it remains for longer period. And micro encapsulation was there. Now it has come nano encapsulation. Nano encapsulation advantage is it goes further deep. So it will remain for longer period. It can withstand minimum 40-50 washes, because that is the standard we always follow, that whether washing cycle, how much washing cycle it can sustain. So it can be done. So that means effect will be better. Now I have just written that what is nanotechnology, nano encapsulation, micro encapsulation. This is nothing, both are same. The size is different. One is micro and another is nanoscale. Okay, that's the big difference. Next, please. Yeah, you see, I show that nano encapsulation. You see that nano encapsulation, how it happens. You see that encapsulated material goes there and you put a shell. And that shell thickness depends how much you penetrate, but shell will be there, which will hold it. And this shell is made of such a material, it will just melt when it is heat is there, small. So automatically it goes up, the material comes out and it comes to the body. This is the main technology within it. And then what I wanted to say, even I think Prabir has told, nowadays these fibers are no more, we are talking about cotton and all this silk. What we are trying to do it in, we are trying to use that there are different fibers available in Himalayan part, because I have been doing work for 5-6 years in Himalayan region. There are hemp is, people are coming in hemp, but other than hemp also there are vimal, sun hemp and different fibers. These fibers have got a natural UV resistance properties, antimicrobial properties. So you need not to use the chemicals, but you can use those fibers. The fibers, the problem, this actually technological challenge is these fibers are coarse. So what we do, we used to use with cotton or viscose, that is biodegradable. You want to keep it biodegradable. Make the yarn, make fabric, apply the finish. So that way you can make a fabric or garment which can hold these chemicals and or medicines, and then do it, use it for something. Nano encapsulation will help you longevity. It will remain for next please. Now I will just give small examples. You see that here, what are the materials are required for what are the things. These are already proven. These are, as I told, these are mostly laboratory, and this I wanted to put in now it commercially, because you see that moisturizing, what are the material has to be there in the encapsulation, anti-aging, anti-oxidation, UV resistance. So these are the materials which you can see many of the things that your lemongrass, aloe vera, then menthol, ginger, orange, rosemary, silver, chitosan, all these materials are natural, even olive oil. We use olive oil, but no need, because you put it here itself. So that way it's okay. So this with that, we can have all these effects. So now I will stop it here, because we have started producing this, and I will invite your students, if anybody wants to do projects in this area, as a industry partner will help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful deep dive into wellness textiles. Next, we are very honored to have with us our next distinguished speaker, Dr. Suraj P. Khanna, Chief Scientist and Honorary Professor at CSIR National Physical Laboratory, Delhi. Dr. Suraj holds a PhD in Electronic and Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, UK. My apologies. We'll next introduce Dr. V.K. Kothari. We'll invite sir. So it's my pleasure to introduce our next eminent speaker, Dr. V.K. Kothari, Emeritus Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Dr. Kothari is a distinguished academician and researcher, has over 4 decades of contributions to textile education and industry. A fellow of the Textile Institute since 2007, he served at IIT Delhi for 41 years, including as head of the Department of Textile Technology. With expertise in technical textiles, clothing, comfort, and quality control, he has published over 300 research papers, edited 4 books, and contributed to 9 book chapters. Retiring as an emeritus professor in 2018, Dr. Kothari remains an influential figure actively supporting academic and industrial collaborations globally. We are extremely grateful for having Sir here and request him to share his knowledge with all of us today. Sir.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and dear students, very good morning to all of you. All textiles, as we know them, have 4 or 5 key elements. First one is the functionalities. All of them have some or other functionality. They all really need to have some aspects of durability, aesthetic aspects, design aspects. They have to be sustainability aspects and the cost aspect. All of them have to be considered while looking at any textiles. Now, what we are really looking at today are the technical textiles, which have predominantly functionality as the main element, but comfort, as has been talked about, the aesthetic aspects, the sustainability aspects, and the cost aspects cannot be ignored in even technical textiles. So if we really want to innovate in any of the technical aspect where functionality is the main component, we have to really look at how to enhance the functionality aspects in those technical textiles at a lower cost, as well as at a way where we can really incorporate more than one functionality in a particular garment or a particular textiles. So we have to really optimize things from the point of view of the designers, from the point of view of the manufacturers of technical textiles. We have to really look at how we are going to go about it so that we could really make better products. We can really introduce better functionality at lower cost, and also at the same time make the things sustainable in nature. And all of the research which has been happening for last 50 years or more have been in trying to introduce new functionalities in the new functionality in the textiles. And well, my journey with the technical textiles really started way back in 1973 while I was a student at UMIST, Manchester, and we really looked at how to produce different types of nonwovens and introduce the type of functionalities we really want in those nonwovens. Carrying on, when I joined IIT Delhi in 1977, we started looking at the technical textiles right from the beginning, and nonwoven line was the first line we acquired with the help of Ministry of Textiles in 1979. So that was the year where we started looking at the technical textile aspects, and we have been continuously looking at how to really introduce functionalities in the various types of products we are interested in. And I think, as Mr. Malhotra has rightly said, that we are still looking at the way industry can grow from a very small sort of level to a level where we could really be world beaters. We really need to innovate continuously and look at the industry problems, look at the way we design technical textiles. And the designers also have a key role, because in many of the technical textiles, not all of them, the aesthetic aspects, the fit aspects, the design aspects really matter, so that the garment we make or the textile we make could really be comfortable to wear and could really last long. The sustainability aspects will have to be taken care of. So from the student point of view, I think what you really need to look at the problems which you face around you, that is in your day-to-day life, as well as from your studies in various courses or in various other ways where you study, and try to really locate what is really being done and what are the main drawbacks. If you can really remove those drawbacks one by one, you would really be successful in innovating and trying to look at the new areas of textiles. So, as was being said, that basic knowledge was available and is available around you. Many aspects of, say, information technology, many aspects of chemical engineering, many aspects of the various ways of making fibers, yarns, fabrics, or even garments are known to us. It's a matter of really trying to combine the various aspects together in an innovative way so that we can produce that textiles at a reasonable cost. Cost is also always going to be an important factor for mass adoption of that particular technology or that particular technical textiles. Many things which are available in research labs do not really find market, and that really is a challenge for you to look at the new ways of looking at those technologies and trying to introduce them in products in such a way that you make a good product which is going to be in demand. Now, if you really look at the real life situation, the environmental aspects, that is the type of quality of air which we breathe in, especially in NCR region, is a big challenge. And many people have been trying to figure out how to really mitigate those challenges. And you can really look at the problem and try to suggest whether textiles could really play a role in those this particular area, and try to suggest something which is out of the box. You have many technologies which are available to us now. Many things have been developed, but still few things are lacking, and where the students or the innovators could really look at how to go about it. I think many things have been said about how to look at the incorporating various functionalities in textiles. Dr. Basu talked about wellness textiles. We have been looking at the various ways of incorporating different functionalities in textile materials through finishing route, but you can also do it through the fiber route or the yarn manufacturing route, or even at the garment stage or the designing aspect, designing level, you could really make the difference to the textile so that it becomes more functional, more effective, and a better product. So with these few words, I think I would really close this and probably suggest to you that you look at your problems around you or from in the society and try to figure out what you can contribute in making the things or product better. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights with us. We are now honored to have with us our distinguished speaker, Dr. Suraj Khanna, Chief Scientist and Honorary Professor at CSIR National Physical Laboratory. Dr. Suraj Khanna holds a PhD in Electronic and Electrical Engineering from the University of Leeds, UK. He continued his research there as a postdoctoral research associate and later spent time in Northwestern University, USA. His expertise spans cascade lasers, high mobility semiconductors, and over his career, he has delivered more than 40 invited talks and co-authored more than 100 publications in reputed journals. Sir, may I kindly address you to request the gathering?
Yeah. Where is it? Just a second. Should I connect my laptop? Should I connect my laptop? Hold on. Not this one. Hey, what is this Chalo? I don't know. Open this. Yeah, it is the one MIT document. Why is it not opening? Can I get a pointer? Can you start? Pointer.
उधर से भी ओपन हो गया सर चाहिए तो उधर ओके
Pointer.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, very good morning to everyone, and apologies for the delay. It took some time to download the file and then open it. Okay, so like as you all might have heard, that I don't come from the textile background. Okay, so I'll try to make you understand like what me being from a quantum devices side, like what we tried to look at in the textile material and what we managed to extract out of it. Okay, so let's look into that. So if you remember Professor Jana, so he quite correctly said that most of the technologies which happen to be developed in the R&D labs, they don't see the market. Okay, so the problem is upscaling creates a problem for them. So what we did was we took a different approach. So we were approached by a company which is based in Panipat. Okay, and then they wanted us to look at the electrical properties or the electronic properties of the commercial yarn which they were producing at their factory. Okay, so we have already sorted out the first problem. Upscaling is not a problem. Okay, because we already took a material which was being produced commercially. Okay, and then what was the commercial application of those materials or that technical yarn which was being produced at Panipat? It was anti-cut and EMI shielding. Okay, so that was the current application of that. And when now I say that we managed to see that the same yarn, it can show memory behavior, it can store data. So I'll try to convince you over the next few slides that we managed to discover this property where we stored data just like your memory card. Okay, so in a similar way, we can store data in a very, very simple yarn. Okay. So I come from a very, very old institute. It's one of the premier physical research laboratory based out of Delhi. And almost all of you who would have voted, like you must have used the indelible ink on your nail. Okay, so that's the one of the most famous, I would say, product which was developed at NPL. Okay, and then NPL majorly looks into the metrological traceability. So basically, whenever any country goes into exporting the goods, okay, so that's where all the calibrated units come into play. So whenever you're trying to export something, so when we need to accommodate the same measuring units which are accepted in a global term. So NPL basically provides this unbroken chain of calibration for quality, and it provides the measurement uncertainty also. Okay, so that basically helps in our competitiveness in operation in global environment, and it facilitates trade. So I am basically involved in the electrical and electronics metrology group, which is one of the 6 divisions based at CSR NPL. Okay, so this image gives a flow of like how the technology has moved from being immobile to wearable. Okay, so it's just in a span of possibly over 100 years. We have moved from the Bell's telephone, okay, and now we are trying to look into like what kind of future smart textile based technology we can develop. Okay, and this is the new term which you should look into, which is called textronics. Okay, so textronics basically involve all these kind of different applications which may be from textile based electrode, textile based sensors, heating textile, energy harvesting textile, textile based energy storage, inertial measurement units, textile lighting, and biometric monitoring. Okay, so all these are offshoots which can be developed or which are being actively pursued as a offshoot of textronics. Okay, and also if you look at the different phases of development of technology in terms of e-textile, so you can see the first generation where the device sensor is attached onto the textile. Okay, and then it went on to the second generation where the conductive filaments are knitted onto the fabric, and then the third generation where electronics is embedded into the textile. Okay, and then it goes to the fourth generation where the display textile is integrated with the fully functional system. So that's where the global scenario is taking us. Okay, so now if you want to look at the typical materials which are used for these kind of applications, is mainly they are polymer based, carbon based, or metal based. Okay, and then you can develop all kind of different applications based on their properties. Okay, and the most interesting addition which we did was the PET SS fibers. So that comes under the metal based. Okay. So that's where our focus has been. And then if you see the merits, under the merits, like these are the different properties which have been shown in the past. And what we managed to show was that if you are studying or looking at the PET SS fibers, they can show a memristor kind of behavior. So now memristor is a new term which is being introduced around 2 or 3 decades ago. So memristor is basically where your resistor can have a memory. Okay. And we have managed to see it in an industrially spun yarn. And then, of course, as it is already a commercial material, so it is scalable, cost effective, robust, ready to use, rewritable, and it is multi-mode control. And if you ask me about the disadvantages of this material, we still have to figure out, like we haven't come across any such disadvantage as of now. Okay, and then these are the typical technology platforms which have been introduced. Like first is the resistive sensor, and then the capacitive sensor, triboelectric sensor, heater, and the electroluminescent fiber or fabric. So you must, as students, you should try to look into these in more details. Okay, and I'll try to give a brief overview of the different applications of electronic textiles specifically. So you can see it covers from retailing to home textiles, a broad range of, you name it, and the application is there. Okay, and then in terms of size measurement to audio entertainment, it covers the whole broad spectrum. Okay, and of course, in terms of market growth, yes, there is a huge speculation in terms of that the market will be reaching around $7.1 billion by 2025 in terms of global electronic textiles. Okay. Similarly, in terms of medical smart textiles, we expect it to reach to $1 billion, or rather it should have reached in 2025. Okay. So now if you want to look at what specific applications are being developed in terms of healthcare. So these 3 main companies, Hexoskin, Myant, and Nanowear, they are trying to develop healthcare kind of applications which could be directly knitted or connected with your t-shirts kind of thing. And then in terms of heated textiles, another batch of companies, you can see Climb 8, Field Shear, and Oro. They are trying to develop a heated textiles. And in terms of displays, FOA and Editex, these companies are trying to develop t-shirts which can be used for displaying information. And then if you want to look at what Indian companies are doing, so I happen to find this company called FanPlay. So they are one of the major player in terms of Indian market, which are trying to develop advanced wearable devices, data platform, and AI ML aided analytics. And the other list of companies is given over there. And then you must try to look at one of these companies, which is called Footfalls and Heartbeats. They are one of the leaders in developing. Like if you just look at the thought process which has gone behind just the naming of the company, that says Footfalls and Heartbeats. So basically whatever they are developing, it can record your footfalls and it can also record your heartbeats. So there's a lot of exciting work going on in terms of developing the electronic applications based on e-textiles. And then if you want to look at the global view in terms of academic R&D, so majority of the top tier universities from MIT to University of Manchester, they are doing one or the other thing, leading cutting edge research in terms of developing new and very, very exciting applications, be it electronic skin or it is high precision pressure sensing or it is tribovoltaic energy harvesting textiles. So there's a lot of new and what you call very, very exciting ideas which are being pursued. And then I specifically picked up this very latest paper where people have tried to build up this kind of a textile material, okay? And then what it is showing the memoristic fibers for intelligent textiles, information storage and processing in multi scenarios, okay? So you wouldn't have believed that a simple cloth can do this kind of intelligent process. But people are pursuing it and then they're showing the proof of concept. But then I would again point out the thing that this is a lab-based development. Okay. So if you are going to ask me about the upscaling of this, I would say there could be huge doubts in upscaling of this. Okay. And similarly, this is another recent paper where they are talking about a single fiber computer that enables textile networks and distributed inference. So basically what they managed to do, they made a duct, and then inside the duct they have introduced sensing, processing and storage, communications, and then the power also. Okay, so all this is being introduced inside your yarn. Okay, so all these are different approaches which I am trying to show. And then again, this is also a lab-based thing. So upscaling could be a problematic scenario for them. And then as we took a different approach, we took something which was already there. So this is the company which is based out of Sonipat. So they were already manufacturing this yarn which has 80-20 ratio in terms of PET metal fiber. Okay. And then as I told earlier, like this material is already being used for anti-cut and anti-static applications. And then I don't know, like maybe some of you might have read about standard resistance which goes into your electronic circuits. So that would give a flat response in terms of whatever voltage or current you would apply to it. But as we found the memristor property in this yarn, so we were able to see two different states, a high resistance state and the low resistance state, giving us the the property by which we can store some data inside the yarn. Okay. So that's the major difference, or that was the discovery which we happened to do in this. And then of course there were available standards to look at the electronic textiles, but that does not serve our purpose. Okay, because if you go to any industry who's making electronic textiles, they would be having an industrial multimeter. Okay, so with that industrial multimeter, they'll just use a 2-probe kind of measurement and they'll just check the yarn. Okay, it's conducting. Let's supply it ahead. But then the problem occurs is, okay, maybe I'll have to conclude very soon, so I'll just try to go fast. Okay, because these are certain kind of topics, like you cannot actually squeeze them in 10 or 15 minutes. So I'll just say that there were some limitations in the available standards. Okay, so where also we are trying to support to develop new standards which could cater in studying the memoristic behavior of these yarns. Okay, so this gives the material properties, like probably you already know about PET. And one thing I want to add is like why PET is behaving or giving the memory behavior, because it's a phase change material. Okay, so possibly you can look into what's a phase change material and how when you apply heat to it, it becomes more crystalline from being amorphous, and that helps in creating the conduction channels across the yarn. So that's why it switches from a high resistive state to a low resistive state. So this is a typical SEM of that yarn. So where you can see the stainless steel fibers are here in whitish color, and the gray color is basically your PET. And And when you make textile from it, it will have a typical coast direction and the wale direction, and that will give another set of properties to it. Okay, so these are few data which I cannot go into much details, but the memory behavior is directly seen here, okay, which is called worm, which is write once and read many. So basically when you're writing across it, it will go from a high resistive state to a low resistive state, and then it will stay there. Okay, so that's why it is called you write once and read many times. So that's what we had shown in the yarn. Okay, and then when you look at the textile, okay, so in the textile we were able to generate more states between just the 0 and 1. So if you look here, so all these are in between states from 0 and 1. Okay, and then we had shown that this yarn can be made to operate to mimic the behavior of a neuron. Okay, so possibly I can come back again and give a detailed talk about this. And this was another study where we did a non-contact stimuli. We applied a non-contact stimuli to the same material, and then we were again able to see that as we are applying the pulses of time varying magnetic field, so you can see it's integrating and then it falls, integrating and falls, integrating and falls. This is the same behavior which happens in our neuron. So we were able to show another biomimicking behavior. Okay, so just to conclude, we have shown all these kind of different functionalities, or we have discovered or reported these behaviors. In the most important thing is we managed to see all these behaviors in commercially produced yarn. Okay, we haven't done any modification to it in the lab. We just spent our time in doing the electrical characterization of that, and then that has led to all different collaborations, and we are trying to look at now the force sensing property, gas sensing property, and few more like properties with all these collaborators. And then of course we are always engaged in internships and a lot of research, and very recently from NIFT, where Professor Jana comes. So around 3 months ago, a student joined us. Okay, why I'm bringing this example is because that suits the audience. So that girl comes from a textile institute, and she happened to work with us. And in a very short span of time, she has, or rather, our team has tried to develop a synthetic skin. Okay, and then we'll study that how by using electrotherapy, and electrotherapy will be introduced using a e-textile on the synthetic skin, how we can help in what you call faster wound healing. So that's how we have tried to connect with a student who comes from a textile background. So we asked her to do some literature survey. She came up with this idea. We said, why not? Okay, let's try to look into that. So that's where I would say, like many of students from here also, they can also connect with us, and then probably we can try to look into very, very exciting new scenarios. And then just to conclude, it's a statement from great Vikram Sarabhai, like, he who listens to the music in the midst of noise can achieve great things. So thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the knowledge, your knowledge with the students and all of us. Since we are running late, we will request Mr. Tyagi to address in the next session. And I'll request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi to kindly felicitate our guest of honor and the invited speakers with Amity Memento. Mr. Ashok Kumar Malhotra, Mission Director, NTTM. Mr. Anuj Kukreja, Founder and CEO, Moto Garuda. Dr. Arindam Basu, founder Netex Solutions Private Limited, ex-DG Nitra Ghaziabad. Dr. Suraj P. Khanna, Chief Scientist and Honorary Professor at CSIR, National Physical Laboratory, Delhi. Dr. V.K. Kothari, Emeritus Professor, IIT Delhi. And Mr. Munish Tyagi, Senior and Global Textile and Apparel Industry Consultant. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session and are starting with technical session 1. Thank you, our respected dignitaries of this session who have shared their wisdom with all of us, and we'll request the dignitaries on the stage to kindly join us for tea in the lounge. In the meantime, we are starting with technical session 1. And I would also like to mention that the event is supported by Bharat Textile Machineries, and there are some poster displays which I'll request all of you to see at the end of the session. And the work of the major project of textile design student is also displayed in this hall, which I'll request all of you to see. So we'll request dignitaries to have tea, to join us for tea. And in the meantime, we start with technical session 1. We'll now proceed to technical session 1 on the theme Emerging Trends in Technical Textiles, where research scholars and experts will present their work related to innovations in technical textiles. For this session, we proudly present to you our invited speakers, Dr. Apurva Das, Professor, Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering, IIT Delhi, Dr. Nimesh Kankaria, Director, Textiles and Material Research Limited, New Zealand.
Professor Apurva Das is a professor in the Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, where he has been serving since 2002. With prior experience in the textile industry and research organizations, his research focuses on clothing comfort, technical textiles, nonwovens, and acoustic textiles. He has led several government and industry-funded projects and holds multiple patents and has developed textile testing instruments transferred to industry. A recipient of Teaching Excellence Award 2014, Professor Das has developed key courses such as Science of Clothing Comfort and Technical Textiles. Sir, may I invite you to kindly?
Welcome, Professor Das. I'm very sorry that we got late. So I would like to thank you for being here with us online. I think so we would have loved if you would have been here offline.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Let me start immediately. Okay. I'll share my. Now, is the slide visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible. I'll request you to kindly put it on the full screen mode.
Okay. Now, is it in full screen mode?
Yes, yes, sir. Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let me start. Okay. So I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. And I was planning to, I had a plan actually to go in person, but somehow due to some other engagement, I could not go. And I was listening to the previous speakers, and it was very nice. Actually, I was, and what I thought in my presentation, I thought what should I tell? Because is it technical, scientific, and research type of talk should I present? Then I thought it's not the place to go in research type. And then I thought some general idea, general discussion we can have. And the thing is that I am working since long in the protective textiles, which is the domain of technical textiles, and also working in the comfort. So why not tell something about these two areas? How are these two areas interlinked? Okay. Now, if you see, there is a classic trade-off in protective textiles. If you want protection, then you will have to lose comfort. And if you want comfort, you have to lose protection. So I will give some story, and which actually for a textile designer, okay, garment designer for protective textile, they can help in this area. Okay. So the comfort, as we know, it's a basically neurophysiological, thermophysiological, psychological harmony. Okay, so that in our body, and it's a comfort for any aspect. Like, and for if you talk about the textile also, well, always actually it's your neurophysiological, thermophysiological, and psychological aspects can be controlled by proper selection of textiles. So, and what is protective textile? Which protects us from external environment? That may be mechanical threat, maybe anything, maybe thermal, maybe extreme cold, maybe any other threat, UV protection, maybe chemical. So all this type of textiles, we can call it as protective textile. And mainly they are firefighters gear. So, example, if you see, it's firefighter gear, military uniform. These are some of the examples. Industrial workers, okay, medical garments. So if you see all these products where we need protection in the first aid, okay, but at the same time, if we cannot provide comfort by proper selection of textile, proper selection of the design, garment design, and there we cannot have the actual use, actual protection. So why? Let us see. What is the trade-off? So why comfort matters? Comfort actually, it enhances the performance. If your clothing is not it gives protection, but if it is not comfortable, then you cannot perform at your optimum level. Reduce fatigue. If you can create comfort, then it will reduce the fatigue of your clothing. You can wear for long time, and also it increase compliance. Basically, okay, if I am not feeling comfortable for any protective clothing, I will not wear. I will try to remove that one. So all these things we have to incorporate in a protective textiles. And protection is, as we know, that it's and comfort is basically directly influence the compliance and safety. Okay, and without comfort, users often modify or skip the protective elements. Suppose a bulletproof clothing, another one extra gadget we need for extra protection. If it is not comfortable, then he or she will not wear. So that effectively it will compromise the protection. So there is a regulation agency, OSHA is there. They are trying to incorporate comfort aspect within the protective textiles for any type. Like we have experience during the COVID, the worker, the medical person, they are actually been protected by protective textile, but we missed the comfort aspect. So that's we have to incorporate. And it boosts compliance, as we know. Lightweight, breathable, stretchability should be there, soft, it should be soft. So that all these things we have to create. But the problem is that if we try to create comfort with a lightweight, but that we should not actually compromise with protection. So that aspect we have to see. It enhances the productivity, decision making, health maintenance should be there. Okay. Now, key factors in protection. Now, you see, it should be breathable. Otherwise, if it entrap heat, then people will not perform in an optimum level. It should be lightweight. It will increase the mobility. It will improve the compliance. It will extend the wear time. So, if someone is wearing heavy cloth, so he will not be able to perform optimally. And also, it should be soft. Okay. Otherwise, the performance will not be there for long time. Okay. Now, main key trade-off is protection actually balance the user comfort against the protection. So that protective textile, you have to balance the user comfort and protection performance. That the person should not get exhausted quickly. So all other factors are like heavier and denser fabrics give protection, but it will trap the heat or it will limit the breathability. So that we have to see. Weight and thickness boost protection, but bulky material we will not be able to wear. So we have to optimize all these aspects. So I'll skip a little bit. It should be soft and all this, and protection, it should be strong. So if we try to increase the protection, then we will actually make the fabric comfortable, discomfort. It will be thermally discomfort or heat stress will be there. So that balance we have to see. Now, basic thing is that after every protective textile is made, so we have to do some wear trial. I'll show you. We have developed extreme heat protective clothing for defense that has been given to, now industry trial is going on. And what we have done, we have actually taken trial in the with the defense personnel at their research lab. Now let us show. Is it visible? Is the video visible?
No, sir, it's not visible.
Okay, I'll just skip. So what we did, we have actually, the people actually were wearing the our protective garment, and they were performing the duty in different areas. Okay, so this type of things one must do after actually you are developing the protective textile. Only protection focus is not the key area. So the clothing, we have to comfort, we have to take care of sensorial comfort, thermophysiological comfort, that is heat and moisture transmission, even psychological comfort. The wearer should feel protected based on the design of the clothing. So that psychological piece should be there. Then only he can perform. And sensorial comfort is basically touch, okay, roughness, even warm and cold. That all these sensorial aspects are there, and there are different mechanical sensors are there in our skin. So that will give us the idea about the that will sense the different types of sensations. So I'll skip. So we are sensation during activity, prickle, itch, rashes are there or not, touch and pressure sensation. That actually we have to create clothing to act to have all this to eliminate all these problems to make us comfortable. Okay. Now, whether it's a cold or warm sensation, that all these things we have to take care during our designing our clothing. So there are 4 different types of sensors. I'll not. Now, what is comfortable temperature? That we must know. So comfortable temperature means not the environmental temperature. So in front of fire, maybe 400, 500 degrees Celsius temperature, we must keep our body comfortable. So heat transfer mechanisms are there, conduction, convection, radiation. I'm not going to the. Now here, if you see this diagram, so we can actually balance. We can, if we know the heat balance, we can design our clothing and keeping the protection intact. So that it's at extreme heat condition, extreme cold condition, we can design our clothing. And see, ultimately the idea should be to keep our microclimate, that is clothing and skin, the temperature within very narrow range, 21 to 33 degrees Celsius, and temperature 40 to 60%. That range you have to achieve. Now, moisture vapor transmission should be there. It transmits through different mechanisms that we have to design our clothing in the to have all this diffusion, absorption, transmission through forced convection, like that. Forced convection, like in case of windy chilled situation, there forced convection has to be stopped to keep our body warm. So that all this mechanism we have to incorporate. So thermal comfort, basically that it's in a comfort, thermal ergonomic comfort is there. By designing the clothing, we can have better ergonomic moisture management is required, and tactile comfort, touch related comfort. So in designing any protective clothing, we have to take care of all these 4 dimensions. So thermal comfort, body temperature we are trying to maintain, and it's a extreme cold climate clothing. So you have to entrap the body heat. So this is and by designing the proper clothing, like, and in very, very extreme climate clothing, we need maybe 6 clo. Clo is the total clothing insulation. So you can enhance thickness by to enhance the protection, but at the same time we'll lose our comfort. So porosity balance we should have. So thickness balancing, porosity balancing, all this balance we should have. So what we do, if we want to keep the thickness lower, but we can have some advanced technology we can use, like PCM, someone mentioned earlier, test chain material we can incorporate in the clothing. Ventilated design. So as a garment designer, one can design the clothing depending on the requirement, proper ventilation, so that the moisture can pass through the ventilation. Spacer fabric can be used. So moisture management is very, very important to have actually body dry and the cool. So that type of proper moisture transmission should be there. So advanced, there are different types of layers are there. So in any protective textile, normally inner layer, middle layer, outer layer, or different types of, there are different applications they do. So firefighting application, military application. So stiffness, if you want a higher protection, fabric will be stiffer. So it will reduce the mobility. Additional layer will compromise the comfort. So engineers must balance the protection performance with the wearability, that is comfort. That is our challenge. So garment fit, weight and mobility, which is the function of the garment designer. So pattern engineering is must to have natural body movement and also the mobility and ensuring the protection and coverage. Movement restriction should not restrict the movement. Weight should be less with a lower bulkiness, and cumulative strain should be reduced. So all these aspects one should actually keep in mind before designing the protective clothing. And thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. Now, I very proudly present to you Dr. Nimesh Kankaria. Dr. Nimesh Kankaria is the Director of Textiles and Materials Research Limited, TexMat Research, New Zealand. With extensive experience in both academia and industry field of smart and functional textiles. His expertise includes compression textile, medical textile, and sports textile, with a strong focus on translating research into practical applications. He has worked with several leading institutions, including Auckland University of Technology, the University of Otago, the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and IIT Delhi, as well as in industry with Vulcami NZ Limited. Dr. Kankaria earned his PhD in Material Science and Technology from the University of Otago, with his doctoral work on compression textiles recognized as an exceptional doctoral thesis, and holds an MTech from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Sir, may I invite you to kindly address the gathering?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can my screen visible?
No, sir, not yet.
Just a minute. Now it's visible.
No, sir.
Just a minute.
Sir, kindly let us know what difficulty you're facing in sharing the screen. Our IT team is there. They'll help you.
It is saying display not something. Just 1 minute. I'm opening it in another device as well.
बंद कर दीजिए मेल के ना
Sir, we are sharing your presentation from here.
Yeah.
अपने लैपटॉप से करें
Sir, we are sharing the presentation from here. Not able to share.
It's already shared now.
So we are just sharing. We've received your presentation. We are just sharing it from here.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
So it will just take 1 minute to share the presentation and we'll request you
Yeah.
to kindly start.
Yeah.
Sir, ready to go? The presentation is
Yeah.
there on the screen.
Yeah. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Here it's night time, so it's good afternoon for me. And sorry for this all mess. Yeah, I now start. First of all, I would like to give big thanks to Dr. Vishal for his kind invitation, and I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to the conference organizers for their efforts in arranging this important event and bringing together professionals working in the technical textile fields. It is for me, it is a great pleasure to share some perspectives on emerging technologies and global research trends in this fascinating and rapidly evolving field. In India, as India moves towards the vision of Viksit Bharat, a developed nation by the year 2047, it is becoming increasingly important to rethink the future of our traditional industries. The textile sector has long been one of the pillars of India's economy, known worldwide for its manufacturing strength and large scale production capacity. However, the future of this industry will not depends only on the volume production. It will increasingly depends on the innovation, advanced materials, and the intelligent technology. In this context, technical textiles are no longer a small or a very niche segment of the textile industry. They are emerging as a critical driver of the industrial growth, contributing to sectors such as healthcare, construction, defense, transportation, environment protection, and smart infrastructure. Beyond this, I will tell. In this presentation, I will briefly discuss the global research trend in technical textiles based on the bibliometric analysis of the Scopus database. The second slide, please. The object, second slide, sorry. The objective was to understand how research in technical textiles and emerging textiles technology has evolved over the past 2 decades, particularly in the areas relevant to this theme of this conference, using structured keywords queries covering topics such as technical textiles, smart and functional textiles, emerging and technologies, including like optical fiber, textile sensors, nanofibers, conductive textiles, and more recently, artificial intelligence applications. A data set of research publication from 2005 to 2025 restricted to English language was analyzed. If we look at the the research trend or publication trend, we can observe an interesting pattern. In the early years, like from 2005 to 2011, the number of publications shows a slight decline. However, after this period, after 2011, the trend changes noticeably with a steady and continuous increase in research output. The strong growth during the last decade reflect the increasing scientific and industrial interest in the technical textile. It is important to note here that this rise in research publication is not simply about the number of publication. Rather, it reflects a deeper transformation in how the textiles are perceived and developed. Traditionally, the textiles were mainly considered as passive materials, just used for clothing or protection or some normal functional purposes. But today, the textiles are evolving into active, intelligent, and multifunctional system capable of sensing, adapting, and interacting with their environment. This transformation is closely linked to advances in nanotechnology, flexible electronics, advanced polymer, and smart materials. Next slide, please. Another interesting insight from this analysis is the distribution of research across different scientific disciplines. The material science and the engineering together account for nearly half of all research publications in the technical textiles. This clearly indicates that technical in the technical textiles is driven by the convergence of textile engineering with advanced material science and the fiber morphology or technology. In other words, the industry is gradually transitioning from low technology assembly towards high science development and advanced material engineering. Next slide. Now, if we look at global distribution of research output, so we can observe a competitive international landscape. Countries such as China and United States currently lead in terms of total research publication in technical textiles. Their leadership reflects long-term investment in scientific infrastructure or innovation ecosystem and interdisciplinary collaboration. However, it is also worth noting here that it is encouraging to see here that India has also emerged as a significant contributor to global research in the technical textile alongside the countries such as United Kingdom or Germany. But India is the third number in research publication in scopes. So this trend is particularly important because it shows that India is not only a manufacturing hub, but is also developing a strong research foundation in advanced textile technologies. However, the next major challenges for India will be the translate these research output into the industrial innovation or globally competitive products. India possesses a unique advantage because of its integrated textile value chain, often described through 5F words like farm to fiber, fiber fabric to fashion, and fashion to in markets. By strengthening the connection between research institution and industry, India can bridge the gap between raw material production and high value technological experts. Next slide. In addition to the publication trend, I also is the keywords associated with the technical textiles. Based on the data set, I generated a word cloud representing the most frequently occurring keywords in the publication between 2005 to 2025. And in this visualization, the size of each word corresponding to its frequency in the data set, meaning that larger words appears more frequently in the research literature. And from this visualization, several important research themes become immediately visible. You can see by this word cluster or word cloud, terms such as smart textiles, geotextiles, technical textiles, wearable technology, nanofibers, sensors appears prominently, indicating the major technological directions currently being explored by researchers around the world. We can also observe the keywords associated with wearable electronics, conductive textiles, energy harvesting, medical textiles, etc. These terms highlights an important emerging trend, the increasing integration of textiles with the electronics or healthcare technologies or advanced functional materials. Overall, the keyword analysis suggests that modern technical textile research is strongly oriented towards the intelligent materials or wearable technologies and functional applications across multiple sectors such as healthcare or infrastructure, environmental engineering, and advanced manufacturing. These trends clearly illustrative how textiles are evolving from simple passive materials into the multifunctional system capable of performing the complex roles. For examples, researchers are developing optical fiber textiles that can be integrated into the fabric or structures for communication and structural monitoring. Another rapidly expanding area is textile-based sensor. So these sensors can detect pressure, stretch, movement, or moisture, making them highly suitable for wearable applications such as health monitoring, rehabilitation system, or sports performance analysis. Another key area is the nanofiber technologies, which also represent a significant innovation because their extremely small fiber diameter provides exceptional filtration efficiency. Next slide. Another important, next slide. Another important development in recent years is the integration of artificial intelligence and digital technologies into the textile research and manufacturing. In fact, when we look at the publication trend, as can be seen in the graph related to the artificial intelligence within the dataset, we observe a noticeable increase in research after 2019, with an even sharper rise after 2023. This trend clearly indicates the growing importance of AI-driven approaches in the textile innovation. Artificial intelligence is increasingly being used to analyze data collected from textile-based sensors, and this allows the real-time monitoring of physiological signals such as heart rate or body temperature, movement pattern in wearable textile systems. In textile manufacturing, computer vision technology are also being applied for automated quality inspection and defect detection during production. These systems helps improve the efficiency and ensure the consistent product quality. The artificial intelligence is further assessing the researcher in predicting how textile structures will behave under different mechanical or environmental condition even before the materials is manufactured, just like a simulated model. This significantly reduce the development time as well as enable the more optimized textile designs. These developments are particularly important in the area of like medical textiles or smart wearable, like medical textiles, which include the product used for wound care or surgical implants, rehabilitation devices, and other protective healthcare equipment. One important example is the compression textiles, which are widely used to improve the blood circulation, manage the vascular disorders. The effectiveness of the compression garments depends on the precise control of pressure distribution on the body parts, material selection, and the fabric structure. With the integration of wearable sensors and data analytics and AI, these textile system can also support the real-time health monitoring and remote patient care. Next slide. Despite these exciting developments, there are many challenges which are still need to be addressed. The one is the electronic component, which are integrated into the textile structure and must be able to withstand repetitive washing or the long-term mechanical stress. The sensors which are embedded within the flexible fabrics must maintain the accuracy even when the materials are stressed or compressed. Power supply is another challenge which has led to growing research into the textile batteries or energy harvesting technologies. Finally, the sustainability is the key concern as electronic component become integrated into the textile product. Next slide. So to conclude, the global research in technical textiles has grown rapidly over the past 2 decades, particularly during the past 10 years. And this growth reflects a major transformation in the role of textiles in the modern technology. The integration of advanced materials, nanotechnology, flexible electronics, and artificial intelligence is creating a new generation of intelligent textile system. For India, technical textile represent a strategic opportunity to strengthen the industrial innovation and support the economic growth and promote the technological self-resilience. Thank you so much. Any question?
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable perspective on technical textiles. I proudly present to you Mr. Munish Tyagi, Global Textile and Apparel Industry Consultant. Mr. Tyagi, a BTech in Textile Technology from IIT Delhi and a Master's from the University of Manchester, UK, is the founder and principal consultant at Novatex Projects Company, a leading 25-year-old textile consultancy firm. With 40 years of experience, he specializes in greenfield textile project planning, particularly in technical textiles, recycling, and sustainability. He has led major projects like GPI Textiles Limited's 1 lakh spindle complex and currently advises prominent mills such as SD Politic and the Setia Group. He collaborates with the Office of the Textile Commissioner on Technical Textiles and the NTTM mission. Internationally, he has consulted for the UNITC, European Development Bank, and EBRD on projects in Mongolia, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan. A life member of the Textile Association of India, he has also contributed as a visiting faculty member at NIFT, Pearl and Amity University. Additionally, he advises firms like EY, Grant Thornton, and One Lattice on textile sustainability and recycling initiatives. Sir, I request you to kindly come and address the students. And students, I request you to please maintain decorum, sit quietly, and attend to what sir is presenting. And you keep saying next, we'll keep moving.
So when I say next,
The presentation is there. Next,
perfect. Well, good afternoon to all my young friends first. And of course, my thanks to Dr. Joshi and all the other people who have spoken before me. It's not my first time here. I have been here, I believe, 3-4 times and probably 2 times on the technical textile sessions before. What I will talk today will be about a journey. I'm not going to give you any graphs, any charts or big theorems and theories, but very practical, completely based on what I have visualized in the evolution of the textile industry. I'm saying it's like a story that has unfolded in front of my eyes. And I think she was not fair to call me 40 years. Yes, I do dye my hair. Absolutely. But I'm very young into technical textiles since 2000. With due modesty, the very first Indian textile projects called Uni Products India, which came on Delhi Jaipur Road at Haryana in a place called Bawal, was planned, implemented by me, and very frankly, we did not know what that meant at that time. But we took a chance. It worked wonderfully. It has now touched a turnover of 500 CR plus, and now moving into the next evolution. So can I go to the first slide? You will have to help me. I cannot attend here, please. When I say next, you punch it. Okay? She will do that, no? Okay. This is the first one, right? So before we move into the technical textile journey, let me give you a simple overview where we are today. And I know it is late. It's before lunch. I would not take much of your time, hardly 20 minutes. But unless you listen to this story today, you are not going to appreciate this entire thing, whatever sessions or whatever talks you have heard. And it's very simple. You look back to 1947 when you were not born. Even I was not born. I'm a product of, I believe, 1955 or 56. A product of my parents, I'm sorry, did not complete it. And since then, if that story had not happened, or where we were then and where we are now, I mean, nothing would have moved. Whatever our political godfather said today, but we have gone through a story, a development, and a stage. And same journey Technical Textiles has done. I remember, as I told you, the first project of Technical Textile came called Uniproducts India. It was planned in 1990 by me and one Dr. Ashwan Kapoor, who did PhD in Leeds. When I was in Leeds, we became friends. Of course, I did not join him as a promoter because I hardly had any money. He did have. And that's how the journey started. So looking back, the three pioneers I want you to know and remember, they are like our Gandhis and Nehrus and Subhash Chandra Bose, if you apply them to Technical Textiles. And they were Uniproducts India, Bawal, Haryana first, followed by Kusumgar projects in Vapi, Gujarat. They were number 2. And there was an industry called Supreme Industries, again in Gujarat, Vapi. So initially, Gujarat started as a hub, but then, the fashion spread and Technical Textiles started growing in the north. And eventually, Coimbatore became a greater hub that point of time, courtesy of the efforts done by a body called Citra, like we have Nitra here. So coming to this today, it's still, if you see the global size, the technical textile sector globally is doing, I believe, around 230 to 240 to $50 billion. But India, after this long journey which I'm talking about, almost 30 years, we have not even touched $30 billion. Today, we are around $23, $25 billion, which technically is a matter of shame. I wish at this point we should have been 50 or 40 minimum. And this is now, though the government says the target is $70 billion by 2031, but I don't believe it. It cannot touch more than 40 by any exponential formula. So with this, where have we gone wrong? We have gone wrong in this context that we decided to remain in the basics of technology. We began like, I was part of that journey, and I said we began with a second-hand plant imported from Canada. I believe that was a mistake, but that time there was no option because cost was very important and even understanding the industry was very important. So it had to be done. But if you look the phases onwards, for example, I call it 1995 to 2005, phase 1, 2005 to 2015, phase 2, and then 20015 to 2025 till last December, phase 3. And now we have entered what we call the phase 4 of industry. So let me now walk into these phases for 2 minutes each. Can we go to the next? Yeah, move to the next. Yes. So eventually 3 decades of shifts has happened in the industry with a lot of changes. Earlier, if you read the first side, then when we started, we were into a very basic industry and we were into the most basic technology called mechanical felting or needle punching. Today we call it needle felting, but today's needle punching is high speed, it's very elaborate, and it can do products of 40 GSM to almost 1200 GSM or even 3000 GSM, like geotextile is needle punch. Whereas at that point, the technology and equipment was not that evolved. So we remained into basic. And then the second unfortunate thing which happened, in the name of technical textiles, our entrepreneurs from Gujarat, they misled the country, they misled the government, and they went into the most basic of products called spun bond fabric, which was nothing. It was just a kind of a fabric made from a polymelt fiber, made into a sheet, and that was just for these carry bags. And you know, all the carry bags, even today, now they have fancy prints. They are best on that, but I do not call them, and please do not label them as technical textiles. If I had my role to play then, I would have called them as a packaging material, because at that time we were leaving jute, we were losing paper, and we wanted an option. And unfortunately, this bad option came, which has still survived of today, but it's not a technical textile per se by any definition. The other thing which happened at that time, Indian textile industry was growing very strongly in garment exports, had just begun. And hubs like, say, Delhi, not Ludhiana, but of course Tirupur, they had entered the global export markets, and they required lot of padding materials, which are basically, they were required for jackets, garments, you know, the inside padding. And you also required for these home textiles, for mattress. And again, those simple non-woven type of weddings, the most basic of basic, made from very lousy fiber. And then there was some kind of a thermo melt spray from the top to bind the fiber to give them the anti-split strength. And they were known as technical textile. They were not. They were simple fillers for garment jackets and for home textile. And that is where our entire phase one of development into technical textiles from 1995 to 2005 went haywire, was a total waste in the name of technical textile. And unfortunately, even at the government level, it was not realized. And through a scheme called TUF scheme that time, it was an incentive scheme called Technology Upgradation Fund. This money went to these units, but for a wrong technology. I'm telling you the reason in that in this evolution story, why we stayed behind. Then the next phase comes, we start from second phase. Can we move to the next slide? And next, I've covered this. Yes. So this phase 205 to 205 was actually what I would call the genuine beginning of technical textile industry in India. And at the same time, if you allow me to say, I will call it maturing of the non-woven industry. Because, you know, technical textile, the parent is still the non-woven industry. Of course, today we can have technical textile coming from both woven and the non-woven sector. In non-woven sector, we do not use a yarn or a fabric. In woven sector, yes, we use a yarn, we create a woven fabric, but then woven fabric per se is not technical textiles. It has to go to further processes, maybe like coating or lamination or sandwiching or composites, God knows, different FR finishes, then it becomes a technical textile. But this was the period that new entrepreneurs came and they thought, well, earlier was really not technical textile, though we can call it a low-grade non-woven industry, and now this is the beginning of the technical textile. So very frankly, this is the point our industry started taking roots, and where we are today is because of these reasons, that because of the earlier we could not grow in volume and exports, our size remained limited. But from 2015 onward, suddenly we saw there was a CAGR, annual growth rate of 12 to 15% in Indian technical textile sector, whereas the world average was still touching 7. But the reason was very simple. While they were getting matured, we were still on the upward graph. We were just beginning to enter. So our initial threshold was low and the growth was high. And in this period, first time, we saw the evolution of new technologies. No, back please. We saw the evolution of new technologies like melt blown, like melt spinning, and two companies which did wonders, because these technologies required investment of 100 CR plus. And they got the best of technology from Europe. One was Guinea Filaments, which was based in North, and they were earlier a textile mill on the Agra-Mathura road. And they went to Ankleshwar, Gujarat because of subsidies, and they set up India's first spun lace non-woven unit. And spun lace was a typical composite of cotton and polyester fiber created into a light mesh and through hydrogenation process. So this was truly a technical textile. And if I can say today, this actually was the parent and the birth giver to India's hygiene industry. All these wipes you see, all these pads, diapers and all, so soon. That actually comes from spun lace as one layer. So with Guinea filament followed by well-spun group in Gujarat, I think this was maturing, and now we could say yes, India has created a proper technical textile industry in phase 2. Can we go to the, I think hardly 2 slides more. Next year. And now we, no, sorry, last one, I'm confusing you here. One before, which says phase 3. Yeah, this is the one. Then from year 2015 to till today, or end of 2025, the most important phase comes, which is called phase 3 in technical textile story. The main attributes of these are that new kind of materials started emerging. You know, we had a special material called aramid fiber, which creates a kind of a protective textile which can stand heat up to 500 degrees temperature. And that is where the beginning of Protec, like you create protective garments and apparel for safety workers who are working in these high temperature furnaces for steel, aluminium and other things. And that first time the safety wear in actual sense entered India through this advanced technology of Protec coming through this system. And we were using new materials, new fibers, and other technologies also came in, more of melt spinning. And then one more trend started. Whatever the technical textile achieved in phase 1, those materials like non-needle felt woven, they were now being used along with these new materials as composites. So we could now go to more than one property, and where functionality of the technical textile improved. And this led to, along with a system called thermo coating, this led to creation of these fabrics for our automobile sector. Like motorcycle, let me tell you, 10% of that quantity is our automobile production in the country. And every passenger car, including the one you have, a small car or big car, has 25 kilogram of technical textiles embedded into it, whether it is seat with the seat belts, whether it is door panels, gasket in the engines, air filter, petroleum filter. So that was absolutely blossoming and blooming of the technical textile. And that has brought us, so auto sector, protective textiles, and this hygiene sector post-COVID, I think they were the game changers. And in the entire journey, that phase 3 has contributed more. And now, today, that brings to this level of $24-25 billion. And with this, I can tell you with my experience with the industry, what I see here and abroad, that we probably would touch $40 to $50 billion by 2031 in production value. And our export, which is today 7% of the global share, should move to a range of 10 to 12. We started with a low threshold, started with the wrong decisions, wrong technologies, wrong products. But now I think our trajectory is absolutely different. And India is now into a growth orbit where I'm happy at least that in my lifetime, I am seeing displacement of traditional textile by technical textile. So technical textile is actually your new age textiles. For me, it was difficult. It was a long journey, so I could learn it. But please, for you, it is the right opportunity. If you want career, including your, streams like design or whatever you are doing, I think all will apply to technical textile. You have to be smart. You have to learn, be good in digital. You have to take the help of AI and learn about new technologies, because now is the time of new technologies, and you will see a lot of composites of technology, textile, which will come into apparel fashion industry also. We are now in the next stage where we will have a apparel, a t-shirt or athletic wear, which will have embedded things with technical textile, and it will look like a normal textile, and it could go through a washing cycle of 50 to 60 numbers. So with this, I would like to close. Thank you for your patience. your audience. Both slide is available, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for this insightful session. It was an absolute pleasure to listen to you and your journey with textiles. I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers for their valuable presence and contributions to this conference in this technical session 1. Dr. Apurva Das, Professor, Department of Textile and Fiber Engineering, IIT Delhi. Dr. Nimesh Kankaria, Director, Textiles and Material Research Limited, New Zealand. And Mr. Munish Tyagi, Senior Global Textile and Apparel Industry Consultant. With this, we will close the session for lunch break now, and you can take your lunch. You've been waiting for it, and we'll start the next session sharp at 2. So all of you are expected to come back after having a quick bite for today. Okay. And I'll request researchers and our guests here to have join us for lunch in the lounge. Material innovations and processing technologies in technical textiles. The session will explore the latest developments in advanced fibers, sustainable materials, and innovative processing techniques that are transforming the functionality and applications of technical textiles across multiple industries. For this session, I proudly introduce the following invited speakers. Dr. Aravind Prince Periaswamy, Scientist, VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, Espoo, Finland. Dr. Parikshit Goswami, Director, Technical Textiles Research Center, University of Huddersfield, UK. Dr. Periaswamy is a research scientist at the VTT Technical Research Center of Finland, specializing in textile sustainability, recycling technologies, coloration, chemistry, and bio-based finishing. He holds a PhD in materials engineering from the Czech Republic and works at the intersection of material science, circular economy principles, and industrial applications. His research focuses on reducing microplastic release from textiles through innovative surface modification and finishing technologies. And he has also contributed to the development of conductive textiles and EMI shield materials for technical and defense applications. Dr. Prince actively contributes to EU sustainability initiatives, including Hubs for Circularity, and has authored numerous peer-reviewed publications with an H index of 32, while regularly serving as a reviewer and evaluator for international journals and research proposals. We welcome you to International Conference on Innovations in Technical Textiles and request you to kindly address.
Okay, thank you. So I quickly start sharing.
Sir, your presentation is very much visible to us. You may kindly start.
Yeah. So is it like in the presenter view or in the full view?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you so much and good afternoon to all. And once again, thank you so much for inviting me for this international level conference. So I'm so happy to share some of our like vast expertise and also some of the things like that what we have done so far. So I'm so happy to discuss something about the microplastics in the technical textiles, and also like how we can handle it, like what are all the different kind of like sustainable solutions for making the cleaner future. So let's move into the topic, like microplastics. So it's like quite well known in these, like in the last 10 years. So most of the people like are aware of it, and generally it is very less known, but it creates like very critical threats, and also like definitely it has like a lot of human health as well as environmental threats in globally. And mostly we have like quite confusion with the, since like we are the textile people, so there are so many terminologies like microfibers, microplastics, and so on. So what happened like this, the microfiber consortium has defined the terminology like to use like fibrous fragments. And of course, mostly the plastics like microplastics are generated from the synthetic fibers, and of course the natural fibers also generating the like fibrous fragments or like the fiber related particles. So that is called like microfibers. And of course, these microplastics are quite small, and it's like less than 5 millimeter size. And of course, even the textiles, even like in the natural fibers, that also like considered as a biodegradable, but still like due to the lot of functionalization, so that also generated, and that is also like floating in the overall in the global or in the marine environment. And here is a very nice the picture for what are all the different sources of microplastics, and here is the highlighting for the textiles, and also some hygienic products and bags and bottles, and of course the technical textiles as well, as because still it's underestimated. And other than textiles, there are pellets, and there are like the tire dust, and also some landfills and the plastics, and as well as in the textiles also landfills, like because we are like last year we have considered like almost like 92 million metric tons that the textiles are just dumped in as a like a landfill. So altogether that generates like in the different way. And what happened, the like there is a cycle, carbon cycle, and other like in the rain cycle and so on. So again, so that accumulated the microplastics that goes to the water or the river stream. So then it's finally end up with the in the marine environment again from marine. So it again come to us as like as a in the food chain, or also there is a possibility for airborne microplastics. So these are like different kind of sources. And this is like one of the good statistics from Statista. So they say it's like almost 35% of the microplastics that's in the ocean is or from synthetic textiles, and 28% is from car tires, and also the 24% is the city dust. And of course, we all like using the road markings like yellow or the white color. So that is also made up of some polymeric material with the paints. So that is also contributing almost 7% for the microplastic generations. And of course, the marine coatings is 3.7%. And it is interesting to know like the personal care products, including the cosmetics and so on. So that is also part of generation, almost 2%. So and these are all different shapes like micro beads and pellets and films and fibers. So this is like mostly from our textile sources. And also there is like in the fragments. So that is also like a form of like from the textile sources. And here is the technical textile as a source. And of course, in the previous presentation, so it is like they all like well explained what is technical textiles. Like we have 12 different technical textiles, and most of the technical textiles are used from the synthetic polymers and also like high performance fibers. And of course, you can see like a lot of synthetic fibers has been used, as I mentioned just before, like aramide, and also the carbon fibers, polyolefin, nylon, and polyesters. Of course, for shorter life, still the plant-based fibers like cotton, jute, and other kind of plant-based fibers also used for shorter life. And this is the global fiber productions like in the last year, it's almost like 132 million metric tons has been produced. Among them, almost like 59% is the polyester. And it is projected like almost like in 2030. So this 132 will again reach to 169. So it's almost like 40 million metric tons has been increased like in another 6 years. So among them, synthetic fibers is almost roughly 69 to 70% so far, and maybe it can be increased in 2030 as well. So why synthetic fibers are like dramatically increased like in the last 25 years? Because of it's like quite cost effective and also providing better performance. And of course the supply security is much better than like in the natural fiber because of the rainy seasons or like the drought conditions. So we cannot get like so much fibers from the natural sources. And these are all some of the applications like just I want to show you some for better understanding. So this one is the geotextile. So here is the geo kind of like textiles has been used, and this is like in the automotive industries, like in the flights. And you can see a lot of the seating material, and even though like in the car and everything, there is a lot of seat materials that has been used from like various synthetic fibers. And this is like thermal insulation or acoustic panels that is also made from the synthetic fibers. And of course, this is agro textiles like and the agro nets and fishing agro nets or like in the sun shadows, so those are also made from the synthetic materials. And this is the medical textiles, and this one is also the mask, and we have used a tremendous amount of mask during in the pandemic, like in the COVID season. So and this is like marine littering from the fishing nets. So this is like mostly the high performance fibers that they have used for the fishing nets. And you can see like small fragments in the fishing nets. And there are a lot of damaged fishing nets that also like they put it like in the marine environment. So for a longer time, so due to the like a lot of chemical reactions, it might be like photo degradation or other kind of reactions. So those kind of the filaments also started to generating some microfibers. And here, let's go with some closer look. You can see like this is the like in the normal woven fabrics, and due to the abrasion or due to the rubbing, like especially in the car seats or something, so that generates like in the plastics. And this is some damages are due to the some photo degradation. And here there are like fibers are broken off, so that will be like small fragments that will come off like during the washing and wearing conditions, or even like different environmental conditions, like if you consider for the technical textiles. So this is like some fiber is breakages due to the some physical deformation, and it may be because of some mechanical deformation or mechanical actions or some stress strain things. And this is another nice the image, like how the things are going on. So that technical textiles, like how the microplastic can be generated. So during the productions and also during the use phase. So it's more related to the like in the normal or the clothing textiles, but still we can consider like during the productions also there are a lot of spillover the fibers or during like in the spinning or whatever the fiber reaction. So there will be a lot of fibers can be floated, and that can consider as like the airborne microplastic particles. And of course, this is like the very nice to cradle to grave, and how the things are like in the microplastics it can be generated during the use phase, and all together it will be contaminated in the soil conditions. And in the soil you can find a lot of microplastic particles, so maybe the birds or something, so that will take like mistakenly. So whatever the soil contaminated microplastics, that again goes to the river stream due to the rain or something, then again it will be end up with the in the marine environment. That's called like a aquatic dead end. So from the dead end, so maybe some fishes, because of the smaller particle, the fishes can consume, or maybe that can like ingested or maybe inhaled from the fishes. Then the fish can be like in our regular the fish fooding. So or maybe that also mixed with the salt, so sea salt, so we are consuming again. So this is also like we have, let me focus more on the textile waste. So as I mentioned, so almost like 92 million metric tons of the textiles are dumped in the annually. So what happens? So this kind of like the dumped fibers can generate the microplastic for like over the year. So like the textiles can become like macro, and then macro level into micro. So then maybe after maybe several years, so it might be converted into like a nano kind of like nanoplastics or something. So again, due to the raining and other kind of mechanical and environmental reactions, and that again end up with the marine environment. So, and this is like shedding mechanism for like how the cellulose based fibers and also synthetic fibers, but it's mostly on the clothing textiles or maybe in the sport textiles, if you consider for technical textiles. So what happens like during the in the washing and wearing, so there is a lot of the fuzzing can be formed. And for in the synthetic, there is a surface hydrolysis because we are using like alkaline based detergents. And then whatever the surface hydrolysis fibers, especially with the polyester, so that will be come off and make like as a form of pilling, or maybe that will be end up with the fabrics. And again, here with the cellulose based, there are a lot of fibrillation which forms due to the alkaline swelling. And so that will come up like in the for a certain time. So that will come up like small fibrils. So that will join together, or maybe end up with the, like in single or alone. So that comes like the microfibers. So this is one of the study they have conducted in the in the automobile industry, especially on the bus seats, and you can see like due to the abrasions and every day we are using and sitting on the bus. So what happens like they have taken this such kind of fabrics and they have analyzed like how many fibers are generated with respect to the different times. And due to the surface abrasion, so you can see a lot of breakages on the filaments and the fibers stage, and also there are like a lot of the fibers has been like come out from the, or maybe the slippage from the ion structures. Let's talk about functionalized fibrous fragments. So of course, I'm not going to very deep. We are doing a lot of functionalization on the textiles as well as the technical textiles, of course, to improve the durability and also improve their performance, maybe improving the functionalization like for some specific functions. And of course, we do a lot of sol gel coatings like to improve the maybe like for hybrid inorganic organic films that makes like more hydrophobic, or maybe we can use like a sol gel for like as a carrier for other kind of functional finishing. And of course, we also do like nanoparticles functionalization to improve the hydrophobicity, UV blocking, and of course for antimicrobial effects. And of course, some like nano-based metals also used for improving the conductivity and also some antibacterial activities. And apart from that, we also do some chemical crafting, like craft polymerization, to improve the hydrophilic and hydrophobic, or some specific functions for like as used for the battery separators or energy textiles and bicomponent for wound dressing. So. And of course, we also do some like a fluoro-based hydrophobic finishes. And also we use like some conductive polymers coating on the like to improve the conductivity for the specific applications. And some of the applications like for barrier and protective coating, like using polyurethane based or acrylic silicone membranes to improve the breathable waterproof films. And in situ polymerization also we do for improving some functionalization for antimicrobial for in the medical textiles, and conductivity for smart textiles or some flame retardant technical textiles. So what happened, like already the microplastics are quite dangerous for the like environmental as well as the human health. And apart from that, we also still like using some chemical based functionalization. So what happened, like joined together, so that makes like quite terrible for the environment as well as the human health. So here are some of the like the effects for the synthetic dyes that are human health. So this is like some wet dye. So when the microplastics containing like some kind of dyes or like something, so that's come off. So that still makes like more dangerous to the environment. Of course, we also use some, as I mentioned, the perfluoroalkyl like PFAS. So that's not like accidentally we are using it. So intentionally we are adding to improve the functionalization. So that makes like quite terrible for the microplastic which containing such kind of chemistries. And of course, we also use like a lot of nanomaterials, as I mentioned. So the nanomaterials are quite dangerous because of the smaller size. So most of the like 50% of the silver nanoparticles can lost during the like few washes. So the whatever the like the durable, like less durable nanosilvers that will leach out from the environment. So that makes like quite dangerous to the environment as well as the human being. So here I will quickly go through with the like how the things going with the human health. So we have like aquatic environment is already contaminated. So we have like contaminated aquatic foods, and also the table salt and drinking water that may be coming from the like seawater to seawater, or like in the treatment plant. So there is like three ways that can be the microplastic can enter into the humans, like inhalation and also the ingestion and the dermal contact. So mostly these inhalations because of this airborne microfibers or microplastics, and ingestion is maybe contaminating like we are consuming like contaminated foods or table salt and drinking water. So dermal contact is quite less because that's not like well studied so far. So, like microplastics, like both non-functionalized and functionalized microplastic can cause like severe human and health hazards, as I mentioned already, because of it containing dyes and finishing and other functional groups. And also some colored microplastics can be like visually attractive for the some aquatic animals or marine life. So that will take like by mistakenly. And of course, for a longer time, the dye can be leach out. So that also contributing chemical pollutions. So here are some of the list of the how the different kind of the human health. So that will be affected due to the microplastic. So microplastic can affect with your skin and also the respiratory, all the pulmonary injury like in the lungs, and also endocrine systems, and male reproductive and female reproductive systems also affected. And also there are a lot of cardiovascular problems due to this microplastics that will end up with your bloodstream. And of course, that also affect your neurotoxicity. And this is like quite good examples for like how the fibrosis that happens because of this small fibrous that will be like stay together, like when you are inhaling with the airborne microplastic. So that will stay in your lungs, that causes like lung cancer or some of the things that is called like fibrosis, and this is another danger things that also like affected with the humans like in the reproductive systems because of this small particles that will be mostly on the vascular pathway. It's like that will end up with your bloodstream, so that will also like affected with your reproductive systems. And of course, this also like go with your placenta. That will also, there are some studies shows the like in the kids that's in the pregnant ladies also affected due to these smaller particles, mostly on the vascular pathway. So let's talk more on the sustainable way. So there are like in the during manufacturing, so we have to use like mostly on the blends, which is like most compatible degradation rates. And of course, we have to think for like how we can improve the fabric structural integrity through the optimized stitch density or bonding or like consolidations. And of course, we have to use like longer filaments rather than using stable fibers. And of course, we have to design like a low abrasion surfaces, make like more compactive views and or tight felting or like high consolidation. Avoid like excessive mechanical treatments, like there are like brushing and sanding or racing, something that's mostly used for like for normal textiles, just for creating like for like a smooth kind of finishes. So that kind of things like quite heavily generate the microplastic. So of course, like we need to integrate the reinforcement zones. And of course, we have to do for optimize with the non-woven web structures, like maybe we can use like different, depends upon the applications. We have to go with like higher entanglement density, or maybe like to prevent the fiber kind of releases due to the optimize the non-woven web structures. Maybe in some specific applications, we can also go with the like 3D spatial structure. So that's like quite good for like specific applications. And again, in the like material and polymer selections, we have to use like inherently abrasion resistance polymers rather than like for other kind of polymers. For example, like polyaramide and polyesters, and also like aramides. And of course, we have to go with like mostly if it is possible or the specific applications can match with the bio-based fibers, then we can go with like industrially degradable polymers like for polylactic acid. So that's like reduce like long-term microplastic like releases. And maybe we can also use like high tenacity fibers rather than using low tenacity for some specific applications. So, and also we can just consider for the low fibrillation polymer grades, and also we can play with the molecular weight distribution that increase the mechanical properties, and also simultaneously that's play with the microplastic reductions. Maybe in some applications we can also use like bicomponent fibers, and mostly avoid the recycled polymers, especially for the mechanical recycling rather than using like completely chemical recycling. Either it may be melt spinning or in the glycolysis for polyester, and for also for cellulose based like wet spinning or something. So rather than using fiber mechanical recycling. So in the manufacturing, we can also use like optimize the spinning parameters and optimize the like all the process parameters, so that's really play well with the microplastics. And also maybe we can improve the fiber orientation and also crystallinity during the fiber production in the melt spinning. And of course, the controlled calendering and thermal bonding in the manufacturing of non-wovens. And of course, we need to avoid like excessive mechanical actions like stretching, aggressive finishing, so that also induce the defects during the manufacturing itself. And of course, during the cutting, it is recommended to use like ultrasonic or laser kind of cutting. Of course, we need to use like some inline filters in the industries and vacuum systems that will like collect the microplastic that generate in the manufacturing itself. Apart from that, we can also do some process optimizations, like scaling the best practice across the like supplies. Like we should learn like so which process can generate like more microplastics. So we need to play with like the best available technology or best possible technology. So we should use like pre-washing before it's going to the consumer product, and also like tighter construction. So maybe we can also use some seamless garment technology. And here some of the like consumer face, like maybe it may be like for not all the technical textiles, but for the few like kind of like medical textiles or reusable like technical textiles, maybe we can use like some laminated medical gowns that will resist the abrasions. And of course, gentle washing cycles, and maybe in hospitals, every hospitals, maybe we can use like a laundry and also some filtration. So I will show you the like how the filters, like external filters, can fit with the laundry equipments. Maybe avoid the harsh disinfection, and maybe we can also use some UV stabilized, weather resistant geotextiles, and bio-based textiles like jute and coir PLA can be recommended for some specific applications. And this is like best washing parameters. So maybe we need to optimize like no need to use like very higher temperature, not like a very high speed, and not like very longer duration. So we just need to use like optimized, and also the detergent conditions that alkalinity should be like a medium or less as compared to the existing one. So that will optimize your microplastic generations. And this is like external filters already in California, and also the France has already started to use such kind of filters. That is also the policy. Also, they are making like it's a compulsory for fitting the external filters in the domestic washing machines. But of course, it's not for all the technical textiles. Maybe for a few like technicals like sport textiles or something like maybe washable. So in EAI also we are using for quantification, but still like there is a lot of challenges, especially for the data set for the predictions. So still it is not like open data sets. So maybe like if there is like in the future, maybe like open data set that can be helpful for the quantification. And also we can use such kind of technology to predict with the fabric conditions itself. For example, like we can feed like specific properties for the fabric, so that we can predict like how such kind of fabrics can generate like what kind of microplastics are with respect to the time, or with respect to the some physical and mechanical deformation. And there are some policies in India, like there are like a plastic waste management policy has been implemented in 2016, and also faced a ban for identified single-use plastics, and increase the minimum thickness for the plastic carry bags also implemented. And of course, this EPR also implemented like extended producer responsibility, and focused on the circular economy, especially for reusing or like refurbish like such kind of plastic particles. But still like people are using plastics to make like road construction, but in certain conditions, it's like really bad idea, because such kind of road construction may be possible for generating more microplastics. And also like CPC, like state pollution control boards and central pollution control board, also working on like plastics, but still like we are lacking with the Ministry of Textiles, especially for the microplastics. Still like we need like a better policy for like how we can control, or like how we can, we need like better legislation, especially for in the textile based microplastics. So
Sir, I'm extremely sorry, but I'll request you to kindly conclude, because there are
yes,
other
it's conclusion.
also
Yes.
waiting. I'm sorry to intervene, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, it's already, thanks. So the conclusion is like technical textiles are like quite major, and of course it's underestimated like with respect to the source of microplastics. So synthetic fibers is really generate a lot of microplastic in their life cycle. So of course it is also like directly impact with our sustainable development goals like 6 and 12 and 14. And we can like we can sustainably we can reduce like by choosing the material selections, and also optimize design and optimized processing, so that we can play around with the reduction of the microplastic. So of course, last but not least, we should active like collection actions that is necessary for like from the cradle to grave to handle the microplastic and makes like more sustainable textile future. Yes. That's all from my side. So here is some QR code. Maybe if you have some questions, maybe we can discuss, or maybe the QR code for your feedback. So
Thank you for your insightful remarks, sir. Now, moving on with the paper presentation of the researchers. For the first paper presentation, we have Dr. Sushila Huda, Dr. Sarita Devi, and Mr. Saurabh Srivastav on the topic Next Generation Nanofiber Materials for Healthcare Application, School of Fashion Design, FDGI, Noida, Uttar Pradesh.
Yes. Second class. Second. Good afternoon, everyone. This side, Dr. Sushila. My presentation topic is next generation nanofiber materials for healthcare applications. So first we talk about nanofibers. Nanofibers are the ultra fine fibers with having length of 1 to 100 nanometers with excellent properties. The properties may be high surface area to volume ratio, light in weight with high porosity, and superior in mechanical strength such as tensile strength and elongation. That's why their applications is more in healthcare sector. So they are easily used in interaction with the cells and biomolecules because they resembles to the natural system of human body. So that's why it is widely used for regenerative medicines and drug delivery. So there are natural as well as synthetic polymers are used for creating nanofibers. Natural polymers like gelatin, cellulose, chitin, silk fibron, fibrosin, elastin, wheat gluten, and so on. And synthetic fibers, polymers include polycaprolactam, polylactide, polyglycolic acid, and polyethylene glycols. So for fabrication of nanofibers, there are different types of production techniques that may be tailored to the specific applications. The first one production techniques is electrospinning method. So in electrospinning, as the name suggested, electro means electric field is required for the process of spinning. So the principle behind the electrospinning is we have to use high voltage electric field that may be 10 to 30 kilovolt. So first we have to create molten solution by dissolving polymer in the specific solvent. Then it is loaded over the syringe, and after that we have to apply high voltage over the solution. and that solution is extruded through the nozzle of the syringe, and that will collected over the collector that will be rotated. So for this electrospinning process, we can use synthetic as well as natural polymer. So as I already told you, we have to require different types of solvent for specific polymer. So here I mentioned some of them in this slide, like nylon 6X and nylon 6. For we have to require it dissolve in a formic acid before spinning out. Likewise, there are so many polymers which is dissolved in different solvents. Next method is melt blowing. Melt blowing method, we can say air jet spinning method. So in this, we have to use high pressure gas for blowing the fibers through the mold. So first, again, we have to dissolve polymer into a molten state, and after that, through the die, we have to pass it with the contact of high speed gas, and that will collect it over the again rotatory drum or conveyor belt. Next method is centrifugal spinning method, that we can say force spinning process. So this method is similar to the cotton candy making process. So in this, the main function is rotation of spin rate. So first, molten solution poured in its spin rate, that will be rotated at RPM set high RPM, and that will eject fibers, and that will collect it over the rods that you can see in the picture, and that will be nanofibers. And fourth one is template synthesis. In template synthesis, we are using highly porous template. It may be aluminum oxide membrane or polycarbonate membranes that act as a molds for creating nanofibers. So there are different types of layers, like you can see here in picture. First, in top layer, there is a water that will give pressure to the solution, and next layer is polymer solution that will goes through the membrane, and third one layer is membrane that I already told you, aluminum oxide membrane or maybe polycarbonate membrane is used, that is highly porous. The pore between the membrane will responsible for the alignment of the nanofibers and diameter of the nanofibers, and that will extrude it through the nanopores of the membrane into a coagulation bath, we can say solidification bath. So this is whole process of template synthesis. So now the application of the nanofibers in healthcare sector, there are few applications of nanofibers, like in wound dressings. It will provide moist environment and breathable environment that will accelerate the faster healing and prevent from the infections. So next application is tissue engineering scaffold. So in this for tissue regeneration, we can use nanofibers for like bone, cartilage, vascular graft, neural or skin tissues can be generated through using nanofibers. And next one is drug delivery system. For this, we can use nanofibers that will stimulate against different stimuli responsive system, like a change in pH, temperature, or photothermal process. And then medical textile and protective textile we can use for comprehensive bandage, and for antimicrobial surface or filtration we can use for filtering the air and water, or in surgical mask is used for filtration that will filter more than 98% of the particles. So despite from the progress, there is a current challenges we are facing in aspect of nanofibers. So there is a one major aspect is large scale production challenges. We can't produce large scale because the equipment cost is high. That's why the manufacturing cost will be high, and there is a batch variability that will required for maintaining the high quality in the nanofibers that will also affect the production of the nanofibers. And there is some regulatory approval is required for biocompatibility and toxicity concern, because we are combining nanofibers with nanoparticles for multiple applications. So biocompatibility is also required. So now I am concluding my topic. Nanofiber have innovative solutions for healthcare sector, but as it is in developing stage, their major advantage is it will help the wound, tissue engineering and drug delivery. We can use it, or there is a from the all the methods, electrospinning method is versatile method that is mostly used for creating nanofibers, and we need to scale up it in large mass productions, or we need to search about wider clinical application of nanofibers. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next paper we have is on role of government policies and national missions in advancing the technical textile sectors by Mr. Saurav Srivastav and Dr. Sushila Huda from School of Fashion Design, FDDI, Noida.
So this one, right?
I can change the slide from here, no?
Yes, so you just have to press page down, okay?
Okay.
So just, yeah, just page down.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Saurav Srivastav from FDDI Noida, and here I present the topic role of government policies and national missions in advancing the technical textile sector. So here is the textile technique, the features basically. We started from the introduction of the technical textile, and here is the two part basically. The first part is the textile, and the second part is the technical textile. As Malhotra sir already told, the technical textiles are not a part of only creativity or innovation. Here we can just find some new problems and we just create in the laboratories. And here we have a different mode. Here we have a different policies from the government where we can easily develop the solutions like anti-TM or PM Mitra or many more. So the starting of the part is basically what are the technical textiles. So technical textiles are textile materials where manufactured for technical performance and functional properties. For examples, we just created in the technical textiles airbags, surgical masks. In the corona pandemic, we already created these types of masks and PU kits basically for traveling in planes. And the geotextiles, the protective clothing, and these are the key characters for technical textiles: high strength and durability, the thermal resistance, chemical resistance, lightweight performance, and specialist functionality. So here is the overview of textile industry. Between 2022 to 2024, the technical industry decreased 15%, but the global is standing the 6th largest, and currently we have a 5th largest textile exporter in the world. Economical contribution 2% of India's GDP and 10% of industrial productions. The classifications of technical textile, we have a 12 segments, and we divided these 12 segments in ergotech, like agriculture, buildings, medical, automobiles, protective garments, and industrials and agriculture, hand and medical sector, construction, infrastructure, automotive, environmental protections, defense and safety. Basically, these are 12 segments where we develop a new things, like in agriculture, we created a different horticultures and a different agriculture's net, and in building structures, we created a different kits Then in clothing we created us for shoe and clothing, both. And then for road safety, and then home interior textile, industrial purpose. So these are the 12 segments. Basically the size of technical textile market in India, it's basically USD 23 billion in 2023, and global wise USD 202.93 billion in 2023. It's basically represent in the year of 2023, but right now I already told you we are on the position of fifth, the largest exporter, and employment status contributes 2.3% to India's GDP and 13% industrial productions, 12 exports earnings. And other incentives, like we have a Textile Research Association, Central of Excellence COEs in FDDI. We have also 7 COEs in a different sector. Then challenge for the India technical textile industry. And these are the global technical textile markets, where I already explained in this picture. You can easily see the market in 2029. The target is 355.99 billion. Then here I divided the two sectors. The first one is Asia Pacific, and the second one is global technical textile, where we stand 16.7 in Asia, and in global 16.4%. Then Indian technical textile market, the fifth largest, which I already told you, the market size USD 22 to 40 billions. Expected growth rate हमारा जो है 12 to 15% annually. The growth drivers in India: infrastructure development, health demands, automotive expensive, agriculture moderations, government support policies. Government support policies, here I already mentioned. Government policies support like manufacturing growth, research and innovation center, investment attractions, sponsorship. And the main government support thing is NTTM, National Technical Textile Mission. Malhotra sir already told, we already developed the 47 education center where textile courses are already run, and 50,000 plus industry people who already gained the experience and training in the same NTTM. Then objective of NTTM, the promote research and development, scholarship for student, and different development of COEs. The key component: market promotion, exporters, productions linked incentive. This is the PLI, basically PLI scheme launched in 2021, and the total target allotment of money 10,683 crore. Then objective of PLI is boost exporters, generate employments. Then last, PM Mitra Perk, the focus on integrated textile value chains and provide plug and play infrastructure. Supportive scheme Samarth Yojana, where we can learn the easily different skill training in the Samarth, in NIFT, FDDI, and various industry and the institution in India. And these are the challenges in sector growth: the high capital investment, limited skill workforce, regularity, and future opportunities in the same textile industry: smart textiles, sustainable materials, medical textile innovations. Then conclusion, these all are basically depend on our government schemes, where we can easily learn the different technical textile things under the Samarth or PLI scheme or NTTM. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have comparative study of treated and inherent flame retardant fabrics, FR cotton versus para aramid, by Madhupriya, Sudarshan Dhamija, Subham Srivastav, and Dr. Nandan Kumar, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat, Haryana, India.
Revised.
Presentation share me with you.
Yes. No.
This is device presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Miss Madhu, BTech Textile Engineering third year student from Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology. First of all, I would from our team, I would like to thank the organizer of ICITT 2026 to provide us a valuable opportunity to present our research paper on this platform. The co-authors are Dr. Sudarshan Dhamija, Subham Srivastava, and Dr. Nandan Kumar. The title of our research paper is Comparative Study of Treated and Inherent Flame Retardant Fabric, FR Cotton versus Para-Aramid. Technical textile is one of the most important in today's world. They have 12 segments. Amongst these, the protective textile is one of the most important hazard. One of the most important hazard is fire, which causes lots of skin, human tissue damage, like including first burn, second burn, and third degree burn. To mitigate thermal injury, various flame retardant chemical finishes are applied to cotton and cotton blended fabric. In parallel, inherently flame retardant fibers such as para-aramid are developed. The protective characteristics of these have been studied independently, but comparative study of thermal behavior of these both fabrics are very limited. So that's why this study is focused on the comparative study of thermal behavior of the both two fabrics. This slide shows the four different, we take the four different types of samples. F1 for para-aramid blended, F2 chemical treated 100% cotton, F3 non-woven meta-aramid, and F4 blended fabric, para, meta, and moda acrylic. These are the specifications of the samples. The F1 and these are the selected fabric samples. The F1 and F2 are comparable samples, and F3 and F4 are used to create the multi-layer configuration. These are the parameters which we have studied, the TPP, GSM, and thickness as per this standard. This is TPP tester. And thermal protective performance procedure is conditioned fabric specimen mounted in a specimen holder exposed to a combined heat, which is 50% convective and 50% radiant source at a controlled and constant heat flux of 84 kilowatt per meter square. Heat transmitted through the specimen recorded by a copper calorimeter, and time to reach the burn prediction point measured automatically by the instrument using Stoll curve, and then we measure the TPP values. This is the video for 100% multi-layer when we have tested, and this is the video of para-aramid multi-layer. Then after testing, the TPP and second burn time is recorded. The 100% cotton single layer, which is S1, the TPP value is 12.13, and para-aramid blended fabric single layer, which is S2, is 17.24. And these both are in single layer configuration, and from this graph you can identify that how the single layer para-aramid fabric is give the higher value of TPP. And when we move on multi-layer configuration, the S3, which is multi-layer para-aramid, give the 30.12, and the multi-layer cotton second TPP value gives 21.98. Here we clearly identify the multi-layer configuration is give better TPP value, and the same result is come in also second burn time. If we talk about percentage, then being multi-layer, 80.1 to 100% chemically treated cotton is give the result, and 71.94 for para-aramid blended fabric. These are the photographs of tested fabric samples in single layer configuration and in multi-layer configuration. The left side, these photos show S1 and S2, which is in single layer configuration, and the right side in multi-layer configuration, S3 and S4. These are the conclusion from our research paper, that overall thermal protection is significantly affected by interesting fiber, while chemically treated flame retardant fabric provide measurable thermal protection. Inherent para-aramid offer superior and more stable performance. And in multi-layer layering, if we take multi-layer configuration, it improves the protection, but it increases fabric weight. And these are the future scope to evaluate durability after repeated washing and to test long-term industrial performance. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. I proudly present to you Dr. Parikshit Goswami. Professor Goswami is the Director of Research and Innovation at the University of Huddersfield and Director of the Technical Textiles Research Center. He previously served as Associate Dean for Research, Innovation and Knowledge Exchange for Arts and Humanities and the head of the Departments of Fashion and Textiles and Music and Design Arts at the university. Earlier, he was the Director, Research and Innovation at the School of Design, University of Leeds, where he led the Fiber and Fabric Functionalization Research Group. His research focuses on fiber and polymer science, medical and sustainable textiles, nanofibers, and functionalization of textiles using advanced chemical and plasma technologies. He's also the first academic appointed to the board of UK Fashion and Textile Association, UKFT, and is a freeman of the City of London and the Worshipship Company of Woolman. Sir, we welcome you here to this session and request you to kindly make your presentation.
Could you see my presentation?
Yes, sir, it's visible and on full screen mode. We can see it.
Thank you so
Kindly
much.
put it on the full screen mode. It's back to...
Yes, 1 second.
Yes, sir, it's ready.
Just give me a second. Right. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm actually not. I'm going to discuss today kind of a reflective journal of what we are doing in the UK, because one thing we are absolutely convinced that innovation only works when a triple helix model come into equation. So I'll try to make that point with some case studies from my team, as well as try to articulate the concept how the UK research infrastructure is gearing itself for innovation, mainly in the technical textile space. So basically, the problem statement is rather simple. Throughout the world, if you see the higher education landscape, we do a lot of fundamental research. A lot of creative ideas, innovation happens in this landscape. But what next? Do all those ideas convert into a product with a plug in it? Now, if you look into that, you will realize that it's actually pretty scary that how little of those ideas convert into a product with a plug in it. So what we can do about that, so that any idea that we do through a process helps in economic development, what we need to do about that. So in UK, we are placing a lot of
resources into that commercial kind of activity where a curiosity driven research, there is space for that, and we really need to do that because we are the frontiers of knowledge. But then a lot of funds are allocated so that we can take the SMEs or the companies along with us, that ideas at a low technical readiness level can go to a high technical readiness level to become a product. Now, I am in the innovation space for quite a few decades now, and this is my understanding that for this to happen, you need to operate the triple helix. What that means? Triple helix means you need to understand, the academia needs to understand how to work with industries, large or small, and with the government. So that triple helix actually makes things happen. So how to do it, how to support our SMEs, which throughout the world is the heartbeat of any economy. So how to go about that? In medical textiles, it's absolutely essential to do that. Why? Because innovation and policy actually talk with each other. The success of an innovation, a success of a product at a high tier level that will have serious impact needs to understand the policy infrastructure. To some extent, they need to influence the policy. And that is where this model is so important. What I'll try to do then is I'll give a few examples and try to explain how that triple helix model operates in practice with a few topics. Before that, what is medical textiles? It's very difficult to give a definition when you know that it is evolving on a daily basis. The scope of medical textiles starts from a simple wipe, means how you clean a hospital, to fabrics that can be used for bone replacement or even an organ replacement. So the spread of medical textile is vast and can be divided into three areas, right? One is implantable material. You put it inside your body, related to tissue engineering, artificial ligaments, so on and so forth. Non-implantable material, wound dressing, so on and so forth. And healthcare environmental material. Now, that can be anything to stop HAI to spread. Things that in a hospital, how you get rid of the germs means you can see literature when it says that a significant proportion in the world, people go to the hospital with disease A, comes back with disease B because germs spread in hospital. How to stop that? Textiles are a front line of defense for that as well. Let's appreciate the difficulty purely from a fundamental research perspective. If you're doing something on tissue engineering, it's not only textiles. Means you have to understand textiles, but you have to understand monolayer cell culture as well. You have to deal with medics and doctors to understand how practically that fits. So I bring the next point, that is about to do meaningful research that will have serious impact. You need government, you need industries, but you need collaboration. Collaboration in a way that you are talking with people who are not from your subject area. A textile to textile bilateral conversation is easy. Textile to biologist bilateral conversation is not that easy. because they talk different language. So we have to be appreciated of that. I'll give you a few examples now. This is case study 1, ostomy pouch. What happens? There are a lot of people in the world who live with a condition, who have bowel cancer. And if you have bowel cancer, one of the interventions is your large intestine is taken out of your stomach. So the human waste can come out at any point, and people have to live with that condition. A lot of money is spent on devices to manage that condition, and the problem is growing. The problem is growing because there is increased bowel cancer, falling mortality rate, which is good, but increased population. If you put all those dynamics together, the problem is increasing. What happens with the pouches after the human waste is collected there? Many of them ends up in the landfill. So even in UK, 36.5 means make it 40 million pouches go to the landfill. There are human waste, so there are tapeworms, hookworm, etc. there, which can survive up to 10 years. So basically, it's an environmental disaster. But also think about the patient, right? Means we are used to handling our life in a way, but you're going out to your relative and then the human waste you are putting in the normal basket. It's a huge psychological barrier for the patients. So we collaborated with a company to understand how we can make it more normal practice. And they came up with a technical challenge that you have to produce something which is very, very hydrophobic, but disperses in water, so a contradictory behavior. So we developed this. As you can see, the fabric is very hydrophobic. But when you put it in excess amount of water and give a predefined amount of mechanical action that my colleague is doing here, it disperses into single fiber and it biodegrades. So basically, a patient can flush it out, and then the normal infrastructure that we have around us comes into action. So the waste is not going to the landfill. The patients are getting their psychological barrier to deal with the situation, as well as the environment is protected. Now, when this is done, this goes through a huge amount of interaction so that it becomes a product. So we need a SME or a large company which we are working with, as well as we need to deal with the government to understand the load on the wet waste management system. You have to interact with them. So the whole ecosystem comes together when this product goes out of a lab into the real world. And in that process, you need to even change the policies associated with it. Indeed, you realize during the pandemic that how important it is to keep a hospital clean. In fact, I'm referring to an article in BBC which says that wet wipes, that is the first line of defense in a hospital against the germs, could be obsolete if we don't find an alternative to plastics. Means wet wipes are predominantly made out of polypropylene. So for a long time, we are doing a lot of work on cellulose science. Means I'm giving the reference to my papers. You can go back and read. I'll not go into it, but we knew that we have credential there, research credential. So we started doing work, did some fundamental work with cellulose, trying to understand how we can functionalize cellulose so that the surface property becomes a bit like polypropylene. And we did a lot of work. We even modeled how the fibers, after functionalization, interacts with different bacteria. And we created something that scientifically works. But to make it happen in the real world, we actually have to go down to the hospitals and even understand the psychology of every cleaner, how they clean it, what is their normal practice. Because if your product don't talk with their normal practice, it will never become a practical product that they will use. So you can already see that the science happens, but to make it a commercial product, that journey is different, that know-how is different. And as researchers, we need to keep an appreciation of that. But when you go into that journey, the life becomes really interesting because in the process, we discovered that if you produce fibers in a certain way, you can even create fibers with a huge microporous structure. Then you realize it's not commercially viable for a tissue we are talking about, for a wipe we are talking about. So we can use this kind of value-added fiber for different application like drug delivery or wound dressing. So let's go into that. This is another application that is significantly increasing. Means you can read my paper, but in India, it's a big problem because of diabetic foot ulcers and stuff like that. They use nano silver and other kind of active ingredients, but they perceive in the environment. So if you can make wound dressing with biodegradable material, there is a genuine advantage of that. So we started the research by taking a chemical compound like this, which comes from Maluka honey, and we incorporated that inside the fibers. And then we proved that the active ingredient is inside the fiber, which comes from Maluka honey, and we did all kind of tests. Science is done. What next? When we started talking, so you can see publishing one paper is not enough. You introduce the science, but when you talk with the medic, they said that the real problem is actually not only loading the fiber, but how you can make the fabric comfort around curved surfaces. So we did a lot of work. I think this work, if I can remember rightly, was done with a US mathematician, because we realized that bending rigidity or flexural rigidity is not enough for these applications. So to make the fundamental science work, we have to come up with some characterization technique for fabrics and their bending rigidity. So that is how the ecosystem develops before a commercial product happens. Now you can complex the case, right? This is one of our research on kidney dialysis. So basically the problem statement here is humans there are 150 kinds of known toxins in our blood. And the only way we can remove it now is by dialysis. There are different kind of dialysis, but the end goal is to remove all kind of toxins. Now, dialysis can remove water-soluble, low molecular weight molecules. It can remove the middle molecular weight molecules, but it can't remove the protein-bound macromolecules, which build up in your body. And eventually, you can get cardiovascular disease from that. So, for a kidney problem not to be solved by kidney replacement, you need to find a way to remove the protein-bound macromolecules from blood during dialysis. So we did a lot of work on that, and we developed adherence targets that can be put inside the fiber and that can target certain protein-bound macromolecules. And when you do that, you find a way to either the patients to go to dialysis less regularly, or eventually, after many years of research, to find a way to have alternative solutions to that treatment. Now, we don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand that a lot of policy intervention needs to happen here to make it a product. And you need a commercial supplier. Again, sincerely good scientific project, but it is of no practical use if you can't mobilize the whole ecosystem around you. Same goes for any other project in this field. This is, for example, some work we did on artificial ligaments, means this kind of product, which is basically a polymer encapsulated with self-assembly peptides like P11.8, which used to be the intellectual property of one of our colleagues. We took that and we created some really complex architecture. Here, the fabric got submicron fiber and nanofiber. When you put it in a target site, the nanofibers will degrade quickly, releasing the self-assembly peptides, and the bigger fiber will release the active slowly. Eventually, it will try to serve the purpose that it does. Again, think about the due diligence. Science, good science, science with intellectual property associated with it. But the journey to commercialization is huge, and it interacts with policy, it interacts with due diligence, so on and so forth. So it's so important as a researcher, we keep that in mind. And to make that happen, as a researcher, you need a huge amount of network. This is, to give you an appreciation, this is my, what we call second degree networking that I actively collaborate with. Now, if you look here, you will see Leeds Teaching Hospital, you see people who have nothing to do with textiles. But if you want to make an impact, your network needs to have people, dare I say more people, from who comes outside your subject area. So that real blending, that real migration of knowledge happens. And when migration of knowledge happens, good things are created. And in my career, I am absolutely convinced that that seed need to be put into students, that seed need to be put into us at academics from the very beginning. To have that impact, to be driven by impact, to be driven by how we are making a difference to those Tom, Dick, and Harry out there. And it can only happen when you develop your network. And that is it for me. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your valuable insights with us. Now, moving on to the paper presentation, we have Nikunj Agrawal, Tanishq Panwar, and Sandeep Pal on sustainable eco-friendly materials and processes in technical textiles from Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, Panipat, Haryana.
Just a second. Okay, it's a PDF. PPT. ये PDF मुझे
Students, provide the attention this side.
So,
No chit chats.
very afternoon, everyone, delegates, faculty members, and sir. My name is Nikunj Agrawal. I am from PITE, Panipat Institute of Engineering and Technology, currently pursuing my Bachelor's of Technology in Textile Engineering, currently in third year. I would like to thank the organization for organizing ICITT 2026. In this presentation, I will highlight sustainable fibers such as bamboo, banana, corn, PLA, milk fiber, and jute. So, introduction, challenging reality in technical textiles. Key issues, major gaps, lack of a recycling framework, weak end-of-life systems, limited regulations of toxic chemicals, sustainable fiber innovations. We have natural fibers, bio-based polymers, agricultural waste fibers, recycled synthetic fibers, example bamboo fiber, PLA, which is corn fiber, banana fiber, milk fiber, recycled PET fibers. Bamboo fibers, sustainability, benefit, rapidly renewable plant resource. Raw materials, the primary raw material is the bamboo plant, which is a fast growing natural resource. Characteristics of bamboo as raw material contains high cellulose content, natural, renewable, biodegradable. Extraction process, these are two main extraction methods used to produce bamboo fiber: mechanical process, steps, features. So next is corn fiber, which is also PLA fiber, which have its environmental and advantages. Banana fiber, milk fiber. So recycled synthetic fibers produced from PET bottles, textile waste, and post-consumer plastics. In 2016, PET flakes fibers accounted for 44% of global end-use fiber consumption. Environmental issues in functional textiles: flame retardant, FR-treated wool, silver nanoparticles after 10 washes, wastewater systems capture about 60% of released silver, indicating potential pollution risk. Sustainable manufacturing, supercritical CO2 dyeing, which have its own advantages. Sustainable finishing methods, advanced techniques, plasma treatment, and laser finishing. So eco-friendly finishing chemicals,
Chitosan, plant extracts, starch derivatives, bio-based antimicrobial and UV protective agents, sustainable products practices. So, government initiatives, we have multiple government initiatives like National Technical Textiles Mission 2020, production linked incentive PLI scheme for textile, PM Mitra scheme, पहले अभी सर ने भी पीएल मित्रा स्कीम का मेंशन किया था. So challenges we face, future goals and future focus areas include development of bio-based technical fibers, large-scale recycling infrastructure, integration of circular economic models, stronger regulatory framework, collaboration between industry, academia, and policymakers. So we got to a conclusion. Sustainable technical textiles are essential for reducing environmental impact. Eco-friendly fibers and clean manufacturing technology show a strong potential. Adoption of circular economy practices will improve resource efficiency. Continued research and policy support are critical for sustainable textile development. So in my paper, I have considered these references. So that's all for today. I would like to have a thank you.
Thank you. Now, the next paper we have is on heritage-inspired apparel development through digitization and interpretation of multi-faith motifs from Fatehpur Sikri by Faiza Sana and Dr. Sushila Huda from School of Fashion Design, FTDI, Noida, Uttar Pradesh.
This one, right?
चेंज यहीं से होगा ना?
No, yes, I'll just show you. Just a minute. Yes, ma'am. So यहाँ से page down करके you can go to the next slide.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faiza Sana from FDDI Noida. Today, I am presenting my research titled Heritage Inspired Apparel Development Through Digitization and Interpretation of Multi-Faith Motif from Fatehpur Sikri. This work explores how the rich artistic language of Fatehpur Sikri, its carving, jali patterns, arts, and symbolic architecture elements can be digitized, adapted, and transformed into contemporary sustainable apparel. Through this project, I aim to bridge the gap between cultural heritage and modern design technology, bringing traditional motifs into the future of fashion. Fatehpur Sikri is a unique cultural landmark that blends Islamic, Hindu, and Persian influences, making it an influence source of multi-faith artistic expressions. These motifs reflect centuries of craftsmanship and philosophical symbolism, but they remain underutilized in today's fashion industry. In this study, digital design plays an important role. Using CAD tools, I translated architectural motifs into precise and scalable digital forms. Virtual garment simulation allow me to preview how motifs behave on real silhouettes, ensuring better accuracy, less waste, and more sustainable design process. This slide highlights market relevance of heritage-inspired fashion. Today, consumers are increasingly drawn to digital that combine meaning, story, and cultural authenticity. The motifs of Fatehpur Sikri naturally offers this connection. They are visually appealing, emotionally resonant, and aligned with the growing global trend towards slow fashion and sustainable production. While India's
While India architecture is incredibly diverse, textile research often focuses on single religious motifs or generic historic patterns. What remains largely unexplored is the multi-faith integration seen at Fatehpur Sikri. Structure like Jodha Bai Mahal, Buland Darwaza, and Jama Masjid reflect Emperor Akbar vision of inclusiveness. Their motifs, geometric, floral, symbolic, and functional, carry both artistic and cultural value. Fatehpur Sikri motifs offers rich cultural depth, refined craftsmanship, symbolic meaning, aesthetic versatility. Documentation, digitization, and evolution. The process unfolds in three pillars: documentation, digitization, consumer evolution. Fatehpur Sikri architecture symbolizes unity and harmony. One iconic example is the Pillar of Religions, while focuses Hindu, Jain, Mughal, and Islamic motifs. These dual purpose motifs lend themselves beautifully to sustainable textiles where functionality and design can work together. These slides explore how motifs serve practical roles historically and how they inspire innovation today. Motifs such as Jodhabai kitchen, Kanch Mahal serve not just decorative purpose but also provide ventilation, privacy, and light diffusion. In modern application, these motifs inspire breathable fabric, layered textile constructions, laser cut patterns, sustainable design approaches. To conclude, Fatehpur Sikri multi-faith motive to offer deep cultural and artistic richness. Digitization help preserves and reinterpreted these motifs for modern fashion. Virtual prototyping and digital printing makes the process sustainable and efficient. Consumer feedbacks confirm strong market interest in heritage-inspired apparel. This study shows that when traditional meets technology, the result is design that is meaningful, sustainable, and commercially valuable. Thank you.
For the next paper presentation, we have Srishti Singh and Dr. Lekni Tripathi on Fabric to Filter, Air Purifying Smart Textiles from Amity School of Fashion Technology, Noida, Uttar Pradesh.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Srishti Singh, and I'm a B-Fashion Technology student from Amity School of Fashion Technology. Today, I will be presenting textile-based air filtration system, a review of functional materials and purification mechanism under the guidance of Dr. Lekni Tripathi. So, air pollution has become one of the most serious environmental and public health challenges worldwide. Most pollutants include particulate matter such as PM 2.5, PM 10, as well as harmful gases. Studies show that indoor air is sometimes even more pollutant than the outdoor air. Sources such as cooking, smoking, and air conditioning systems. Because of this, efficient air filtration technologies are essential for improving air quality and protecting human health. So, air pollutants can be classified into sources, mode of release, and chemical composition and their sizes. So the need for textile-based air filter is because they are lightweight, flexible, high surface area, good air permeability, and can incorporate functional nano materials. And they are widely used in face masks, indoor air purifiers, and protective clothing. So the objective of this study is to review air purification mechanisms in textile filters, functional material used in filtration systems, and performance evaluation parameters and future research direction. So air purification mechanism has mainly three main mechanisms, which is mechanical filtration, photocatalytic degradation, and adsorption. So in mechanical filtration, remove particulate matter when air passes through fibrous filter media. Several mechanisms contribute to particle capture, include inertial impactation, interception, Brownian diffusion, electrostatic attraction, and gravity, as you can see in the diagram. In photocatalytic degradation, we use titanium dioxide, which is when exposed under UV light generates ROS, which is reactive oxygen species, which degrades organic pollutants and microorganisms. Adsorption mechanism. So activated carbon is widely used to remove gaseous pollutant as it has a high surface area, porous structure, provide many active adsorption sites. Pollutants such as VOCs and odor-causing gases are trapped within the pores. Adsorption occurs mainly through physical interactions. So the materials used in this are electrospun nanofiber, hybrid nanofiber membrane, which is a combination of PAN, titanium dioxide, silver, electrospun nanofiber membrane, titanium dioxide photocatalytic coatings, and activated carbon textiles. So the performance evaluation is the performance of the filtration material is evaluated based on several factors. Electrospun nanofiber show very high particulate matter removal efficiency due to their fine fiber structure. Titanium dioxide is used because of its catalytic coating as it generates the gaseous pollutants. Activated carbon because of its highly porous structure, and hybrid nanofiber membrane. So the future scope is multifunctional hybrid filtration materials, visual light, photocatalyst, biodegradable filter materials, smart textile air purification systems. Conclusion. Textile-based filter are effective for removing particulate matter and gaseous pollutants. Electrospun nanofiber, titanium dioxide coatings, activated carbon significantly improve filtration performance, combining multiple mechanisms, and future research should focus on multifunctional, durable, and sustainable filtration material. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Now the next paper we have is on a review on recent advances in plasma technology for functional textiles by Prisha Sharma, Arya Chopra and Swati Sharma from Department of Fashion Technology, National Institute of Fashion Technology, Kangra, Himachal Pradesh.
This is the one, right? Yes, just the page down one. I'll just show you. Just a minute. So page up, if you want to go back, and page down if you want to go. Yes, just a minute.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I am here to present my review on plasma technology for surface modification in functional textiles. So textiles have been fundamentally an important part of human history since thousands of years. So textiles were limited to these key factors, that was strength, durability, aesthetics, color, and weave. So what are functional textiles? Functional textiles are basically fabrics engineered to provide specific performance properties beyond fundamental properties and aesthetics. The textiles are designed to perform specialized application roles in smart textiles, industrial textiles, medical textiles, and protective textiles. So the basic main three essential features of functional textiles include durability, specific performance functionality, and basic textile properties for comfort. So functional textiles possess coming to the manufacture of functional textiles, it can be introduced at fiber stage, yarn stage, fabric stage, and garment stage. And with the advancement of materials, technology, and surface chemistry, wide range of functional textiles have been designed by various spinning and surface modification methods. And plasma technology is being widely used for surface textile modification. But what basically is surface modification? It is the enhancement of surface of textile area without losing its bulk properties. Recently, plasma technology is being widely used and adapted. Plasma is the fourth state of matter, and it is produced when the gas particles N2 and argon are energized by electric fields. It contains anions, cations, electrons, free radicals, and photons. The plasma technology works through various processes. These processes include surface cleaning, that is removal of oil, waxes, and impurities present on the surface. Surface activation, which introduces new functional chemical groups to the fiber surface. Surface etching, in this energetic particles are physically removed by on the tiny material from the fiber, and it creates a surface like small micro scale roughness for further activated compounds to attach to it. And surface grafting is attaching of specific functional molecules, and they can be used as a new reactive site for new material bonding. And plasma polymerization is the thin polymer film is deposited into textile surface area. The type of plasma include low temperature plasma, low pressure plasma, and atmospheric plasma. These are the three different types of plasma and its production used. And in low temperature plasma, it is like non-thermal, and it can be used for delicate fibers. Whereas low pressure plasma and atmospheric plasma contains low pressure plasma contains vacuum, while the atmospheric plasma requires no vacuum. It is done on the normal atmospheric pressure. Further, the plasma treatment on textile has fabric dyeability, breathability, antibacterial textiles, flame retardant textiles, waterproof, UV protective, and so on, as listed on the slide. These are the different plasma treatment on different fabrics, as can be seen in the table. The advantages of plasma treatment on textiles is it is very environmentally friendly. It uses less chemicals and less water. Surface specific treatment, the fiber preserves its bulk properties and environmental adhesion for better printing quality, energy and time efficient, and it has versatile applications. The most recent advancements has been multifunctional textiles, atmospheric plasma treatment, dielectric barrier, and plasma-assisted nanoparticle bonding. At the end, I would like to say that plasma treatment has a very high chance in the industry as it is still being widely accepted and used, but being sustainable finishing process, and it increases productivity. It has a bright future ahead in the technology of technical textiles. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very delighted to introduce technical session 3 of the conference today. The theme of this session is Sustainable Practices and Responsible Manufacturing in Technical Textiles. For this session, we are very delighted to welcome Dr. Arash M. Shahidi, Senior Research Fellow, Nottingham School of Art and Design, Nottingham Trent University, UK, and Dr. Prabhuraj Venkataraman, Senior Lecturer, Manchester Fashion Institute, Manchester Metropolitan University, UK. We welcome you to this session, sir.
Now, I very proudly present to you our first speaker for technical session 3, Dr. Arash M. Shahidi. Dr. Shahidi is a senior research fellow in medical and technical textiles at Nottingham Trent University and is a member of Advanced Textile Research Group. His expertise include medical and technical textiles, and he has authored over 20 publications in this field. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As kindly actually they introduced me, my name is Arash. I'm working in Advanced Textile Research Group, which is part of School of Art and Design in Nottingham Trent University. And my background is medical and technical textile. For today's session, I'm going to talk about characterization of technical textile, foundation. A foundation for innovation and performance. As we all can be agreed, textile have evolved far beyond clothing and decoration. Today, textile can include sensor, conductive material, and intelligent system. However, before material can be used reliably, they must be tested and characterized. Testing acts as a bridge between innovation, textile design, and real-world performance, ensuring materials are safe, durable, and suitable for their intended application. What are technical textile? Technical textile are material designed primarily for functional performance rather than aesthetic. Unlike traditional fabric, they are engineered to perform specific tasks. And as an example, can be medical textile, protective clothing, and geotextile using civil engineering. The success of these textiles is measured through quantifiable performance outcome, such as strength, permeability, conductivity, and thermal behavior, which is required objective, reproducible testing. Why characterization matter? Characterization is essential because it helps us link textile structure with the performance. And through testing, we can predict how material behave, ensure manufacturing quality, and confirm compliance with safety standards. And most importantly, characterization allow researchers and engineers to validate new fabrication technique and innovation. We can say without rigorous characterization, innovation and reliability are impossible. Because I'm going to use a case study, I'm going to give you a brief, introduction to electronic textile. Electronic textile can be within the pocket surface. There are different ways of fabrication, but for this session, I am going to use the embedded yarn, which we are using in Advanced Textile Research Group. To have some perspective, the way that we are designing the yarn, we have leads wire, which is a copper-coated copper, and we have a component, and we have a solder joint, which then is going to encapsulate to make it waterproof and add more robustness to it with the supporting yarn, and then is going to braid it in a sheet, which is going to create the yarn. Characterization challenges. E-textile present unique challenges for characterization. First, They have a complex integration of textile and electronic. And then mechanical electronic interaction, which is we have to actually test signal stability during the real wear condition, and durability environmental exposure. And we have the lack of a standardized testing, which is it's going to give us difficulty to compare between research and industry results. And also interface and contact resistance, which is going to influence signal accuracy and device reliability. Characterization, which we need characterization framework to properly analyze e-textile characterization. We can consider 5 different levels. First, it's going to be the material level. Second, it's going to be structural level, functional level, durability and environmental testing, and system level evaluation. For this case study, I used one of our publication, which is a quantification of fundamental textile property of electronic textile fabricated using different technique, which was the editor choice of paper. Case study. In this case study, 3 different e-textile fabrication technique has been used. I do apologize, it's just anyhow. Case study introduction. I do apologize that one of the slide is not showing up. In this case, the 3 different e-textile fabrication techniques were compared, and the focus was on analyzing fundamental textile properties, particularly those related to comfort and physical performance, which are often overlooked in textile research in e-textiles. And the goal was determine how fabrication technique influence fabric behavior and usability. The research motivation was a research. We identified the research gap, and we realized most e-textile study focused mainly on electronic conductivity. However, comfort-related properties such as breathability and moisture management are equally important for wearable applications. Therefore, these research aim to systematically evaluate how fabrication technique influence textile behavior and comfort. Fabrication technique that we studied in this research was embroidered electrodes, knitted electrode, and embedded electronic ER. Experimental design. We use of a standard textile testing method for objective performance comparison. We assess the fundamental textile property within the e-textile system. And we did a critical evaluation on limitation of conventional method for hybrid textile electronic materials. And also we facilitated comparison between different fabrication and integration technique. The first test we did was air permeability. We use ASTM D737. And air permeability results show significant difference between fabrication technique and embroidered electrode, reduced airflow considerably because the dense conductive stitching block air pathway. And in contrast, knitted and embedded technique maintain higher permeability as their structure allow air to pass through more easily. And which is we can strongly suggest that fabrication technique influence comfort and performance. And the drape behavior, we use a BSI standard, which identified drape testing show minimal difference between the 3 fabrication methods. From these tests, we realized that the standard drape test may not be sensitive enough to detect structural changes in e-textile because of the big support. We have a bigger support on the thing, which when we are, and it was difficult to manage and analyze the small area of the embedded electronic textile. For that reason, we did a simple test and we reduced the support area, which, as you can see, we can actually see we can measure the drape, but still it does need a lot of work to create a standard based on this finding. The other aspect that we actually managed to analyze was thermal conductivity. Thermal conductivity measures show that embroidered electronic had the highest thermal conductivity, and this is because the higher concentration of conductive material. And understandably, this property important for application where thermal regulation or heat dispersion is required, and embedded electronic yarn has the lowest thermal conductivity. The other aspect we actually analyzed was moisture management. Moisture management behavior varied significantly depending on the fabrication technique. Change in fabric structure and materials composition influence how the textile absorb, transport, and release moisture. And the highlight is the importance of considering comfortable property during the design of wearable electronic textiles. A structural property relation. One key conclusion from this study is the fabrication technique determines structural characteristics, and structural directly influence the performance. Understanding this structural property relation enables designer and engineer to make informed decision when selecting fabrication methods. And this is essential for optimizing both performance and user comfort. Implication for e-textile design. The findings suggested there is no universal fabrication method suitable for all applications. Instead, the choice of technique must depend on specific performance requirements, such as breathability, conductivity, and flexibility. And design decisions should therefore be guided by rigorous characterization data. Limitation and standards. Another key finding is that conventional textile standard may not always sufficient for hybrid testing. Hybrid e-textile system, existing method often fail to capture localized effect caused by embedded electronic component, which is going to highlight the need for new evaluation protocol specifically designed for e-textile. Future research direction, e-textile specific protocol. We need to develop rigorously adapted test method, systematic characterization, empirical validation, integrated assessment for both comfort-related and electronic performance property, establishment of comprehensive multi-parameter evaluation, and incorporation of user-centered design. Development and adaptation of unified industry-wide testing standard for e-textile system. This is important because without that, we won't be able to actually have a common ground on testing procedures. And also facilitation of regularity compliance across international certification framework and promotion of global market adaptation through harmonized and transparent evaluation criteria. Conclusion. To conclude, rigorous characterization is essential for advancing innovation in technical textile. Systematic evaluation enables evidence-based design decision and ensure that e-textile meet both performance and comfort requirements. The presented case study demonstrates how fabrication technique significantly influence textile behavior. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I didn't bore you. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your insightful thoughts with us. Now, moving on to the paper presentations, we have Sapna Pathak and Shehnaz Jahan on eco-friendly needle punch non-woven of Simal fiber from Maharaj Suheldev University, Azamgarh.
Dr. Sapna, should we take up the next in case you need some time? Yes, your presentation is visible. Please put it on the full screen mode and start. Kindly unmute yourselves, ma'am, and start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I am Sapna Pathak, Dr. Sapna Pathak from Maharaja Suheldev University from Azamgarh. So this is today my presentation topic is eco-friendly needle pulse non-woven of Semal Bombec Siva fiber. So here the Bombec Siva fiber is a same bass fiber. Bombec Siva is a botanical name of Semal plant which is available in huge amount of roadsides and forest area. Here, as we know, the vast market potential for non-woven mainly based on synthetic fibers. But the synthetic fibers creates many problems in the environment, such as landfills in the form of disposal of waste, hazardous gas, and polluted water. So the scenario is changing day by day, and people are shifted from natural fibers. Here, more of the natural fibers are available in our country and all over the world, such as jute, flax, canaf, rami, etc. So, in the series of already available bast fiber, I have introduced a new bast fiber which is extracted from Semal plant. And this study was done in the area of Uttarakhand and G.V. Pant University of Agriculture and Technology, Panagar. And Semal is a deciduous plant, and the fiber is extracted from the Semal stem is the process called water ratting. Because water ratting is a eco-friendly method and biodegradable waste were produced due to this process. And secondly, the needle punching was used to create non-woven fabric. Because needle punching is a mechanical process by which we have to create a non-woven which is not impose any impact on hazardous impact and negative impact on the environment. And the barb needle and all other things is the part of the needle punching process. So due to renewable nature and low environmental effects, these fabrics provide a sustainable substitute for plastics in packaging, geotextiles, agriculture, automobiles, and building. Here, I have telling about something about the bast fiber, which is extracted from Semal plant. The Semal is a deciduous plant and 150-meter heights of this plant, and this is a very eco-friendly plant because it maintains the nitrogen balance in the atmosphere. So, and this plant is all the part of this plant is not used in industrial purpose. many waste were left in the ground. So I have taken these left portion of the plant stems, and it was used as the production of non-woven fabric. Here in the material and methods, ratting is the first step. Through this, the plant is extracted. Plant branches were tied in a bundle and submerged in stagnant water for 25 days. And the month of October, where the minimum humidity and the maximum is the temperature and is mentioned, it is 59 to 64% of humidity. So it was take a longer time, it almost 25 days. Fully deteriorate the part of the fiber to extracted from fiber. Because the ratting is a process in which the microbial activity done, and the microorganisms was dissolve the pectin, lignin, and all other materials, and to lose the fibers in a loosely formed. So I have taken these fibers, washed thoroughly, bleached, scoured and bleached, and then these fibers were used for the production of non-woven fabric. Here you have seen in this picture ratting of a stem. The bundles, the five stems was submerged under the water, and separation of fiber is done. The fiber is separated from core fiber sticks after the extraction, after the removal of and dissolving of the pectineous and lignin material. Now next, extracted fiber. Here you can see the extracted fiber in the form of this. Here the golden brown color fibers were extracted through this ratting process. And then non-woven. In this process, the mechanically orientated and interlocked to create needle punch web extraction. JL Chawla International Karnal. These industries where I have done this non-woven production.
Ma'am, you've exceeded the time limit. I request you to kindly wind up.
So the dilo technology were used, and 150 punches, the 150 needle punching density is 150 punches per centimeter. Here are two types of steps I have followed during the production of non-woven. First is pre-needling and then needling process. So the fiber in pre-needling process, only 75 punches per centimeter square is inserted, and cohesion of fibers web is done. Then the web is transferred to the needling zone, where the 150 punches per centimeter square is passed through the web, and then depth of needle penetration was 11 mm. So the needle punching machine, I have seen this machine was done, and you can see the needles, which is a barb needles, which is used for the production of non-woven in this process. And preparation of non-woven, this web is transferred from pre-needling to needling zone. And this is a fabric which is produced during the semal bast fiber. This is a non-woven semal bast fiber. So I have a focus on the result and discussion on the fabric weight, fabric thickness, thermal conductivity, pilling resistance, bending length, flexure rigidity. So I have tell about the fabric weight is 650 gram per meter square. So it is more or less same to the jute according to a study of Devnath and Roy 1919, and it is clearly told about them. This fabric weight is due to 65 gram per meter square is a good fiber density, and good fiber quality product non-woven is produced due to this process. And this is used as for the seed bags, components, and door insert in a technical fields. Fabric thickness is very good, and it is used for 100 punch. The air peeling resistance is the fiber is
Ma'am, please wind up. I'm requesting you once again.
very less time you have provided, ma'am. So, okay, I have concluded my study. So, semal needle punch non-woven have higher thickness, weight, moisture absorption, and moderate air permeability. Due to higher water holding capacity, it will be suitable for mulching purpose, settling blanket, oil absorbing pad, and industrial pipes. Due to high thickness, bast fiber non-woven might be used for geotextile and drainage, erosion control, furniture and bedding, mattresses, pad and furniture bedding. The non-woven possesses moderate air permeability. It might ensure in industrial dust collector and air filtration and sound insulator and oil absorbent also. So therefore it is concluded that the fiber introduced in this study may be good choice against non-woven prepared from synthetic fibers because of biodegradability and environmental safety. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next paper we have is on the role of smart textiles in contemporary clothing applications, challenges and opportunities by Diksha Malik and Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Noida.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my presentation is visible.
No, it's not visible at the moment.
One second. Is it visible now, ma'am?
No, it is not visible.
Just a second, ma'am. It's just broadcasting. Just a second. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, now it's visible. Put it on the. No, your complete screen is being shared.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, now it's visible. Please
Okay.
put it on the full screen mode. It's not on the full screen mode.
Is it fine, ma'am?
Yes, it's fine. Please start.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries, speakers, presenters, faculty members, and students present at the International Conference on Innovation in Textiles 2026. I'm Disha Malik, along with my co-author, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, is here to present my presentation on the title, The Role of Smart Textiles in Contemporary Clothing Application Challenges and Opportunities. The objectives of the report have been to compare and evaluate the consumption of smart textiles in healthcare, workwear, sports, and fashion. The second one, to explore various projects that integrate smart textiles. Specifically, I have covered the Europe. To understand the current scenario and trend of smart textiles in healthcare, workwear, sports, and fashion. Smart textiles are basically textiles that we incorporate with electronics, therefore also known as e-textiles. The main parts of smart textiles include a sensor that sends and reacts to various stimuli, the actuator and the controlling unit. The actuator reacts to the signals of the stimuli or environment and enable the color change, shape change. Apart from the sensors and actuators, we have the central processing unit that helps to transfer the data from one place to another and generate information based on the results received. There have been many projects that have been covered for this. There are these textiles are connected with technology. The materials that we use to create these type of textiles are polymers, alloys, and optical fibers. Through the literature review, we have observed that various projects have been conducted in this area, specifically in Europe, like the Wealthy project that aims to set up health monitoring system, which was a combination of textile sensor, advanced signal processing technology, and advanced telecommunication system. Apart from Wealthy, we have My Heart project, which was also towards the large number of people while constantly monitoring important signs by flexible and wearable systems. Apart from this, Clothing Plus is a producer and developer of integrating sensors in textiles and working with various brands in sports and medical field, including Adidas, Philips, Timex. Cute Circuit is a fashion company that work on special projects with unique performance and work on LED technology garments. The primary and secondary research that have concluded the potential of using
It has concluded the potential of using smart textile lies in healthcare, workwear, and other technical applications rather than fashion. There is development of smart textiles in fashion, but the other areas being very dominating. The barriers have been observed, including the quality education, the production, the cost, the interconnection between textile and electronics, the power consumption that we need for the whole system to
Ms.
operate on
Diksha, I'll
this.
request you to wind up, please.
Sure, ma'am. It has also been observed that in the healthcare segment, the outcome is more as it's going to monitor the health of the person or the concerned area. But in terms of fashion, the application outcome is more on the visual and tactile appeal. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Next, we are very pleased to invite Dr. Prabhuraj Venkataraman here for this session. Dr. Prabhuraj is a senior lecturer in textile technology and research degrees coordinator at Manchester Fashion Institute, Manchester Metropolitan University. With 4 years of garment industry experience, his expertise spans non-wovens for technical textiles, advanced finishes, medical dressings, and surgical clothing. His interests include textile quality control, high performance materials, and functional clothing, particularly in protective sportswear and personnel protection. His research focuses on protective sportswear, antimicrobial, biofunctional textiles, and eco-friendly fabric modifications using carbon dioxide lasers. A chartered fellow of the Textile Institute and senior member of AATCC, Dr. Prabhu serves UG and PG students in sustainable fashion and material innovation. His book, Materials and Technology for Sportswear and Functional Clothing, is widely adopted globally. He actively collaborates with industry and academia, presenting his work at national and international conferences. We welcome you to this forum and request you to kindly start your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Is it audible for you all?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and many thanks for the organizers for inviting me to present at this international conference on technical textiles. Thank you for the introduction as well. So today, what I would really wanted to discuss is to highlight the importance of sustainable materials and implementing recycling and upcycling strategies to reduce the environmental impact in the fashion industry. I know sustainability is widely talked about, but we have to pay attention to the specific definition of sustainability, where it says the practices and policies that reduce environmental pollution or that do not exploit the people or natural resources and do not compromise the future. So this is with that in mind, we have to see what's happening currently in the fashion and textile industry at the moment. You all know that. I don't have to say anything in terms of the impact that it has caused already. We know that fashion textiles contributing huge amounts in terms of the turnover globally. It is also the fourth largest impact on the environment, next to the transport and other industries. It is really causing a lot of issues because of the take, make, and dispose policies that is currently being implemented with linear economy, and that has contributed to nearly 8 to 10% of global carbon emissions. And we also know that industry is really contributing to a lot of landfill. And in the UK, there's plenty of facts and figures that you can read about yourself. And more importantly, the industry consumes a lot of water in its production process, in the finishing process, and that is also leading to water scarcity. So just to highlight that is also it is also contributing to water pollution globally, with a lot of untreated wastewater, particularly in the global south, where the factories are positioned in Asia. And we can also see a lot of chemicals are being used, and this is also thanks to the fast fashion, and where the items end up in landfill very, very quickly. And we also know that microfibers, as I noticed a few colleagues of mine referred to these issues already. Microfibers is fiber shedding is one of the greatest difficulty that we are facing in the industry. And that's mainly coming through synthetic fibers such as polyester and nylon. We also know that microplastics are also being noticed in the ocean and other water systems. So mainly coming from the synthetic textiles. And lots of figures in there. And just to highlight that in the EU, the lots of quick fashion is really creating lots of impact on the environment. In the UK, you can see a lot of people do spend a lot on the new fashion items, but eventually that ends up in the landfill very, very quickly. Just to highlight that there are lots of other institutions who are really helping to reduce the impact, but this is only happening as we say, and you can also see that synthetic fibers, choice of material, really dictates the environmental cost, because if you look at the synthetic fibers, they take much longer to biodegrade, and we all know that the typical cotton t-shirt requires nearly 3,000 liters of water, and it is producing a lot of carbon dioxide emissions. And I don't want to read out many other facts and figures. With that in mind, I just thought, what can we do, you and me as consumers, what can we do to reduce the impact? Obviously, we have to buy less, but that's not going to happen, is it? So we can see other options of reducing the impact, but these are very slow to happen because the impact has occurred, and there is irrevocable chance of returning back to normality. Buying ethical clothing could be very expensive, but one thing that we can do is to promote the use of sustainable materials in the fashion industry, and select fashion items that has low impact on the environment, such as using organic products or plant-based alternatives, or wash less. Oh, that's not happening, is it? Because the microfiber shedding happens during every single wash, particularly through drying of these products. So with that in mind, we propose upcycling initiatives or recycling initiatives. Just wanted to highlight a couple of research projects which we did to really highlight the environmental potential of using natural dyes, and what are the environmental benefits of using these products for cellulose fibers, which can be used for fashion and textile applications. So I want to go into the science behind it. I know the audience is quite varied, but I'll just keep it very, very light touch. And we know that synthetic dyes have dominated the industry for quite a long period of time, and discharge of these dyes and untreated wastewater create lots of problems. But what our research is really showing you is to show how we could add color using natural dyes, using harmless chemicals, and that also avoids a lot of post-spinning coloration. Just to highlight, these are agricultural waste. We used materials such as sorghum and coreopsis, and that's how it looks like. These are like-for-like comparison with synthetic materials. And this is the wet spinning method, which we did in the UK. And just to highlight, what are the benefits of using these natural dyes for cellulose fibers? And it requires, as we can see, the conventional dyeing is very, very water intensive, requiring lots of water. And by using this alternative method, whereby we use ionic solvents, which are very, very harmless, to dissolve cellulose fibers and add natural dyes, and avoiding any post-spinning coloration, that really reduces the environmental impact. And it also doesn't need any moderns to fix it. So it's definitely a good option to replace conventional dyeing methods. So the color that is really produced, I'm going to show you some of the results. The fiber that we obtained was really like for like comparison, and the spin dyeing method requires less amount of. We noticed that it has taken less amount of carbon footprint, less energy, less water than the conventional method. And we also did a lot of material characterization, but due to less amount of time, I'll skip that. And we can also see that the average fiber diameter was like for like comparison with normal neat cellulose. So we propose that these fibers, which we have added with natural dyes, can be compared with with normal cellulose fibers, and it reduces the number of process that's happening in the conventional dyeing. These are some of the wet fibers from board that gives you the blue color. It's also a natural material, coreopsis and sorghum. So what we have noticed that the color that it gives is very natural with variations. For people who love natural variation, these are very useful to have them on fashion and textile applications. And we also noticed that the mechanical properties of these dyed fibers are like for like comparable with other types of fibers such as wool and coir and cotton and so forth. I'll just pass through. The main thing is the color. Because when you add color in the dope dyeing process before the yarn or filament is spun, there could be difficulty in achieving consistency of the color. And what we have noticed, the color that we compared with Pantone shades were really like for like comparable. So that is really a good understanding that it possesses good mechanical strength. The color characterization is really good, and the fiber diameter is also very uniform. So with that in mind, just wanted to conclude that this particular type of dyeing really is saving a lot of energy in terms of water. It reduces significantly less amount of water. It also uses less amount of chemical, so there is no chemical load on the process. And we also monitored the energy environmental savings compared to the normal dyeing of regenerated cellulose fibers. And it reduces the time as well, production time. The more importantly is the carbon dioxide emission is much lower when you scale it up, which is very, very essential. So with that in mind, we will conclude that this dope dyeing of cellulose fibers using ionic solvents is a way to decarbonize the textile processing industry. So that is one research that I want to highlight. The next one is very quickly. I'll run into the importance of understanding the environment. We say environmental impact, but we don't classify and characterize them, and we don't quantify them. So in this research, which was collaboration with my colleague in Turkey, what we have really understood is these flex banners. We also know that these flex banners are used in marketing, and they have very limited shelf life, if you like. And so what happens is they are annihilated or burnt or dumped under the soil. That is creating a lot of impact, particularly in Asian continent. We see a lot of these PVC are being produced because they are very durable. Many fashion industries do use these PVC products in the fashion items, which we know of. And this obviously was funded by the Turkish government. Just to highlight that we did a thorough systematic review of literature, identifying what's happening in the PVC industry for the last 30 years. I'm quite happy to share some of the results. And if you want to learn more, you could get them through this link. So basically, we noticed that a lot of initiatives are happening in the PVC industry, mainly to reduce the impact on the environment. But what happens is when it comes to the reality, they are being dumped or annihilated or burnt. Once these things are happening, it creates a lot of issues in the environment. So what we have identified is a way of upcycling them into useful high-end fashion rather than downcycling. We propose upcycling, where from using as marketing banners, it can be used in useful products where it can be having a good longevity in the product life. So just to highlight that we've proposed a framework into where these PVC are really troublesome when it is burnt or annihilated or dumped. Instead of these annihilation process, we propose a reusable opportunity, and we have clearly classified a route or a pathway or a framework for the industry to implement these kind of approaches where they can reduce the environmental impact on the environment. This is ideally suitable for any industries who produce them and they don't know how to present an option to reduce the impact on the environment. So we use a life cycle analysis using cradle to grade approach, which is very, very essential. And we wanted to see whether PVC can be used as accessories, fashion accessories, and we compared with other like-for-like comparisons, just nylon polished products. And we also looked at the carbon footprint and the cost effectiveness of these processes. And I'm not going to go deeper into it. Just to highlight that this life cycle analysis was very, very useful for a process that really gives you an opportunity to understand the the characteristics of environmental impact that it is it's causing on the environment. And this is just to show you, what's happening from the cradle as it is produced in China, marketed and used in Turkey, and from there it's where it's upcycled in the UK. So it's just to highlight a process of what's happening right from the cradle to the place where its end of life happens. From the end of life, we have given it a new birth, where we have upcycled into a high-end fashion item. And these are some of the products that we've completed, and these products, and not only that, not just producing these products, and we have classified and characterized using life cycle analysis, and to see whether what's happening in terms of carbon dioxide emissions across the entire process. And we noticed that the upcycled PVC products have very little effect on the environment across 12 different categories. If you want to learn more, I would appreciate if you would click the link and learn more about the entire environmental analysis. And we also noticed that the cost effectiveness was also like for like comparable, or maybe less so, when you compare it with nylon or polyester products. So just to highlight that this upcycling is a process, but how do you classify, how do you understand what are the sustainable benefits of this process? Using life cycle analysis, we're able to do that. And we also noticed that this end of life PVC flex panels can be upcycled and can reduce the environmental impact, or create solid waste and implement more circular initiative in its process. And we notice a lot of industry has come in across in the last few months or so. Having published our work, there was lots of interest among the industry. Our next step is to work with fashion brands to see how we could use similar initiatives across different aspects of the fashion items. And the final thought is mainly, I know a lot of audience are students and the university there. I would say that right from the beginning, think about sustainable materials and think about upcycling or recycling initiatives and strategies, and try to understand the benefits to the environment rather than simply saying they are beneficial. So life cycle analysis is a good way of understanding to determine the environmental benefits of the industry. So that nicely summarizes as to what I want to really communicate through this short presentation today. I know there's limited time here, but I wanted to really thank my collaborators and lots of staff involved and the funding bodies who had helped us in completing these couple of research. If you wanted to learn more, there are other research activities that I work across different aspects of technical textiles. I work across medical hygiene textiles, as well as wearable technologies. If you're interested, you can scan the QR code to learn more. Because of very limited time and approach, I couldn't present all of the research that we do at Fashion Institute in Manchester Met. But I'm quite happy for you to get in touch with us and to see how we can work and collaborate in the future. Many thanks for the collaborators and the organizers for hosting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, insightful presentation, sir. We will now initiate the paper presentations. Influence of weft fiber composition on thermal and mechanical comfort properties of sustainable handloom twill fabrics by Mahesh Pratap Dubey and Anupam Kumar, Gyani Zail Singh Campus, College of Engineering and Technology, Batinda, Punjab.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. So I am sharing the slide. Yeah, it's visible.
Yes, sir, it's visible now. Please put it on the full screen mode. Yes,
I think it's okay.
Please start now.
Yeah, so good afternoon to all of you. So thanks for giving an opportunity for this presentation. Literally, I will complete within that given time frame. So my basic topic is the influence of weft composition on the thermal and mechanical comfort properties of sustainable handloom 12 fabrics. So first of all, why this area is chosen. So as the sustainability is renowned interest in the different sector, so as well as in the handloom sector also. And apart this, the governments are also taking lots of initiative to develop our ethnic values through this handloom part. So one of the component what we have taken here, that is the twill weave offers some strength, durability, as well as the some good draping quality. So on the basis of that, by changing the some weft composition, we have developed a certain fabric of 12 weaves, and for which two samples were developed. That is, first is the from the 100% cotton yarn, and another is the 30-70 ratio polyester cotton. And for that, thickness, bending rigidity, air permeability, and water permeability tests were performed. So by the growing demands of the sustainable textiles, so the handloom weaving uses a low energy and support the traditional craftsmanship, and due to which this study were performed, and the fabric performance depend upon the weave structure and the fabric types. So twill weave provides a balanced strength and flexibility, and gives the comfort properties. So if we compare the plain weave or twill weave, the plain weave, no doubt it gives the higher stability, but it has a limited moisture transport capability due to its compact structure. So as we have some changes in that weave structure, so twill weave, it improves the flexibility and moisture movement due to the yarn floating on the surface. They are on the very high quantity in compared to the plain weave. So another factor, weave geometry affect the thermal and mechanical properties, and fiber type influence the breathability and moisture management capacity. So basic approach or aim was to evaluate the influence of weft yarn composition and the comfort and the physical properties of handloom woven 12 fabric. So it was the objective was to produce handloom fabrics using the constant warp and different weft composition, and to analyze the effect of the weft yarn composition, evaluate the bending rigidity, air permeability, water permeability, and compare the performance of the weft fabric with the polyester cotton blend weft fabric. So normally what happens in traditional system, or we can say that mostly natural fibers are used for the handloom fabrics like cotton, wool, or silk, and most of this technical significance or technical studies are very limited for this sector. So one of the purpose to consider this type of studies, and the material was taken as the warp yarn as 100% cotton. That is a 2 by 20 NEs count of the yarn. Weft yarns for sample 100%. That means in warp 100% cotton and weft 100% cotton. Then we have changed the weft yarn for sample 2, that is a 30 by 70 polyester cotton blended yarn of 2 by 80 NEs. Means warp count parameter is same, and their composition has been changed. And weave structure is here taken as a simply a 12 weave. So, and the fabric were developed on traditional handloom, that is on the table loom. Now,
Requested to kindly conclude a little quickly,
yeah.
please.
Sure. So fabric woven handloom identical setting, warp and weft densities kept constant, and no chemical finishes were applied, and sample condition under the standard conditions. So the testing were performed on the basis of standard parameters or standard testing standards. So what finally the result concluded that the cotton fabric shows the higher density, and blended fabric exhibit the greater stiffness, and polyester cotton blend shows the higher permeability, air permeability, and cotton demonstrate the higher water permeability. So we can say that if we are changing the in 12 wave or inserting some blend composition, that will also a cost effective part. So finally, the cotton fiber has the flexible and hydrophilic, and the polyester adds dimensional stability and stiffness, and blending structure creates a more open pores for airflow, and fiber compositions strongly influence the comfort performance. So final conclusion is that the fiber composition significantly affect the fabric properties, and cotton fabric provides better and moisture management capacity. So polyester and cotton blends improve the airflow and structural stability also. So weft yarn engineering is an effective strategy for the sustainable fabric design. So okay, so final thanks.
Thank you. Application of cellulose and chitosan in manufacturing polylactic acid-based composite films by Swati Sharma, Abhijit Majumdar, Anshu Anjali Singh, Department of Fashion Technology, National Institute of Fashion Technology, Kangra, Himachal Pradesh. Please put your presentation on full screen mode. Great. Please start. Dr. Swati, your presentation is visible. Please start.
One second. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Swati Sharma. I'll be presenting a part of my PhD research, which was on the modification of PLA for improving its mechanical properties. So you all have heard about the green composites and biocomposites. They are the new wounds of textiles. They are basically the materials in which you use a polymer matrix with the bio-based fibers. There are two categories of polymers, green composites, natural fibers plus synthetic, then it is called a biocomposites. And when you are using natural fiber with a biodegradable composite, it is called the green composites. So if you look at the life cycle of a commodity polymer and a life cycle of a polylactic acid based polymers, you can see the plastic which you see in day-to-day activities like plastic bottles, wrappers, they all are made from the petroleum based, and they end up in a landfills, or maybe they are going for recycling, but there is a limit to how many times you can recycle them. But at the end of the time, they have to go to waste. But suppose if we have a if we have a plastic which can degrade immediately after you use it and throw it somewhere, and it'll be after 1 week or maybe 1 year or 1 month, it'll turn into soil. So there won't be any problem of microplastic, there won't be any problem of landfill or garbage. So polylactic acid is a type of plastic which is biodegradable. It is derived from the natural resources, cornstarch, and it is derived from the sugar starch. It can be derived from any type of starch, and it has properties comparable to tensile strength 50 to 60 megapascal, and it is a semi-crystalline polymer which can be used for packaging purpose, and it can be used in the composites. So in this process, in this research, we used two different type of materials. One is microcrystalline cellulose, another is chitosan. Chitosan is known for its antibacterial properties. Triethyl citrate, which is a very good plasticizer, lubricant. PLA is there is a problem with PLA that it is a very brittle material. So we need to make something, use something so that it can be made little more flexible. So in this process, this is the methodology we have followed. This is the methodology. First, we dissolve the PLA in the solvent. Then we added these additives, microcrystalline cellulose and chitosans. And then after that, the additives, the film was casted on the petri dish. This is the basic methodology or the thinking why this process, why these two materials were used.
The PLA is a very brittle polymer, as I told you earlier. So if we add something like microcrystalline cellulase, or just we add chitosan, it will be becoming strong, but it is very brittle. It will become like biscuit. So we cannot use a plastic bag which is like biscuit. So we have to add something which gives it flexibility. So we added two things together to maintain the ductility and the strength. So in this process, we mixed microcrystalline cellulose in the deionized water, and then another mixture was prepared which contained chitosan and deionized water with acetic acid. Once the solution is ready, it was kept for at 120 degrees Celsius for 3 hours, and this is the final modified microcrystalline cellulose with chitosan which we prepared, and this is a microscopic image of the same. After this yellow colored powder was put inside the polylactic acid to prepare small dried films like this. After this, these dried film were compressed under the compression molding machine at 180 degrees Celsius. So we to check the efficacy of our process, in which we have reacted the chitosan and the microcrystalline cellulose, we did the EDX, and we found that in the modified microcrystalline cellulose and chitosan has a content of nitrogen, which confirms that okay, there is microcrystalline cellulose and as well as chitosan. So this is the FTIR spectra of the same, which confirms that this peak here, this confirms that we have both the NH2 and CH group. This is the thermal degradation analysis of these materials. So as we can see, it is well known fact that when we add a plasticizer in a polymer molecule, the degradation temperature, the glass crystalline temperature decreases. So you can see here the glass crystalline temperature after adding the triethyl citrate, which provide elasticity, has been decreased. As well as the melting temperature also, though the melting temperature is not much less, but the glass crystalline has decreased. Similarly, we studied the thermogravimetrical analysis to see how much thermal stability this material has. Suppose if you are making cup of polylactic acid and you don't want your cup to melt when you are drinking tea, so we have to check the thermal properties. So this is in case of chitosan, we can see that there is a residual mass after burning is little high. But when we added this blue color line, which shows the modified powder, which we saw earlier, it has mediocre thermal stability between the pure microcrystalline cellulose and chitosan.
Dr.
We
Swati,
also check
kindly
the
conclude.
tensile property, which is a very important part of our study. So you can see here, after adding all these ingredients, the properties decreases, but this when we added modified microcrystalline cellulose, the tensile strength is same. And this last sample here where we used, it gave a very high elongation at break. So it can be used for the packaging material, because we are targeting for the packaging material, which is one of the PACTEC, one of the leading branch in the technical textiles. So this PACTEC, we need to check the antibacterial activity also. So the two type of bacteria, gram positive and gram negative, were tested. So the antibacterial activities reported with this sample was around 85%, which is an intermediate
Please conclude.
antibacterial activities. So this study represents that microcrystalline cellulose, it is a very simple method to prepare this solution with just 1:1 ratio, and the FTIR spectra showed that there is a reaction between microcrystalline cellulose and NH. So this modified microcrystalline cellulose with chitosan act as a reinforcement, and it is not just increasing the strength, but it also provides the ductility to the films, and it can be further explored for the packaging applications. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Performance analysis and material choices in carpet looms, a critical review. This research is by Ranoj Patir and Ram Ratan Guru, School of Design, Modi University of Science and Technology, Rajasthan.
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, it's getting uploaded. It's not visible as of now. Yes, it's visible. Please start.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible. You're audible also.
Hello.
Kindly start.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Thomas. Today I am presenting as my part of my research work, performance analysis and material choice in carpet weaving by using a two difference loom. Let me give a little brief introductions of the carpet industries and its market in the world. Indian carpet industry is highly labor intensive. It provides around like 2 million work directly or indirectly. And 85 to 90% of the total produce is exported, and India has around and industries.
Excuse me, sir, your voice is cracking.
कोई बात नहीं. Ranuj, are you still there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, it is visible,
Share
ma'am.
please share your presentation. It's not visible.
Is it visible, ma'am?
It's getting uploaded. Yeah, it's
Hello.
visible. Please start. It's visible. You're audible also. Please start.
Okay, ma'am. In financial 24, India export up to 1.39 billion USD. In FY25, like 1.54 USD. India export carpet more than 100 countries in the world. Main importer of the Indian handmade carpets carpets like US, Australia, and US. Import around like 920 million USD, accumulating about 50% of the total export. Due to of the US export dollars, the export of the Indian handmade carpet decreases, and particularly affected in the the sector continues to be a major global player, with India holding 40% of the whole handmade carpet markets. So, in detailed descriptions of the two different slopes will be used for producing of the same product by different materials. This tool is like the panda and the patloom. This weaving is partly in part of an Indian glorious weaving traditions. It is mostly used for making duraries. The name panda came from the claw-like tool used by the artisans to beat up the web during weaving. This is the panja loom. The main used in the panja loom is frame loom, composed to measure horizontal beam on which the work beam is fitted on the top and one beam at the bottom of the in this figure, a weaver is sitting in front of the in the front side of the work, and weaving is in this weaving design is displayed on the back side of the work sheet for weaving reference. For setting mechanisms, For setting mechanism, it is used a Gutla and Gutla command used for inserting the web as per design. This is known as a Panda. This process continues till the rugs is weaving is get completed. Weaving of these types of rugs size like 5 by 8, it takes nearly around 20 to 50 to 20 days. These rugs represent a harmonious blend of traditions and modernity, bring a unique aesthetic and practical qualities to the interior. As the increase quality, rugs play a significant addition and total benefit and cultural significance. And
So you're not audible.
Thank you. So now the next paper we have is on design development and survey framework for integrating Sri Kalahasti Kalamkari motif into sustainable wedding mandap decor by Shobha Uppe and Meenakshi Gupta from Department of Design, Banasthali Vidyapeeth, Rajasthan.
Moving on to the next paper presentation, we have Trendy but Green Sustainable Fashion for the Fast Fashion Generation through the Fusion of Discarded Textile of Arunachal Pradesh and Cultural Preservation by Dr. Poonam Bangchandani, Dr. Akansha Singh and Yasu Yangfo, Department of Art and Design, Sharda University, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Moving on to the next presentation, we have Reimagining Technical Textile in India, Sustainable Innovation for Circular Manufacturing and Functional Application, Nitantra Hada, Sage University, Indore, Madhya Pradesh.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, I will just quickly share my screen right now. Is my screen visible to you all?
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, just a minute. Is it now?
No, ma'am, it's not. Ma'am, meanwhile, Yasu can present and you can fix the issue with your presentation.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Ma'am, meanwhile, we can start with Yasu Yangfo's presentation.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, I'm fixing the issue. Ma'am, if you allow, then I think it's visible right now.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible now.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Niranjana Hana, and my today's topic is reimagining technical textiles in India: sustainable innovations for circular manufacturing and functional applications. So, basically, this study examines sustainability opportunities in India, which is technical textiles sector using lifestyle impact modeling and comparative production analysis. The result highlights three important findings. The first one is material substitution, which has the highest environmental impact, and natural fibers such as jute and banana fiber shows significant lower carbon intensity, while recycled PET can reproduce emissions by approximately 35 to 45% of compared to virgin polyester. And secondly, process optimization provides additional sustainability gains. Energy efficient machineries can reduce energy consumptions by about 25%, while low liquor dyeing technologies can lower water usage by nearly 45%. And lastly, the third one, when material innovation can and cleaner production are combined with circular manufacturing, the modeled system achieved around 25% overall emission reduction in a mid-scale technical textile production unit. From an economic perspective, the analysis indicates that sustainability investments remain financially feasible with energy efficiency improvement showing a payback period of approximately 3 to 4 years. However, implementation challenges remain. Some small and medium enterprises face capital constraints, and recycling infrastructure is still developing, and standardized sustainability certification systems are limited. To conclude, I would say this research demonstrates that sustainability and performance are not conflicting objectives in technical textiles. Through strategic integration of sustainable materials, cleaner production systems, and circular manufacturing, significant environmental reductions can be achieved without comparing functional performance. India also holds strong advantages in natural fiber resources, industrial scale, and supportive policy frameworks, which position the country well for a sustainable transition in technical textile manufacturing. Thank you all for your attention, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. This is it
Thank
from
you,
my side.
ma'am.
Yes.
Now I would request Yasu to present her screen. I request Yasu Yangfo to share her presentation.
What the next one? There's no problem.
Now moving on to the next paper presentation, we have Hemru Shawl Weaving in Maharashtra, an analytical review of production techniques, Bhagat Meena, Madhusudan and Ram Ratan Guru, School of Design, Modi University of Science and Technology, Rajasthan.
Moving on to next, we have comparative analysis of.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Is
ma'am,
it
your
visible?
screen is visible now.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Veena Bhagat. I'm a researcher from Modi University, Rajasthan. Today I'm going to present my presentation on Hindu shawl weaving in Maharashtra on the basis of analytical review of production techniques, fabric quality and artisan livelihoods. Basically, this Hindu shawl is originated from this Sambhaji Nagar. Recently, it is renamed. Before it was known as Aurangabad, which is located in Maharashtra, and it is well known for its intricate patterns, luxurious texture, and combination of silk and yarn, and it is favored for a royalties of government. The Imru is derived from the Persian word, which means a humble, which brought by the Sultan Muhammad Taghal, which moved his capital from Delhi to Daulatabad, which is located at the Aurangabad. The Himbro fabric is historically patronized as a royalty fabric. Basically the traditional Himbro technique involves the weaving of silk and cotton thread. Silk which is pure than cotton, which is rich and texture of the fabric reflects on the cultural heritage. Himbro is remarkable self, which is craftsmanship. Hindu design are inspired by the Persian and Mughal motifs like geometry and decorative patterns, and which at regular it is repeating. The fabric has a distinctive satin-like structure because of the silk threads. It is highly luxurious fabric. It is hand woven on the pit loom, and the image beside the side is Shibandi, where the designer prepared and weaved on the pit loom. The fabric is characterized by recurring motifs, include lines, dogons, fruiting, fruit such as diamond, mango, pineapple, etc. The mostly for weaving a single Hebrew shawl, it requires two employees, and this double reel weaving technique is used for this. Traditionally, artisan worked on the pit loom and also known as a pagar loom. It is double-sided loom where the locally source silk bana, which is where threads running to in a direction or a horizontal direction, and the tana is done as a vertical or a warp direction. The weaver sit below the pit loom, and the another weaver sits above the handle. Then Himru is a Himru weaving in the Aurangabad is a multi-legacy and intricate royal fabric, and it is patronized historically and supports with the silk blends and cotton with the challenges. So main focus of this paper is fiber optimization and the weaver livelihoods for sustainable strategy. So technically, it is as we have seen, it is a blend of cotton and silk, which feels the mechanical and which impacts on the mechanical capacity, which boosts the
Ma'am, I would
tensile
request to
tearing
kindly
resistance.
conclude.
Yes. So challenges are limited access to national and international markets, technology consistency here. Then policy support by the government is very less or not paying off for them. And social factor, the main is the people who are have been relocated to this Aurangabad. Their younger generation is not going forward for these weaving techniques. And opportunities are innovation, adoption of new fiber blends, and the design collaboration. Then e-commerce platform can increase their payoff, and also skill development, again training programs in contemporary design and entrepreneurship skills, and cooperative formations strengthens the bargaining and power and resource sharing. So, we can, as we have seen the fiber optimization, here I have taken some parameters in warp, yarn and weft counts, which are cotton and silk with the 40 to 80 years in English counts. Then again, I have taken another composition with the silk, viscose, or acrylic. Then common for everywhere is cotton with the 70%, and the
Please
other
conclude.
fibers. Yes, ma'am. So opportunities, the conclusion is to survive or revitalize the same route, we need to mastering the traditional skills and adopting the new technical efficiency, pushing designers for the creating boundaries and make highlight, or we can keep alive the improve weaving technique. There should be new policy making, infrastructure should be given by the government and to sustain this production, and consumer for cultivating demand for genuine hero and for mass production. Thank you.
Thank you. Next paper we have is on Sanskriti Sutra, a startup business module for skill enhancement of artisans from Bihar by Kumari Pragati, Dr. Poonam Bhagchandani and Dr. Akansha Singh from Department of Art and Design, Sharda University, Greater Noida.
Kumari Pragati, Dr. Poonam, Dr. Akansha. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. I see.
If you need some time, we can take up the next presentation. Circular fashion economy. Trendy but green, sustainable fashion for the fast fashion generation through the fusion of discarded textiles of Arunachal Pradesh and cultural preservation. Yasu, Dr. Poonam Bhagchandani and Dr. Akansha Singh, Department of Art and Design, Sharda University, Greater Noida. Please share your screen and start your presentation. Yasu, are you sharing the presentation?
Ma'am, I'm not able to share my screen and use mic at the same time.
Is there some network issue?
Ma'am, I don't know.
The next paper we have is Comparative Analysis of Supply Chain Management between Seamless Whole Garment Knitting Industry and Conventional Knitting Industry by Suman Lata Vats and Ashish Huda from Department of Fashion Technology, Government Women's Polytechnic College, Sanganer, Jaipur, Rajasthan.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay, so my topic is the comparative analysis of supply chain management between seamless whole garment knitting industry and the conventional knitting industry. Myself, Sumalata Vats, I am the assistant professor from Government Women's Polytechnic College, Jaipur. And my co-author is Mr. Dr. Ashish Hudda from Bhagat Phul Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Sonipat. So let me start with the introduction part. The textile industry is rapidly evolving with the advanced knitting technology, and the seamless whole garment knitting technology is the one of the latest, the latest technology that challenges the conventional knitting. And as we all know, that every industry is working with a specific supply chain management for the competitiveness. And we have done a study compares the production cost, flexibility, and the sustainability. The research objectives are compare supply chain management models of both industries, evaluate efficiency, flexibility, cost, and sustainability, identify advantage and limitation of each system, provide strategic insights for textile industry decision makers. The manufacturing process is we have two manufacturing process. One is the complete different from the conventional knitting, the seamless whole garment knitting, in which the entire garment is produced in one step. Then we input the only yarn and output we get the complete garment. This is the computer controlled automated machine. And we talk about the conventional knitting. It is fabric panel knitted separately, requires cutting, sewing stages, and we have used the different types of labors at the different stages. And if we are talking about the production efficiency, seamless whole garment knitting is a faster production, reduced manual labor, shorter lead times. And the conventional knitting is multiple processing stages, longer production cycles. Flexibility and customizations are seamless whole garment knitting is a high design flexibility, quick style modification because it is a completely computer controlled system. The conventional knitting is a limited customization. This is a manual process and changes required at the several stages. Cost consideration, the lower labor cost because it is whole computerized process. So the labor is be required on the machine is only one or two, and after the garment is coming out from the machine, then there is a 2 or 3 labors for cutting the extra threads. The reduced material waste and high initial machine investments. In the conventional knitting, lower technology investment, higher operational cost. And if we talking about the supply chain complexity, the fewer production
Ma'am, I would
stages.
request you to conclude.
Yeah, sure. This is the diagrammatic, the conventional knitting, as we all know about this. And this is the whole garment knitting where the machine is the yarn is the input of the machine, and the complete garment is coming out in the finishing. These are we done actually a survey in which we roamed industry to industry to get the comparison between the conventional knitting and the seamless whole garment industry. Since the seamless whole garment knitting machines are limited in India, but we go through it to all to all the industries. One of the industries in Greater Noida, recently they guys are installed the machines, and one is Ludhiana, and there are 2 or 3 industries more in India. So we just compared the comparison about the sustainability, the flexibility, efficiency, cost, complexity, and the production performance. So if you are clearly visibility, the production performance in the conventional is a little bit lower side, and because this is a computerized, the
Ma'am,
seamless
please
whole.
conclude.
The challenges we face, the lack of standardized performance benchmarks, limited access to proprietary industry data, global supply chain variability, rapidly changing consumer trends. The conclusions are seamless whole garment knitting shows higher efficiency and flexibility, reduced supply chain complexity and waste. Conventional knitting remains widely used due to lower technology investment. Future industry growth may favor the seamless technology. These are the comparison table of the seamless and conventional with the production process, that the one piece automated knitted and panels knitting then swing. Efficiency is the high speed and the lower. Flexibility is high customization and limited flexibility. Cost, maybe the seamless cost is the operational costs are lower, but the overall garment cost we are talking about, it is bit higher side because it is fully computerized or automation. And the supply chain is simplified stages, and the conventional knitting is the multiple stages. Sustainability is the lower waste and the higher waste in the conventional knitting. So this is the simplified supply chain flow: the yarn supply, knitting, finishing, and the distribution.
Conclude.
Sales channels.
Please conclude.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. With this, we come to the end of International Conference on Innovation and Technical Textiles for Viksit Bharat. I request Dr. Pratibha Malik, convener ICITT-2026, to kindly make the concluding remarks.
Give a big round of clap to yourself again for being here till now. You have been a good listener. I know it's tough to stay for the whole day, but only you have to understand and appreciate that it takes a lot of effort to get such speakers. And of course, it becomes slightly loaded. I do agree to that. But anyway, thank you to all of you for being here for long. Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Need 2 more minutes, please. So good evening, everyone. On the behalf of organizing committee of International Conference on Innovations in Technical Textiles 2026, it's my deep pleasure to deliver this vote of thanks. So I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to our visionary founder, President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, whose inspiring vision continues to motivate us to organize such meaningful academic activities. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our respected conference advisor, Mrs. Divya Chauhan, and our conference patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, for their constant encouragement and support. I also express my sincere appreciation to our conference chair, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Visual Arts and Performing Arts, for his valuable guidance and leadership throughout this conference. My special thanks to our chief guest, distinguished speakers, and the participants for sharing their expertise in enriching the discussions. I am also gratefully acknowledging the support of Dr. Smita Bagai, my co-convener, Dr. Lekhni Tripathi, and all members of the technical and organizing committee for their dedicated efforts. I would also like to thank all the researchers and the participants for their participation and valuable contribution. Finally, a big round of applause to the student volunteers and staff of Amity University for their sincere efforts in ensuring the smooth conduct of this event. With this, I express my heartfelt thanks to each and everyone who contributed in making ICITT 2026 a successful event. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. With this, we close ICITT 2026. Enjoy your weekend. Good night. Please close the session.